Chapter 2081 Follow Me. After the turtle light blasted through the flying xenogeneics, scores of them fell to the ground. Han Sun had shown himself to be a threat, and so a blue-gold demon bug screamed. Many of the xenogeneics under its control turned toward Han's senator before Han Sun could fire off another rocket, though many Duke and Marquis xenogeneics were already in front of him. Han Sun used a petrifying shockwave to step back and get some distance, turning all the xenogeneics in a 500-meter radius into stone. Although he couldn't petrify the stronger ones completely, he slowed them enough to buy some time. Pang! 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 Han Sun ran forward, unleashing petrifying shockwaves with every footfall. They didn't deal that much damage, but they did slow the xenogeneics down. Wherever Han Sun went, things got quiet. Follow Han Sun! Overbearing Teeth Duke shouted, and 100 dukes raced after Han's senator. Their knives and their sword lights were shining. They killed many of the temporarily petrified high-level xenogeneics. They only killed the ones that were a danger to them, though. They ignored the bulk of the xenogeneic horde, following Han Sun as he made his way to the blue-gold demon bugs. Screams echoed in the skies as a blue-gold demon bug commanded its xenogeneics to summon more power to stop Han Sun's advance. The Duke and Marquis xenogeneics, under its control, released their power in a single concentrated burst. Han Sun saw the attack coming, and he knew he couldn't block it. Overbearing Teeth had seen what was happening too, and he barked, "Careful!" Han Sun flapped his dragon wings and disappeared, and that frightening attack cratered the place he had been only moments before. Han Sun reappeared right beside the blue-gold demon bugs. He used another petrifying shockwave, and the nearby blue-gold demon bugs and xenogeneics were turned to stone. Han Sun followed that up by immediately firing a rocket. Turtle symbols appeared on all the bugs and xenogeneics, sending them plummeting to the earth below. Overbearing Teeth grinned and began killing the bugs that were petrified by the turtle light. Metallic limbs and gore were strewn everywhere in his wake. The blue-gold demon bugs were weaker after suffering the petrification and turtle spell. They could not fight back against the dukes. The bugs had once been difficult to kill, but now they were slain with ease. Han Sun teleported back and forth across the battlefield. Every time he appeared, a new shockwave would roll out to petrify all their opponents. He also made frequent use of his rocket launcher. Many blue-gold demon bugs had to endure the petrification and turtle effects. Overbearing Teeth Duke followed Han Sun closing, cutting up the enemies he left behind. They killed so many bugs, making their cries drown out the sound of all else. Now the bugs felt that they were facing a real threat, and they recalled many of the xenogeneics they had sent across the city. The new enemy troops intensified the pressure on Han Sun and the others, but the rest of the city instantly became safer. Han Sun's power was at a level where it would still be very difficult for him to kill the high-class bugs. Killing a duke would not be easy for him, but he was happy to leave the killing to others. He chose to play smart, focusing on speed, teleportation, petrification shockwave casting, and the rockets that dished out turtle spells. He flashed around the battlefield, letting Overbearing Teeth Duke and the others finish off the foes he brought down. Han Sun was guiding a regiment of 100 dukes. They were like a weapon of his own, one that could brutally impale the hearts of all the enemies he came across. Many blue-gold demon bugs died by their hands, and there was little chance of the ones remaining having a chance of escape. Han Sun flowed between the monsters like water. The petrifying shockwaves continued to spread, peppered with the explosions of the rockets he fired. They were the brightest things on the battlefield. Wherever Han Sun went, the dukes killed everything in their path. Blood and bodies were everywhere, and the attacks of the bugs were slowing down. No wonder Han Sun was able to kill Sharon and Dragon 13. "That guy is scary," said a shocked voice. Rebecca and Dulisha were in shock too. The city was getting quieter, and they saw that the hope of victory was not too far away. Kill! 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 Han Sun was like the conductor of an orchestra. His entire body was the wild baton used for dictation, and wherever he went death followed. Han Sun lost track of how long he had been leading the killing. Many blue-gold demon bugs were slain by the dukes he led, and before long, the xenogeneics started to run. The only bad thing about all this was the fact that he had been striking the monsters with rockets all that time, and the only kills he had registered to himself were those of the lower-level foes. The dukes had killed all the high-level enemies. Due to his lack of kills, Han Sun had been robbed of the chance to procure high-class beast souls. But given how dire the situation had gotten, Han Sun couldn't be too upset about it. He disabled the blue-gold demon bugs as quickly as he could. Countless numbers of them died every second, and with that focus, he hardly had the time to think anyway. The moonlight was bright like snow. He killed creatures without thinking. The entire planet became a killing hell. Blood was spilled across the place, and limbs were scattered everywhere. The bodies of xenogeneics built up like mountain ranges. The fights out in space were still going on too. Han Sun heard a familiar voice come from the cosmos before long, breaking through the atmosphere. It was a voice that sounded like the roaring of an angry monster, and it slammed into a blue light. That blue light fell like a meteor covered in purple air. Boom! The ground shook, and nearby hills were leveled. The blue light erupted like a volcano from the mountain. Isha's body sundered the atmosphere before that mountain. Her pretty face had turned to one scored with a lust for murder. She held a long white knife, drenched in purple air. When her hand moved, it was like she was tearing a hole in the universe itself. Boom! There was a deafening noise. The ground was scarred with a knife mark that went on for a few hundred miles. That blue light began to crack, but it made some marks that resembled a chrysanthemum. Isha's face looked cold, and her attacks made the skies above her shudder. Onlookers began to worry that she might end up cutting the planet in half. Catcha! There was a strange noise, as if something had broken. Within the haze of dust and debris, Han Sun saw two blue lights falling away from each other. When he looked closer, he saw that the half-deified blue-gold demon bug had been hewn in two by Isha. Its body had been riddled with a number of wounds, but the deadliest sliced from its shoulder to its waist. That was the strike that cut the beast in half. Chapter 2082 Blue-gold demon bug. That massive power, brought down with Isha's knife, tore its body in half. The part with the head fell down to roll through the streets of the city. Han Sun and the others were busy killing the smaller xenogeneics. When Han Sun saw half of its body coming toward him, his first thought wasn't to get an easy kill. It was to dodge the thing. The blue-gold demon bug's life force was scary. Being cut in half wouldn't kill the creature immediately, and a half-deified elite could kill most weaker beings just by moving its finger. Fortunately, the other half of the body did not come that way. Isha teleported over and slashed the head of the beast. The body was already injured. The head had a few wounds in it, exposing some of its brain. There was no muscle or blood though. On the inside, the creature was composed of metal machinery and gears. The blue-gold demon bugs were strange, and this was reflected in their life force. They were beings of metal. Catcha! More breaking sounds were heard. The blue-gold demon bug's head was chopped in two, opening like a cut watermelon now. Han Sun could see the blue crystal xenogeneic gene that had almost fallen out. No matter how strong that bug was, that strike ought to have killed it. Han Sun saw half of its head roll his way. There was still a distance between him and it, but he teleported closer. He went to that half of the head and used his knife to dig out the blue crystal core. He did not dare to take the xenogeneic gene, but he wanted to test his luck. He wanted to see if he could get an easy kill register by doing so. There was a chance he'd get a beast soul or something. That half of the head still trembled a little, but after Han Sun removed the core, the body stilled. Mutant xenogeneic king hunted. Blue-gold demon bug king. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtain blue-gold demon bug king beast soul. A voice played in Han Sun's head, and upon hearing it, Han Sun almost thought he could hear a choir of angels singing. It felt like he was going to transcend to a higher plane of existence. Han Sun just wanted to give it a shot. The chances of actually gaining a beast soul had been virtually non-existent. Luckily, no one around him knew what had just happened. Han Sun himself was struggling to believe it. Good people always have good karma. It is lucky that I have been such a good boy for so long. It hurt to let them kill so many marquises and dukes, but now it is all worth it. Han Sun was ecstatic. After the blue-gold demon bug king died, the rest of the bugs became frenzied. There was no order or cohesion to their formation, which made the work of killing them a lot easier. Han Sen quickly lifted the blue crystal core and lobbed it at Isha. He also shouted, "Queen, you should take this before it gets lost in the fight." After that, Han Sen continued killing the blue-gold demon bugs. Trying to steal the blue-gold demon bug's xenogenic gene would be foolish. For now, Han Sen was satisfied with obtaining that king-class beast soul. Isha caught the blue crystal core and put it away. She then returned to space to help Black Moon King, and the others kill the other king-class blue-gold demon bugs. The situation had taken a turn for the better, and the blue-gold demon bugs were no longer much of a threat. Han Sen led overbearing Teeth Duke in a rush against their foes, killing many bugs and xenogenics as they went. When the situation improved further, Han Sen found a chance to take down some Duke blue-gold demon bugs and xenogenics by himself. He didn't gain any additional beast souls by doing this, however. With Isha's help, the king-class blue-gold demon bugs were all destroyed. When Isha rejoined Black Moon King, the horde of bugs knew that their time of death was nigh. Many nobles had been killed in Narrow Moon that day, but fortunately, Han Sen had been there to lead a highly trained team in pulling many of the bugs and xenogenics away to lessen casualties. Even so, that bug disaster was the worst crisis Narrow Moon had endured in many centuries. The bugs that flew to other planets were eventually killed too. Han Sen found a few marquises and Duke xenogenics to claim for himself, and when all was said and done, he had earned quite a bit. The biggest reward was the mutant king-class beast soul, of course. If the bug's head hadn't rolled right in front of him, Han Sen had no idea how long he might have had to wait to benefit from a king xenogenic. The fact that this one was mutant was just the icing on the cake. After that fight, Han Sen's reputation grew even larger. He had led the dukes to fight the monsters, and his performance that day was given grand compliments by many Narrow Moon nobles. Sad Knight was the one who opened the blue metal cube, so he had unleashed the invasion of the blue-gold demon bugs. He hadn't been killed, but he had been arrested. He was pending an investigation into his actions. In the end, Han Sen heard nothing about what happened to him. Han Sen, on the other hand, received a reward from the Full Moon Council. He was the recipient of many genofluids, which he could use to practice. He was also bestowed many titles and many more benefits. Han Sen had permission to join Moon Garden, but he wasn't going to be a student this time. Now he was offered the opportunity of being a teacher. Isha wouldn't let Han Sen join Moon Garden, just to become a student. Han Sen had the teacher title in Sky Palace, and it would be an insult to Sky Palace if he was only a student in Moon Garden. Aside from all that though, he received many more rewards. Planet Eclipse was exempt from paying taxes for an additional 50 years, which saved Han Sen a lot of money. Han Sen's performance wasn't the only reason he was so generously rewarded. Isha played a big part in fighting for what he was given. Without an important figure like her backing him, Han Sen wouldn't have received half as many rewards. After all was said and done, though, Isha called on Han Sen to visit her in the palace. "You did well, but the story of genes isn't marquise yet. How did you earn so much power?" Isha randomly asked while holding Bauer. Han Sen had wondered if she might ask this, so he had a lie already prepared. He said, "I practiced consume. I discovered that consume can steal the powers of xenogenics, like these dragon wings. I took them out of Sharon's xenogenic gene, and as a result, these dragon wings have the break space flash power." Because no one aside from the consuming ants could practice consume, Isha wouldn't be able to tell if he was lying. Chapter 2083 Walking Sky Road again, Isha saw his Xianyuan dragon wings and his stone cow's stone skin, and she believed Han Senator she couldn't think of a better explanation, so Han Sen got away with it. He took Bauer back with him to Planet Eclipse. Before they left, Isha gave Bauer many items, including many genofluids for general use. They were pricier than the ones Han Sen had received. "I can't tell you how great your daughter is," Isha said before they left. Han Sen felt depressed. He was thinking his kids were far too good, and that their starting base was far superior to his own. It is because they have a good father. Han Sen sighed and tidied his clothes, looking pleased with himself. Bauer enjoyed living there. Life in the city had been too boring for her. Han's son brought her to the planet to kill Xenogeneics, wanting to see how powerful a creature her gourd could suck up. Han's son found a barren Xenogeneic for her to try the gourd on. She brought out the gourd, and the creature vanished into it. Han's son wasn't surprised Bauer had that power though. If she hadn't, all the Xenogeneics he had fed her would have been a waste. The next couple of tests did surprise Han's son, however. She was able to suck up viscounts and earls. She struggled a little with the marquise, but even that creature was eventually pulled into the gourd. Nothing was able to resist her. Bauer, if your gourd was that good, why did you not tell me earlier? Han's son looked at Bauer's gourd jovially. You didn't ask, Bauer said, sounding hurt. Good. Well, we'll go to Sky Palace tomorrow, so we can absorb that cocky red cloud. Han's son was super excited just thinking about that red cloud. With Bauer there, Han's son didn't think the cloud had a chance. It was a shame there weren't many dukes in Planet Eclipse though. They were really hard to find, so they couldn't see if Bauer's gourd was capable of absorbing one of those. The Marquise had fought the suction for a bit. Absorbing a duke wouldn't be too easy. It's a shame I cannot bring Little Invisible to Sky Palace, Hansen thought. Sky Palace was a nice place, but it was strict with its laws. If it wasn't for the Jade Spirits, he'd have preferred to remain on Planet Eclipse. The next day, Han's son said goodbye to Isha, and secretly brought Bauer to Sky Palace. How do I use this thing? It was a boring trip. So Han's son spent his time examining the Mutant King Beast Soul. King Class Mutant Beast Soul Blue Gold Demon Bug King. By Sema, that was the first time Han's son had ever seen such a beast soul. He researched it a bit, trying to see how he might make use of it. After Han's son summoned the Demon Bug King Beast Soul, a blue light shone around his body. He could widen the radius of the light or make it smaller. The smallest light was about the width of an eggshell, whereas the biggest it could go was with a radius of an entire kilometer. The wider the Bysema grew, the lower its defense dropped. At its smallest, it could block the force of a king-class attack and shrug off the damage. But the Bysema only worked on Han's son, and it moved where he did. Power from the outside could not break it, but power on the inside could not go out, either. This Bysema Beast Soul is awesome. If I use it well enough, I could survive a fight against a king-class foe. Han's son really loved that Demon Bug Bysema Beast Soul. Back in Sky Palace, Han's son filled out the applications for Bauer. They conducted their DNA tests on a planet away from Sky Palace. Human genes were unstable, so it was difficult to check their relationship reliably. Han's son and Bauer's genocores were very similar. There were some differences, but it was enough to prove they were father and daughter. Han's son was given permission to enter Sky Palace with her, but Bauer would have to traverse the Sky Road, and then follow the road to the sky. Because she was still a child, however, Han's son was allowed to accompany her. She didn't have to go through it alone as he had. Han's son held Bauer's hand and went to Sky Door Island. They headed for the gourd vines. Bauer looked at the gourd vine curiously, and the gourds upon it in particular. Many people in Sky Palace had heard that Han's son was bringing his daughter, and while not many came to spectate in person, a lot of people paused to watch wherever they were. Han's son's genes weren't stable, so he wasn't a genius when it came to practice. He could not practice things quickly, but he was good at using techniques. His techniques made him very strong. But to people that practiced, reaching the status of deified was the ultimate goal. No matter how well Han's son performed, if he could not reach that lofty point, then the elites wouldn't always look up to him. Many people were interested in learning how talented Han's son's daughter was. They could tell her genes were not stable, either. Because there were so many unknowns, many of the elites were disappointed. Unstable meant unpredictable. It meant something couldn't be controlled. It was all a gamble. No one would gamble upon something that had no guarantee. Thousand Feather Crane, the Yun sisters, First Day Buddha, and Yu Jing all came to Sky Door Island to welcome Han Senator. When Yu Shushang saw Bauer, she smiled. I did not expect your daughter to be so cute. Han's son introduced them to Bauer. I will take Bauer through Sky Road and lead her up the road to the sky. We will talk later. After that, Han's son took Bauer to the giant gourd vine. Bauer observed the gourds with profound curiosity. When Han's son picked her up and began walking across the gourd vine, the gourds began to shake like bells in a storm. Han-sun was shocked. He remembered when he first came there. The gourds were afraid of him. It was the same thing happening now, but it was even crazier. The gourds were shaking like mad. Now Han-sun knew why the gourds would have this reaction when he walked across the vine. It wasn't because he was special. It was because he was associated with Bauer. That was why the gourds reacted to him. Does Bauer have something to do with this gourd vine? Han-sun's face looked strange, as he didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Chapter 2084 10,000 gourds moving together. Han-sun hesitated, wondering if he should keep going. The gourds were having a very strong reaction, and he was afraid something might happen. But since he was already out on the vine, going back didn't seem like a good idea. He had to press on with Bauer. The movement of the gourd vines was shocking all of Sky Palace. The Sky Palace leader, who was in the middle of practice, opened his eyes. The nobles and the elders watched the shaking gourd vine via their own means. Even the dream beast woke up from his slumber to look at Bauer, who was being carried on Han-sun's chest. In the tower of a jade city, a green-clothed man stood alone. He watched the gourd vine and looked surprised. The Sky Palace gourd vine was a deified plant. Even if a deified elite came, it wouldn't have that reaction unless the elite was a hostile. But now it was having such a drastic reaction to Han-sun and his child. Something like this had never occurred before. What is this? What's happening to the gourd vine? Yun-sui asked with confusion. No one could answer her question though. So, Yun-sui continued to watch in shock as Han-sun and his daughter crossed the madly shaking gourd vine. Suddenly, a gourd that was as big as a stove began to shine. A sword light came out of the gourd and went straight for Bauer, who was in Han-sun's arms. Han-sun was thrilled. This was not like the first time, where he had no clue about anything that was going on. He knew the gourd had approved of her, and it had given her a holy gourd sword heir to practice swords with. When Han-sun had walked across it the first time, the gourd shook, but they did not give him anything. A lady with a black mask, next to Sky Palace leader, said in surprise, "It seems as if Han-sun's daughter is a natural. She has managed to trigger the holy gourd sword heir. She really has the talent. This is most fortuitous for the prestige of Sky Palace." The Sky Palace leader nodded, but he did not say anything. He felt as if the gourd had moved too much, and that was nothing normal. The elders stared with stunned expressions. It is no wonder she is Han-sun's daughter. She can trigger the holy gourd sword heir. She will achieve many great feats with a sword. Han is strong, and he has a daughter that can trigger the holy gourd sword heir. The leader will consider him even more important now. But it is a shame that her genes are not stable, just like Han-sun's. Her core genes are similar to his own. It will be difficult for her to practice. I don't know if she will ever become deified, but being a king would be amazing enough. That's a rare feat. While everyone discussed this, the holy gourd sword heir touched down on Bauer's forehead. It surrounded Bauer, making her glow with a holy sword heir. Then another gourd lit up. A holy gourd knife heir was coming straight at Bauer. Look, another gourd has been triggered. This time it is a knife heir. She is talented with knives too? The black-masked woman asked in utter disbelief. It was rare to trigger two gourds with different holy heirs, which meant Bauer had great talent with knives and swords. She could learn with those much faster than an ordinary creature. Han-sun is a knife and sword master, and it seems his daughter is just as proficient. Genes are very important. It is a shame that Han-sun is not a genuine student of ours. These two could earn a lot of glory for us. They are not our family, but the connection between the leader and knife queen make it close enough. Han-sun's daughter has no master, and Han-sun has only been a member for a short while. Can his daughter still enter Sky Palace? Yeah, but the leader took Lone Bamboo as a student. He cannot take on any more. I don't know who her master will end up being. With this talent, no elder would reject the prospect of accepting her as a student. Not bad. Not bad. This child is talented. She has talent with swords and knives. She will become very strong in the future. A king with a white beard laughed. Another king nodded. This girl is good, but her talent is different from my own powers. If we were more compatible, I would take her as my student. An elder laughed and said, "It is a shame she is not of the sky. Otherwise, I would take her as a student. She may be talented, but she is still a crystallizer. Her genes are unstable. For her, gaining strength will require far more effort than usual. As everyone discussed all this, the gourd vine shone again. A gourd spat out even more holy air. That holy air had lightning in it. When it reached Bauer, it was like she was getting thunderstruck. The observers were frozen upon seeing this. They spoke to themselves, saying, "She has talent with thunder too? How powerful is she?" Before they could wrap their minds around what they were seeing, more lights came out of the gourd vine. Whenever Han's son and Bauer moved, all the gourds spat out holy air at Bauer's forehead. There was gold, wood, water, fire, earth, knife, sword, lance, spear, trident, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, sun, moon, and galaxy. All those holy airs swirled around the pair on the vine, masking the entire path in a holy aura. The gourds were shining so bright, they lit up the entirety of Sky Palace. The holy airs hovered around Bauer, waiting for their chance to land on her. Frozen. Everyone was frozen. The elders, the leader, and Dream Beast stood as still as statues. The whole of Sky Palace was silent and unmoving. Ever since Sky Palace was established, many geniuses had walked the Sky Road. There were some deified ones, but even those only acquired holy airs from a couple of gourds. When ordinary geniuses went past, they'd be extremely lucky just to receive one. But now, all those holy gourd airs were queuing up to give Bauer what they had. They were like dumplings being thrown at Bauer's forehead. Bauer's body was full of holy air. She was like a fog, but becoming solid. "Am I dreaming?" one of the kings mumbled. He watched the holy airs twirl around Bauer like a tornado. He couldn't close his mouth. Chapter 2085. Shocking. Sky Palace. Mini Sky had gathered around a circle of elders and king-class elites. Sixth elder, do not try to steal the new student this time. You took Fong Weinan's last time. I get first pick of any good prospective students. I want this little girl, the fourth elder said, seeing the sixth elder approach. It all depends on who is the most suitable to be her teacher. In Sky Palace, I am certainly the most talented. If this genius falls to another, it would be a grand waste. So, I do not mind working extra hard. I won't be wasting another genius. The sixth seat elder coughed. You are shameless. The fourth elder sounded angry. Stop arguing. The leader is here. Let us see what he has to say about who gets care of the child. Another elder suggested. Leader, tell us who should accept the child. When we last had our meeting, you said it clearly. The fourth elder was quick to complain to the elder. Sky Palace leader coughed and said, I don't know much about her yet. Why don't I look after her, see where her true talents lie, and then come to a decision? The elders were shocked. They thought the leader was being obscene. He obviously wanted to take Bauer as well. Leader, this is not appropriate. You said Lone Bamboo was to be your only student, and you wouldn't take any more. The fourth seat elder gritted his teeth. The other elders followed. Yeah, you have your only student. How can you take on more students? You will be breaking your own laws. Have you no care for the rule of law? They knew that if the Sky Palace leader took the girl, none of them would have a chance. So they had to nip this plan in the bud. I cannot take a student, but my student does not have a student. The Sky Palace leader smiled. Your student is only a marquise. He cannot take a shit. The fourth elder swore furiously. The other elders were thinking that the leader was far too greedy. He wanted to use Lone Bamboo to take her for himself by proxy. He would still become her teacher, as she would be his grand student. The discussion quickly became a heated argument, but no one there relented. The holy gourd was a deified plant, and people had to be really talented to earn its approval. Since Bauer could make 10,000 gourds move, she'd be great in whatever she practiced. If she wasn't lazy, there was a high chance of her becoming the second Lone Bamboo. She could very well exceed him. Interesting. Yu Shanshin was standing atop a Jade City's tower. As he stared at Bauer, near the gourds he squinted. Dream Beast stood up too. He looked at Bauer with profound shock. Han's son held Bauer as he continued to walk forward. His hands were shaking. It felt as if the event had become too much. All the gourds had given Bauer some holy gourd airs. Han's son did not know what to do, now that this had shocked the entirety of Sky Palace. He tried to think of how he could explain it to others. Fortunately, Bauer's genes were the same as Han Sen's. Simply telling them she was his daughter seemed like a safe enough answer. But Bauer was so famous now, he didn't think he'd ever be able to live his life with a low profile. Damn. What the hell is wrong with the gourd? Did that plant lose its mind? Fuck. Han Sen's geno arts are already strong. But his child is too? This is ridiculous. I wonder if Han Sen still wants his woman. I'd like to make a daughter like that with him. I would even pay for it. As long as he gets me pregnant. You can keep dreaming. His daughter is so talented that her mother must be the same. Maybe you'll end up with a gourd if you make a baby with him. It's scary. All the gourds gave out air. What element does she have? She must be a mythical being, with ties to all elements. She can practice whatever she wants to. I don't understand. Crystallizers are ordinary. So how can one of them bear a daughter such as that? Mountain, river, galaxy, Sunday moon. All elements were showing up, landing on Bauer's forehead. They made her body's holy air stronger. The holy gourd air wouldn't make you strong, but it could strengthen your talents. After having holy gourd sword air, your sword talents would increase. Thousand Feather Crane had received one, so his sword talent was greater than most of Sky Palace's students. Now that the gourd air kept going after Bauer, Bauer had no clue what was going on. The others did though, and they knew how scary this entire thing was. There were too many holy gourd airs, and Han Sen had to stop on the vine. He had to wait for each holy gourd air to land. He worried about whether or not Bauer could handle so many gourd airs, but she seemed to be fine. She was even smiling, which relieved Han Sen greatly. All those airs kept going into Bauer's body, and when they did, the gourd started to shine. Han Sen had to stand on the gourd vine for 4 hours, waiting for all the gourd airs to be dispensed into Bauer's body. She was surrounded by a holy aura now, and she looked almost like a fairy. Han Sen thought if Bauer was to fart right now, it'd be a holy air. Why is it that when I walked, those gourds didn't give me a single gourd air? Han Sen felt depressed about this factor, but he was still very excited. After all the gourds had given out their holy air, they all returned to looking normal. Han Sen held Bauer and readied himself to leave and get off the sky road. But just as he did, Bauer tugged Han Sen's clothing and jumped down. She patted the gourd vine, and with her childish voice said, "Gourd, have you seen my father here? We should share good stuff. Please give my father a gift too." Sky Palace leader and the elders thought that was funny. She was lucky to receive as much as she had. But now she was asking for more to be given to Han Senator, although it was impossible. The thoughtfulness of the girl was admirable. But the next second, everyone's eyes opened wide. The gourds had stopped shining, but they brightened up again after hearing her. Chapter 2086 10,000 gourds move again. Mountain, river, Sunday moon, knife, axe, sword, spear. The holy air came out again. All headed towards Han Senator, they entered through his forehead, one after another. "Good Bauer. I raised you well after all." Han Sen was so happy, he wanted to pick her up and kiss her cheeks. One holy air headed for Han Sen was like the mountain of a god. Han Sen felt the power of a mountain go inside him. Han Sen felt as if he himself had become the god mountain. The strength, vitality, and power of a mountain were inside him. He now understood what a mountain truly was. A river came next, and Han Sen became a river in accordance. The swell of the river, and the infinite reach of its waters came into Han Sen's heart. At that moment, Han Sen was the river, and the river was Han Senator galaxy and snow. All these strange things landed atop Han Senator. He understood everything at a greater level than he had before. A myriad of experiences flowed into Han Senator. His world was a fish. It was a tiger. It was a bug. It was a dragon. His world had been turned upside down, and he saw the world from a different point of view. It was something that he should not have understood. These weren't just feelings. The holy air cleaned his body. He could understand other things more. Now Han Sen knew why. After the holy gourd sword air, the sword skills would increase. After learning the essence of the sword, with the body cleansed, the sword skill talents would increase. 10,000 gourd holy airs were coming. To someone like Han Sen, who already knew everything, it was a magnificent boon. Holy gourd airs did not increase one's level or power, but the benefits they gave weren't something you could get by leveling up, anyway. How? The Sky Palace leader and all the elders were stunned again. Even the deified ones could not find the means to shut their mouths. Damn. The holy vine's holy airs can be requested? I thought nothing could influence whether or not they were bestowed on someone. What is going on now? Is everything I have come to know a lie? The gourd doesn't need to approve of who it gives its holy airs to? Fuck. I thought the holy gourd air was something noble. It turns out to be something quite cheap. Fuck you. This favoritism is too much. Han Sen's daughter can get holy air, and then ask the same to be given to her father? This has to be a joke. Does walking Sky Road require social connections now? Making a good baby is better than living well, it would seem. Make a good daughter, and you can have everything. There is no need for the Sky Road anymore. It sucks. The elders were silent. They could not understand why the vine would accept Baoer's request. It was unbelievable. Not even the deified elites could get a holy air without the vine's approval. Baoer had casually spoken her wish, but the vine released plenty of holy airs from its gourds. It made all the elders wonder about the meaning of their existence. Perhaps the gourd had been gathering up its holy airs for millions of years, and now it was randomly spewing them out to the lucky. But deep down they knew that wasn't true. Many people had walked across Sky Road, and only a very few ever gained the approval of the gourds. I want this student. Whoever fights me on this will no longer be my friend. The fourth elder sounded angry. What do you mean? This girl is my student. We look so similar, after all. The elders started to argue amongst themselves again. That was a sleepless night for the sky. 2 people had received 10,000 holy airs in one day. The most unbelievable thing was that one set had been given upon request. After that day, many Sky Palace students rewalked the Sky Road. They hoped a miracle would occur for them, but nothing ever did. There was no reaction from the gourds, even if they walked across it a few times. They never got approved. Some students begged it, hoping to touch the holy vine and have it give them its holy airs. They burned so many sacrifices, and they kowtowed until their foreheads were bloody. But no matter what they tried, the gourd vine was unmoved. Now people knew that begging for holy air depended on who you were. Not just anyone could do that. After that, Baoer was bestowed the title of Little Fairy. She didn't look like Han Sen's daughter, and she looked more like a fairy, due to her having 10,000 gourd holy airs. Han Sen also experienced the winds of 10,000 gourd airs, and when all was done, he felt amazing. When he looked at things he saw them a whole different way now. 4 hours later, all the holy airs had successfully blended into Han Sen's body. The gourds looked exhausted when they were finished. Thanks, Han Sen said to the gourds. Then he picked up Baoer and walked to the main island. The road to the sky did nothing to Baoer. Nothing strange happened there. Han Sen held Baoer and carried her into Sky Palace safely. The students of Sky Palace looked at Han Sen as if he was a stranger. It was as if they thought he was a monster that had escaped from the zoo. Before Han Sen had a chance to go to the leader and elders with Baoer himself, they came running towards him. Han Sen, I am going to take your daughter as a student. You may have whatever you wish. No, she is my student. Han Sen, I have so many weapons you can choose from. You can take any you wish, if you allow your daughter to be a student of mine. What is the point of giving out so many weapons? Come to my Medicine King Island. All the medicines and genofluids there are now yours. Enough. Look at what you people have become. Do any of you still respect me? Act like the elders you are. The Sky Palace leader roared, slamming his fist into the table. All the elders looked ashamed of themselves. The leader walked in front of Han Sr. Han Sen, you know Lone Bamboo. You know how strong he is. If you allow Baoer to become his student, with my teachings as well, she can become something great. Obscene. The elders became even angrier. They started to fight again. Chapter 2087. The differences between people. The elders shouted at each other, fists clenched and blood vessels pulsing. It looked like the fight was about to get physical. When Baoer received the 10,000 holy airs, their behavior left them with little dignity. But when Baoer asked for Han Sen's bounty of holy air, Even their pride abandoned them. Reputation wasn't worth much. And those old monsters had lived for so long that they didn't care about saving face anymore. Material wealth and power were all that mattered to them. To all the elders and leaders, you all have students, sons, and daughters. I have nothing. You guys are really going to fight with me over a student? Asked a voice from outside the palace. It was Yu Shanshin, and his dog Old Wang approaching. The man smiled. His approach silenced the elders for a moment. Yu Shanshin was half deified, and it had been a long time since his murder spree. But thinking about those days still scared them. There were a few elders there that only earned their position because Yu Shanshin had killed the elders before them. Yu Shanshin, your Geno art is too rare. It is not suitable for Bauer. I remember there is a jade-looking sky that recently had a baby. That one might be right up your alley. Yes, that jade baby suits you. Shanshin, this girl has so much talent. It'd be a waste for you to teach her. That jade-looking girl is far more suitable. The elders kept on talking, making polite suggestions. They did not want to offend Yu Shanshin. But they did not want to give up the prospect of teaching Bauer either. Yu Shanshin smiled and opened his mouth to say something. But then his expression changed. It wasn't just Yu Shanshin either. The faces of the Sky Palace leader and all the elders changed. The air warped sinuously, and a snow-white unicorn beast appeared. Its name was Dream Beast. She is mine. Do you guys have a problem with that? Dream Beast came next to Bauer, blinking at her. Then he looked at the elders. Dream, you and she look way too different. She can't practice your powers. I'm just here to inform you. I'm not asking for your opinions. If you don't like it, you can try to endure 10,000 nightmares. Dream Beast ignored their pleas, and then he turned to face Han Sr. Follow me. Han's son had been with Dream Beast for a few months, and he knew full well what the creature was like. He thought if Bauer was to follow him, she'd be tortured. Thinking of Bauer having to dive into the lake in search of gemstones made him feel sick. But before Han's son could make a decision, Bauer smiled and leaped onto Dream Beast's back. Everyone was shocked. He was a dream beast, not a horse. A king had called him an old horse once upon a time, and Dream Beast had put nightmares upon him in return. That king had yet to wake up. The maids said the king was crying and crying every day in bed. They couldn't imagine what torturous dreams he was enduring. But Dream Beast seemed fine with Bauer riding him. He took Bauer and left Sky Palace, headed straight for Dream Island. Hansen followed. Even though he did not want to return to Dream Island, Bauer was already on her way. He needed to know what Dream Beast was going to do with Bauer. Leader, how can he do such a thing? You should fix this. When the elders snapped out of their daze and realized what had just occurred, they immediately started complaining to the Sky Palace leader. But even so, no one stopped Dream Beast from taking Bauer. Old Shanshin left with Old Wang. A black and white swallow flew around him. The Sky Palace leader's shoulders slumped. If any of you can get Bauer back from him, then you are given the right to be her teacher. I cannot do anything about it. The elders looked at each other, wondering who the fuck would dare try to take her away from Dream Beast. Han's son chased after Dream Beast, but he couldn't catch up. Dream Beast took her into the clouds and disappeared. It was fortunate Han's son knew where Dream Island was though, and he set his course that way. He was worried about Bauer suffering under Dream Beast's tutelage. If she was just going to spend her days digging up gemstones, he was determined to take her back. He wouldn't let Bauer endure such suffering, especially at the hands of an outsider. This was Sky Palace. No matter how strong Dream Beast was, he couldn't take Bauer for a student if Han's son did not want her to be there with him. When Han's son reached Dream Island, he found Dream Beast and Bauer. But things weren't as Han's son had feared. Han's son thought Bauer would be forced to collect gemstones for Dream Beast, or that she'd at least endure rough treatment. But what Han's son saw was Dream Beast resting beneath the boughs of a tree. Bauer was next to him. There was a host of fruit in front of Bauer that Han's son had never seen before, save for one. The one Han's son had seen before was a fruit that looked like a grape. Isha had given it to him, and it spurred him on to evolve and become a noble. There was a whole bunch of them there for Bauer. There had to be at least a dozen of those grapes. Bauer picked them up by the stalk, and she started chomping on them one by one. It must be just an illusion. Those cannot be the real empty fruit. Han-sen thought to himself. When Bauer saw Han-sen approaching, she jumped into his arms and gave him one of the grapes. Dad, come and eat some fruit. The fruit Dreamy has given me is so tasty. Han-sen opened his mouth and ate it. When he bit into it, Han-sen wanted to cry. It really was an empty fruit. Dream Beast had given them to her like a snack. Fuck you. How come when I was here I was a slave? But Bauer is given a bunch of empty fruits for a snack. This is so not fucking fair. On the inside, Han-sen felt like crying. Dream Beast had not forced Bauer to stay there either. He said Bauer could come and go as she pleased. He also told her that if someone wished to bring harm to Bauer, all she had to do was give the name to Dream Beast. Since when was there such a big difference in treatment between two people? Han-sen felt as if he wished to be reborn again. They relaxed on Dream Island for a day, and then Han-sen took Bauer back to Jade Island with him. After resting, he brought Bauer to Rainbow Cloud Peak. Chapter 2088 Taking the Red Cloud. Where is that cocky red cloud? Han-sen brought Bauer to the peak and waited there for 3 hours, but he had yet to see it. Bauer was playing with a cloud beast that resembled a fat pig. Suddenly, a red mist appeared from the sea of clouds and headed their way. Before the red cloud reached the peak, it saw Han-sen. It recognized him too. It flew around in the sky, with contrails spelling out words. Idiot, you are back. Han-sen's eye twitched. He cast the Blood Pulse Sutra, and summoned both pairs of dragon wings. He flapped them, and flew off towards the red cloud. The red cloud moved quickly, and before Han-sen could swing his ghost teeth knife, the red cloud was already gone. It didn't fly far though. It flew like a bee, and it spelled words in its wake. Idiot, come and get me. Han-sen flapped his wings and chased the red cloud. Just when he caught up, the red cloud could speed up and re-establish a distance. The red cloud became a fist that flipped Han-sen the bird. Han-sen was not angered by this though. He actually smiled at it. And then the red cloud appeared to feel something. Suddenly it was truly trying to flee. Its red mist surged, but it didn't move. Instead it began falling slowly out of the sky. Bauer was on the peak, holding up a gold gourd toward the red cloud. An invisible vortex of great power was pulling the cloud down towards it. The red cloud kept firing red mist like a rocket, but no matter how much power it used, it was still drifting toward Bauer's gourd. The creature could not escape the slipstream taking it in. Han-sen was shocked. A normal marquise would struggle and resist a little before getting absorbed. But that thing was playing tug-of-war with the gourd. It would drift closer and closer to the gourd for some time, but then it would unleash a burst of speed and escape it a bit. This guy is really different. Han-sen really liked it. The red cloud could not attack, but its speed would make for an exceptional mount. The red cloud fought this power for 10 minutes, but it was eventually sucked into the gourd. Bauer felt relieved, and she wiped the sweat from her brow. Even she had used up quite a bit of power. Han-sen expected the gourd to be up to the task though. The xenogenic genes he had brought back to the sanctuary were marquise, and Bauer had eaten a lot of them. He had not collected higher xenogenic genes though, so the highest Bauer could have become was a marquise anyway. Bauer, don't digest it. Save it for your dad, who wants it as a mount, Han-sen said to Bauer. I understand. Bauer nodded. Then she patted the top of the gourd. After that, a red cloud came out of it. Will you obey me? Han-sen asked the red cloud. The red cloud didn't want to, as it quickly tried to escape. But the gourd was prepared, and a powerful force of suction dragged it right back into the gourd. Within a second flat, the cloud was back inside the gourd. After doing this a few times, the red cloud looked exhausted. When it was released the last time, it simply laid down and did not move. Han-sen picked up Bauer, jumped atop the red cloud, and shouted at it. Move. Take us for a tour around Rainbow Cloud Peak. The red cloud submitted to its fate, and took Han-sen and Bauer for a journey through the sky. Han-sen thought the red cloud had been tamed, but when they were mid-flight, the beast took another shot at escaping. But again, Bauer was able to pat the gourd and suck the beast back in. Han-sen knew that the red cloud was a very wild thing. He didn't let Bauer release it anymore. He was planning to keep it locked up for a while until its wildness subsided somewhat. With the red cloud secured though, Han-sen went back to Jade Island with Bauer all merrily. Wherever they went, the Sky Palace students said hello. Bao was even more popular than Han Sun, and she definitely had to be the most popular person in all of Sky Palace. Wherever she went, she was given gifts by students and elders alike. The women really wanted to take her. Due to Dream Beast now protecting Bao, though, the elders of Sky Palace, and the leader, made no attempt to steal Bao for themselves. Instead, they just moped about Bao not being their student as they wanted her to be. Han Sun did not know why Dream Beast wished to help Bao, but Han Sun noticed that Bao was very friendly to creatures such as it. In the past, Bao had used her bottle to feed the red pony. That was how they realized it was a super creature called Nightmare. After it went to the Alliance, it stayed in Han Sun's house with Bao. Han Sun practiced Geno arts every day. He absorbed Jade Fairy spirits in the second tower of the White Jade building when he could, and his jade skin leveled up quickly. So too did his Dongxian Sutra. It was only the story of genes that had somewhat stalled. There weren't any changes. It seems as if the story of genes still requires many resources to level up. Han Sun thought regretfully. He had to level up Jade Skin first, though, and use Jade Spirits on his The Story of Genes. Every time Han Sun went to the White Jade building, he'd absorb Jade Fairy spirits. After a while, he realized Jade Skin was developing a strange sort of power. I wonder, if Jade Skin reaches Marquise, will I be able to wield cold powers? Han Sun hoped to get Jade Skin's cold powers. He'd have especially liked to wield ice. That would come in very useful for him. Brother Han, how are you? Yu Jing rode his green dragon to Jade Island. He had been doing well for himself, and he looked even richer these days. Not bad. It looks like you're doing great too. Han Sun looked at Yu Jing while he spoke. Yu Jing smiled and said, I earned some more money, but now I have an even bigger money-making opportunity ahead. Would you like to help me with it? What is it? Han Sun asked. In 1 year, it will be the day that the Geno Being Scroll appears. Are you planning to compete? Yu Jing looked at Han Sun with excitement. Chapter 2089 Suppress Evil Technique. Han Sun did not know what a Geno Being Scroll was. After Han Sun asked Yu Jing, he learned that it was a treasure from the Geno Hall. It appeared in the Geno Hall once a century, and any race could compete for it. They could test themselves inside. Geno Being Scrolls would place the names of the top 10,000 on it, individually organized from best to worst. The entire Geno universe would be able to see the names sorted on the Being Scrolls. If I leave my name on this thing, what benefit is there? Han Sun asked Yu Jing. Fame throughout the entire Geno universe. Everyone will see your name and your race. Won't that be a benefit? With your power, you're guaranteed to hit the top out of earls and marquises. If you are in the top 10, you'll be so famous. Yu Jing did not know if Han Sun was an earl or marquise, and that's why he worded things the way he did. Not interested, Han Sun said flatly. He would gain nothing by participating, and fame was the last thing he wanted. Do not turn me down quite so soon, Brother Han. There is still a year until the event, so perhaps you will change your mind by then. Yu Jing didn't keep trying to convince him, but he moved on to ask, Brother Han, when are you going to do a lecture on Geno arts? Many students are waiting. Can you tell me what you're going to say when you do one? What would you like to hear? Han Sun had already planned to complete his yearly teaching requirement while he was free. He could spare 10 days right now, so he might as well get it done. The only problem was that Han Sun didn't know what he should lecture on. He couldn't just teach under the sky to the public, either. Sky Palace had people that studied all types of Geno arts. Whatever Han Sun spoke about, there were bound to be some students that had no interest in what he'd discuss. And the Sky Palace students would never have seen anything like his sanctuary-based Geno arts. Trying to teach those would be pointless. If you can, I would like you to talk about the 33 Days Sutra. But that is of course the base Geno art of all Sky. I doubt you have learned it, Yu Jing said. Yeah, I really haven't, Han Sun said with a wry smile. Yu Jing thought, and then his eyes lit up. Okay, if you can, are you able to talk about Suppress Evil? Suppress Evil? Han Sun had never heard that name before. He came to Sky Palace for the White Jade Jing and his own Geno arts. He didn't bother learning anything else. He only knew about a few of the famous ones, like Textless Book and Phenomenon. Suppress evil is a famous Geno art. It is regarded as quite the skill here in Sky Palace. Everyone can learn suppress evil too. Unlike textless book, that only a handful of students can learn, Yu Jing said. Everyone can practice that skill. That is too much. Han Sen knew that anything that freely available would be lame. The best skills were usually something only a select few could learn. Skills that were too generally used, even if they were great, would only become worse over time. Yu Jing said, suppress evil is a secret skill of the palace. All Sky can learn it, but outsiders are required to prove themselves before studying it. The technique is strong, but it is very difficult to learn. There are 11 tiers to it as well. An ordinary student is doing well if they can reach the 3rd or 4th tier. And I myself, who focused on it for many years, only managed to reach the 5th tier. I don't know when I'll hit the 6th. I would appreciate it if you could talk about this. I'm sure much of Sky Palace would appreciate it. Let me think about it. What is the suppress evil skill, anyway? Han Sen asked quietly. Han Sen still had permission to go to the holy house. If suppress evil suited him, he supposed he could learn it. Yu Jing quickly explained the skill to Han Sen, hoping to spark his interest. After Han Sen heard what it was, he chuckled. If I start learning it now, I don't know when I'll be ready to hit the stage. This Geno art is too complicated, and it is unlikely I'll be able to learn it in a single day. Suppress evil was complicated, and he couldn't just learn it on a whim. Out of all the elites in Sky Palace, the only one who had fulfilled all 11 tiers was the Sky Palace leader himself. Well, the only person that was still alive at least. Yu Jing said suppress evil had a textbook of 30 million words. It would take a long time to read it, and even longer to practice. Spending one whole year getting to the 1st tier was considered the average. It'd take him a few years, if he was to make a speech about it. That is what I was expecting. Suppress evil is indeed too difficult. I have no teacher, and it is too hard to learn. Yu Jing had a wry smile. After Yu Jing was gone, Han Sen decided to go to the holy house. He used the last opportunity. He had to nab a copy of Suppress Evil. Any of the Sky could learn it, but if an outsider wanted to, they would have to commit to doing a good deed. Han Sen didn't get this Geno art, so he could lecture on it though. He developed a personal interest in the skill, after hearing what Yu Jing had to say. Suppress Evil did not deal damage. Its power was focused on suppression. It was a rare seal Geno art. The turtle technique, which Han Sen had created, was also a seal Geno art, and that had proven useful. After finishing turtle, Han Sen had found himself pining for another seal Geno art. Up until now, he had yet to find one. That skill could be used from a baron to a deified elite. When your own body became stronger, the technique became better too. It was very effective when you were deified, and so it was hard to find a skill like that. The skill was split into a book for each tier, and most people could only take one at a time. This rule was intended to prohibit leaks. Fortunately, Han Sen was given permission to take all 11 of them by the Sky Palace leader. After returning to his island, he started reading through the content thoroughly. It took him a few days to read it all, and it was lucky Han Sen had a good memory. If he forgot what came first, it'd all have been for nothing. This is a powerful Geno art. After Han Sen read it, he found himself starting to like it a whole lot more. Chapter 2090 Night Ghost Night Ring 12th Street, capital city of Planet Night Ghost. Planet Night Ghost was a planet belonging to Sky Palace. The planet was mostly populated by the night ghosts, however. They weren't a higher race, but they sure enjoyed fighting. They were only active at night, and if it weren't for being nocturnal, they'd have likely left Planet Night Ghost and become a higher race. Their race could not stand the light, and because of this, they were practically stuck on Planet Night Ghost. Under the protection of Sky Palace, however, they were well off. Over the past few months, strange things have begun to happen on Planet Night Ghost. Many night ghosts have been killed, but the perpetrator of the murders was still at large. The entire planet had been scoured to find the murderer, but it was all to no avail. In a certain castle in Night Ring 12th Street, the leader of the night ghosts, Sleepless Duke, was having a meeting with two young men. One of the men looked cold, whereas the other was smiling. He was holding a sweet-looking 5-year-old girl. Those two young men were Lone Bamboo and Han Senator. They were here to investigate the strange deaths. It was a part of their training. Han's son hadn't wanted to come, but he was ordered there by the elders. He couldn't refuse the command, and so he had to go there with Lone Bamboo. Han's son was looking at the female night ghost leader, Sleepless Duke. She had a sexy body, highlighted with tight leather clothing. It revealed her curves as if she was wearing nothing at all. It wasn't long until Han's son realized the truth. She really wasn't wearing anything. The tight leather clothing wasn't clothes, it was her skin. She had short black hair and eyes. She had black wings like those of a bat. And she had a tail that was like a black whip. It made her look very sexy. She was 2 meters tall. A little taller than Han's Senator. She looked very strong. Mr. Lone Bamboo, please find the murderer for us. If this continues, all the night ghosts will be slain, Sleepless Duke growled, anger coloring her voice. Sky Palace was very secretive, and not even the night ghosts knew who Han's son and Bauer were. They had only heard his name before, but his accomplishments were unknown to them. The night ghosts themselves were quite secretive as well. Are there bodies? Lone Bamboo asked impassively. Sleepless Duke shook her head. When the victims die, they swiftly degrade into black water. It leaves little in the way of clues to examine. Give me a night ghost that has died recently, Lone Bamboo said. It has been prepared already. The information is here for you. Sleepless Duke pointed to a document on the table while she spoke. Brother Lone Bamboo, you can handle this. I will go stretch my legs with Bauer. Han's son waved at Lone Bamboo, and then he went outside for a walk. Sir, why don't I send a guard to accompany you? Sleepless Duke did not know Han's son, but she still stood up and made him the offer. It's okay. I'll be all right walking around Night Ring 12th Street. Han's son walked straight out of the Duke Manor with Bauer without waiting for a reply. Planet Night Ghost had no sun, so the entire planet was very cold as a result. But there was no water, either, so there was no ice on the planet's surface. The only things Han's son could see were castles built from dull gray rock. The night ghosts were a very hardy race. They did not need food or water, and they could gain energy from the dark. It worked to charge them. They were not afraid of high temperatures or low temperatures, and neither did they require oxygen. The only thing they were afraid of was the light. It blurred their vision, and if it was intense enough, it would permanently blind them. Aside from that, it wasn't too bad though. All the night ghosts were xenogeneics, and they were BOM as barons. Their blood was very good, and many high races weren't as powerful as they were. They were limited by their obvious Achilles heel, and their lack of resources. Their strongest member was just a duke too. There wasn't a single king amongst them. The whole planet was dark. Only the starlight flowed across the castles, casting faint shadows across the ground. As he walked, Han's son got the sense that there were monsters lurking in the dark. Night ghosts were good at killing in the dark, but over the past few months, 20 of them had been murdered. Most of the victims were marquises. The night ghosts had employed many advanced technologies to search for the potential killer, but they had been unable to find a trace. 2 days ago, when another marquise died, he was attending Sleepless Duke's own dinner party. Most of the night ghost elites were there that day, but that marquise had been silently slain on the balcony. No one there, including Sleepless Duke, had a clue how he had been killed. The night ghosts discovered his body on the balcony, but not before he was already dissolving into black water. His identity was confirmed by the clothing he had been wearing. Han's son was in Night Ring 12th Street. His Dongxian aura was turned on, and so everything was in his mind's eye. He could see many night ghosts staring at him from the dark corners. They looked cold, and they looked at him with disdain. That did not mean they were hostile, however. That was just how they were. They did not like outsiders, and they particularly didn't like talking to them. Other races had occupied this planet thousands of years ago, but the night ghosts had killed them off. The only ones they obeyed were the sky, who had once defeated them. Han's son looked as if he belonged to the sky, but his sense did not. The night ghosts could smell that Han's son was not an actual sky. On a dark street, an extremely curvy night ghost woman blocked Han's son's path. Sky Palace sent you here? Yeah. Han's son nodded. Why are you not a sky yourself? Matters like these are usually resolved by true sky. The female night ghost frowned. Han Sun shrugged. A real student of Sky Palace is in the Duke's manor right now. He is a pure sky. I'm just his assistant. I see. The female night ghost felt relieved. Learning that a sky had come seemed to reassure her that their problems would soon be resolved. What's your name? Han Sun asked her. Li Duo, the female night ghost said. I need to investigate on behalf of the Sky Brother. Can you show me around? Han Sun smiled. Where would you like to go? Li Duo asked. Perhaps it was because Han Sun had mentioned his ties to the sky, but she didn't look as if she was going to refuse to guide him. Take me to where the night ghosts were murdered, Han Sun said. Chapter 2091 Han Sun followed Li Duo through Night Ring 12th Street. They checked out a few places, with many of them being murder scenes. Han Sun used his Dongxian aura to scan each area for details. The strangest thing was that the only traces Han Sun picked up had been left by night ghosts. He couldn't see any sign of there being any other creatures around. Strange. Normally, any creature that passes through would leave behind a substance to trace. There cannot be nothing, unless the murderer can control its physical form to the molecular level. This suggests the murderer might very well be a night ghost. There is no evidence of any other being around here, after all, Han Sun thought. Did you find anything? Li Duo couldn't help but ask. She had already taken Han Sun to several locations. No. Han Sun shook his head. I told you that we need the sky to sort this out. We'll need your sky people to come and check out these crime scenes, Li Duo said. He is on his way. I'm just trying to do some of my own investigating. Take me someplace else, so I can report to Brother Sky, Han Sun said seriously. Hearing that, Li Duo led Han Sun to another crime scene. Are there any other intelligent creatures around this planet? Han Sun asked as they walked. The universe was comprised of a variety of races. It was rare to see one race govern more than their own small area. Han Sun had been in Night Ring 12th Street for a while now, and all he had seen living there were night ghosts. The environment of this planet is special. Most races couldn't fathom living here, Li Duo said. There aren't any other races living in Night Ring 12th Street? Han Sun asked. Li Duo thought and then said, there are a few on the planet, but they aren't in Night Ring 12th Street. Oh, what does that mean? Han Sun looked confused. Li Duo hesitated for a moment, but then said, night ghosts love eating meat, but there aren't many creatures on planet Night Ghost. So, the meat is imported from another planet. Over the last century, we have been cooperating with the Taurus. They have a base not far outside of Night Ring 12th Street. If you want to find a foreigner, they would be it. I recall that the Taurus belonged to the demon. Why don't you buy food from Sky Palace anyway? Why rely on the Taurus? Han Sun asked after a moment. We have no choice. The food we require is special. Normal races cannot satisfy our needs, and the Taurus are the only ones who can supply what we need. The Sky Palace leader has approved our ties, Li Duo said. Where is their base now? Han Sun thought he'd have to go and take a look. The Taurus were dangerous, and they very well could have been the ones doing this. It cannot be them, Li Duo said immediately. Why? Han Sun was surprised by her certainty. We have a contract. They only live in their base, and they do not venture beyond it. And furthermore, there are cameras all around their base. If they left their zone, they would be discovered. If they entered Night Ring 12th, they'd be found out, because they look so different. After a while, Li Duo resumed talking. She said, the leader of that base is Marquis Khan. He is of the demon. He is a noble gentleman too. He wouldn't be the one doing this. It's okay. I am just going to go scope it out on behalf of my brother. It's so I can have answers for him if he asks me about them. Han Sun smiled while he spoke. He followed Li Duo out of Night Ring 12th Street. They were going to the Taurus base. Han Sun was thinking, the demon are the leaders of the Taurus. I guess it isn't too strange for a demon to be here. But still, the demon might have motive. Is it just a coincidence? When they reached the Taurus base, he realized that it was actually like a space station. The interior was wholly sealed. It looks like they can't cope with the environment here. They needed to create a place that was suitable for them to live. Otherwise, they could not stay here for very long. After Han Sun entered, he felt that it was a far more comfortable environment for a human as well. Miss Li Duo, why are you here? Two Taurus guards smiled. It looked as if she was well known around there. Han Sun was not surprised. He hadn't thought that an ordinary night ghost would try to prohibit his passage. She must have been sent by Sleepless Duke, but her exact identity was still unknown to him. But through their conversation, Han Sun had quickly realized that Li Duo was Sleepless Duke's daughter. Miss Li Duo. Han Sun and Li Duo led to a meeting room, and shortly after, a demon wearing a black suit entered. He looked very refined, and he said hello to Li Duo. Li Duo stood up and said, Marquise Khan. I am sorry to bother you. Han Sun was checking out Marquise Khan. He was an attractive demon. His face was handsome and memorable. Something about him gave Han Sun the sense he was dangerous though. It was the same feeling Han Sun got when he encountered Sharon. A small Taurus base has a demon leader? This whole thing is getting interesting. Han Sun was sizing up Khan with interest. He had been focusing on practicing Geno arts lately, and he had only learned a little bit of suppress evil. He had only come here because he had been ordered to, but now Han Sun had an interest in the affair. He didn't think the mission was as bad as he initially believed it to be. Marquise Khan, this is an assistant of Sky Palace. He is merely here to look around. This is just a normal investigation. When Marquise Khan showed up, Li Duo could barely keep her eyes off him. Anyone could tell Li Duo liked him very much. I'm Khan. It is nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Khan looked at Han Sun and smiled. Then he extended his hand. You know him? Li Duo was surprised. She didn't say Han Sen's name, and she hadn't introduced him. If Khan knew his surname, then he was already familiar with Han Sr., Han Sun from Sky Palace. I'm afraid the whole world knows who he is, Marquise Khan said. Li Duo looked at Han Sun with confusion. Marquise Khan, can you answer a few questions? Han Sun shook his hand and smiled. Of course, but before that, I hope you can come take a look at something. Murders like those in your investigation have occurred here too, Khan said. Chapter 2092 The Secrets of Night Goes in the base. Han Sun was led to 2 puddles of black water. It was the same manner of death that the others had died. When Han Sun scanned the area, he could only detect traces of the Taurus and Khan. There were also some night ghost substances, but there was nothing beyond that. After checking all the cameras, they could not locate the murderer. Those 2 Taurus officers had died in their rooms. From the security feeds, no one else had been seen entering the rooms, and the locked doors showed no signs of forced entry, until they were broken down when rescuers had entered to search for the missing Taurus. There were no other creatures around. Nothing else had shown up. Just as with the other victims, there were no clues to be found. Han Sun was not a detective, and he planned on letting Lone Bamboo be the one to handle this matter. Before Han Sun took his leave, he turned back to Khan. Marquise Khan, may I ask why you are here? Khan's expression did not change, and he calmly said, because the night ghosts ordered something quite expensive. Because of that, I delivered the goods myself. I didn't expect things like this would transpire after my arrival. May I know what these expensive goods are? Han Sun asked. I am sorry, but we are committed to the privacy of our customers. If you would like to know what the items are, you will have to speak with Sleepless Duke, Khan said. Han Sun nodded, and he readied himself to leave. After walking 2 steps, he stepped back. Have those products been delivered? Yes, Khan affirmed. Thanks. Han Sun then left the Taurus base. Are you famous? Li Duo asked Han Sun as they walked back. Khan knew who Han Sun was, and he had been quite polite to him. It surprised her. The only other person who received such deference from Khan was Sleepless Duke herself, from what Li Duo could recall. But when Li Duo thought about the way Khan had treated Han Sun, it was more like Khan was simply wary of him. Not really. It's just because I killed a demon that they focus on me. They kind of hate me. Han Sun laughed. I see. Li Duo was surprised. Han Sun looked at Li Duo and randomly said, It looks like you're close with Khan. Li Duo blushed. Not very close. He and my mother conduct trade negotiations in Night Ring 12th Street, and he has beaten a few of our strongest warriors in an event. It's how I recognize him. What did your mother buy that required a Marquise demon to deliver it? Han-sun asked. I don't know. Li Duo shook her head. Han-sun asked a few other questions, then returned to the Duke Manor with Bauer to look for Lone Bamboo. When Han-sun tracked down Lone Bamboo's room, he found the man taking a nap. What did you find? Han-sun asked. There is a problem with Sleepless Duke, Lone Bamboo said with certainty, opening his eyes. What problem? Han-sun quickly asked. I do not know, but I can tell she is hiding something. With my power, I can't uncover whatever she is refusing to reveal, Lone Bamboo said coldly. Han-sun told Lone Bamboo what he had found, and Lone Bamboo sighed. As far as I can tell, night ghosts need sustenance to survive, but they only eat fresh food. They don't eat anything that has been dead for more than a day. The tourists bring them living stock. Because of the Sky Palace ruling, the living creatures need to be killed before reaching Night Ring 12th Street. Nothing alive can go there. Why does that matter? Han-sun said. Night ghost is a disturbing race that dines on flesh, but as for why they must eat goods that are alive, it's not as simple as filling their stomachs. They don't just eat meat. They consume something we don't quite understand. The best comparison we can make is that they eat the souls of their prey. Souls? Han-sun was surprised. So far, no one had proved souls actually existed. It's just a description. When night ghosts eat, they can absorb a mysterious substance. It boosts their levels, and especially the strength of their wills. There was a night ghost duke that had a will that was stronger than a king class, Lone Bamboo said. Han-sun was surprised and he said, even better than a king class? Was it deified or half-deified? It should have been a half-deified. Lone Bamboo continued to say, but evolving that way is like cheating. Their minds grow confused, and their own souls might merge with the consumed creatures. They go crazy and become filled with bloodlust. They can even kill their own families. So Sky Palace forbids them from eating creatures that are alive. You think Khan gave something alive to Sleepless Duke? Han-sun now understood his line of thinking. Lone Bamboo nodded and said, it's just a guess. Sky Palace keeps a keen eye on things here though. They check all creatures that are ferried to Night Ring 12th Street. Things have run smoothly for years, but maybe the guard slipped up, and now someone is taking advantage of things. Like you said, Khan's presence seems suspicious. What item delivery might require the supervision of a demon? This is all possible, but why would the demon agree to this? Do you think this is all connected to the murders on Planet Night Ghost? Han-sun asked quietly. I'm not sure, but we will have to ask her, Lone Bamboo said coldly. Will she admit to this? Even if she was involved, Han-sun didn't think it was likely that she'd just volunteer that information. She has no choice, Lone Bamboo replied calmly. Han-sun slumped his shoulders. He wasn't good at this sort of thing, so he was just going to follow Lone Bamboo's lead. Lone Bamboo wanted to find her right away, but the people of Duke Manor told him she was out. It took another 2 hours before they had the chance to see her again. Chapter 2093 Blueblood Crystallizer. Mr. Lone Bamboo, I've heard that you are in a rush to find me. What is the matter? Sleepless Duke asked Lone Bamboo. Khan delivered some special goods to you. I would like to know what they are. Lone Bamboo told her directly. Sleepless Duke sighed and said, I suppose there is no use hiding anything. The goods Khan gave me were a bunch of living creatures. Why would you do that? Lone Bamboo asked. You should both know that after we eat living creatures, our mental fortitude may develop problems, Sleepless Duke said tiredly. Eating them is indeed a very dangerous thing for us to do. Then why are you buying them? Han-sun asked. It is simple. If I don't eat living creatures, then I will never improve. We level up faster that way. Without eating living creatures, our gain of power is slow. I am a duke, and if I don't eat living creatures, I will not become a king. This is our goal, is it not? No matter how much treasure I am given, I will never level up. Eating living creatures is the only way to accomplish this. Sleepless Duke spoke with a mournful voice. Are you or one of the creatures responsible for the murders? Lone Bamboo frowned. One of the living ones escaped. I was afraid of Sky Palace finding out, and so I did not report it. Sleepless Duke gave a wry smile. I never thought things would come to this. I thought that since this was taking place on Planet Night Ghost, I could find the foe quickly and kill it. But I have failed to find it, and as a result, so many innocents have lost their lives. I cannot hide this any longer. What is the creature that escaped you? Han-sun asked Sleepless Duke. I do not know. Sleepless Duke shook her head. Han-sun's voice grew hard. How could you not know? You were the buyer. How can you not know what you were buying? Sleepless Duke's expression was bitter now. I needed high-level creatures. I couldn't go for something too big, as I would be found out. There weren't many that were suitable for purchase, so my requirements weren't strict. I asked for anything that was a duke. I checked the receipt, and one of them said it was a crystallizer. It did look like a crystallizer, but how could it be that powerful? Crystallizer? Han-sun frowned. He did not expect this would have something to do with a crystallizer. Sleepless Duke went on to say, a crystallizer cannot escape from its cage and kill so many night ghosts without leaving a trail. I think it must have been a race that merely looked like a crystallizer. I tried to confirm this with Khan, but he told me it was just a Duke crystallizer, and that he did not know anything further. Sleepless Duke started to say something more, then hesitated. Say it, Lone Bamboo commanded. Sleepless Duke hesitated again, but she went on to say, it is rare to see a crystallizer in the Geno universe. I don't know too much about them. I have searched for information about them after the murders began, but there is little to learn. One strange thing, however, is that crystallizer blood should be red. The crystallizer that was sent here, however, had blue blood. Blue blood? Han-sun jumped. Yes, blue blood. It was injured when it was sent here, and it was bleeding. It looked as if it had been badly damaged, and that was why I planned on eating it first. So, I removed the spell that had been put on him, and I locked him in a room. But when I was ready to eat, and went there to see him, he was gone. Nothing in the room was damaged or out of place. It was as if he had just vanished. Take us there, Han-sun said. The blue blood crystallizer sounded an awful lot like a Blood Legion member. They looked just like crystallizers, so anyone in the Geno universe would assume that's what they were. And furthermore, blue blood was exclusive to members of Blood Legion. Crystallizers and humans were supposed to have red blood. Sleepless Duke brought Han-sun and Lone Bamboo to the prison cell. Han-sun used his Dongxian aura, but he couldn't catch the trace of anyone other than Sleepless Duke. You really locked him in here? Han-sun looked at Sleepless Duke. An injured creature must have left a substance behind, and it would at least be dripping blood. Yes, he left some blood behind, but I cleaned it up. Sleepless Duke brought out a box and showed it to Han-sun and Lone Bamboo. Lone Bamboo, when seeing it, frowned. That is its blood. Han-sun's eyebrows rose. It was just a blue crystal in a box, and the crystal looked similar to Han-sun's own crystal blood. I feel strange, knowing that its blood turned to crystal. They are crystallizers, but they aren't supposed to have this ability. It's what has got me thinking that he isn't actually a crystallizer, Sleepless Duke said. Han-sun picked up the blue crystal from the box. He knew that it was indeed a blue blood crystal, and just like his own blood, it left no molecules behind for him to detect. That was why he could not find a trace. It looks like the person Khan sent was from Blood Legion, Han-sun guessed to himself. Gentlemen, what I have told you is the truth. If you want to punish someone, punish me. But this has nothing to do with my people. Please help them, and find the creature responsible. It cannot be allowed to kill more night ghosts, Sleepless Duke begged. You're coming with us to talk to Khan. We have to find out where he got that crystallizer Duke from. If we find out who he is, we will be able to take action, Han-sun said to Sleepless Duke. Okay, I will follow you. Sleepless Duke really was eager to cooperate. Han-sun went back to the tourist base, but when they reached it, the gate had already been smashed open. They ran in, and they found black water and scattered bits of armor all over the place. The armor belonged to the tourists. They ran in and soon noticed that not a single tourist had survived the assault. Pang! A noise echoed out of a nearby hallway. What is that place? Han-sun asked Sleepless Duke. That is their company's warehouse, Sleepless Duke said. The three ventured toward it. After a few turns, they did indeed reach a very large warehouse. Outside it, Khan was fighting a human-looking man. Chapter 2094 Night Ghost Battle. Please give me a hand taking down this asshole. He is the one that slew my workers and many night ghosts as well. Khan called out when he saw Han's son and the others coming. He looked joyous in relief. We have finally found it. Sleepless Duke shouted happily as she ran to join the fight. Please help us. Han's son and Lone Bamboo looked at each other, then moved forward to help. The man glowed blue as he fought. He looked injured, but he was still more than a match for Khan, who was a Marquise demon. The man was impressive. When the three of them joined Khan, the fight became a 4-on-1. That imbalance of power should have ended the fight immediately. But although they managed to suppress the man, they were unable to kill him. Han's son could confirm right away that the man was a member of Blood Legion. He was very much like God's retribution, and the presence he had was something only members of Blood Legion tended to carry. The man roared like a beast. His fist punched the knife out of Khan's hand. And then, another fist came to knock Sleepless Duke's claws away. He could fight two people at once. And that meant he was really strong. Khan used Sky Demon powers. And even so, the man was able to shrug off the attacks that came crashing against his body. Sleepless Duke was a Night Ghost Duke, but not even she was able to claim an advantage over that man. As the man used his fists to attack Khan and Sleepless Duke, Lone Bamboo's sword swept toward the man's chest. He shouldn't have been able to block Lone Bamboo's simple, albeit powerful attack. The man exploded with blue light though. He stumbled back a bit, losing his balance. It also meant he dodged Lone Bamboo's sword. But Han's son, who had silently moved behind the man, went at the man's throat with Ghost Teeth knife. Khan and Sleepless Duke rushed forward, with knives and claws respectively, to attack the man. Dong! There was a loud noise, as Han's son grabbed the man, and threw him at Lone Bamboo. He had to use his own knife to repel Khan and Sleepless Duke's incoming strikes though. Han's son's legs dug a pair of trenches into the ground, as he was knocked back 10 meters. But now Lone Bamboo's sword was at the man's throat, not letting him move. Han's son, what are you doing? He killed so many of our people, he should die. Sleepless Duke looked incredibly angry. She flared up with a black, demonic fire. With her claws, she came in to attack the man. Han's son flapped his dragon wings, and teleported in front of her. He used tooth for a tooth, slashing across her claw air to deflect her strike. Han's son's body fell back, and Sleepless Duke flapped her wings. She looked like a demon as she screeched. Han's son, is it because you are of the same race that you protect him? Our people cannot die in vain, no matter what. Yes, our workers cannot have died in vain either. He must pay. Khan threw a slash towards the man in Lone Bamboo's grip. Lone Bamboo, keep him alive. Han's son lifted Ghost Teeth knife, and sprang toward Sleepless Duke. He was pushed back. Sleepless Duke was much stronger than Han's son, and Han's son knew he couldn't beat her in a direct fight. Lone Bamboo's sword was still at the man's throat. He ignored the knife Khan was using, and raised a finger to point at Khan. A sword light swiftly shot toward the dead center of Khan's forehead. Lone Bamboo could not dodge the Sky Demon power that never missed. If Khan attacked that way, Lone Bamboo was sure to be hit. But also, Khan's head would get perforated at the same time. Khan frowned and changed his skill. He fought Lone Bamboo with his knife. But no one had an advantage. Khan couldn't commit to an attack without leaving an opening that Lone Bamboo could exploit. So he had to change up the techniques he employed. You are Han's son? The man under Lone Bamboo's sword did not look scared. He watched Han's son fight Sleepless Duke. Han's son was weaker than she was, but he had speed and break space flash. He could stop her from going after Lone Bamboo anytime he needed to. I am, Han's son answered. The man immediately said, God's retribution has spoken much about you. You should know about where I come from. Spill the beans, Han's son snapped. This was the last confirmation he needed that the man was from Blood Legion. I don't know what happened. When I was badly injured, the Taurus brought me here. I had some power, so I broke out. But I was stuck in that warehouse. I do not know what they are saying or what has supposedly transpired. But I haven't left this place since they brought me here. The man said. Nonsense. Do you believe him, Lone Bamboo? Are the deaths of our many night ghosts all a fabrication? Are the deaths of the Taurus all fake, too? Sleepless Duke shouted. Her attempts to attack the man never paused. Han Sun slashed towards Sleepless Duke to stop her from moving. He coldly said, "Sleepless Duke, I assure you that he has never been to Night Ring 12th Street. He was never placed in your captivity. You are lying. What makes you so sure? You are merely protecting your kind," Sleepless Duke screamed. Then threw another claw air at Han Sun like she was hurling a net. Han Sun flapped his dragon wings and disappeared. He reappeared next to Sleepless Duke and coldly said, "Brother Lone Bamboo, take him away." "Yes," Lone Bamboo agreed. He began pulling the man back, still fighting Khan as he went. Seeing Lone Bamboo dragging the man away, with Khan unable to stop him, Sleepless Duke screamed in rage. It was so loud that it reverberated from every corner of the base. "None of you can leave," Sleepless Duke screamed at ear-shattering volume. "Sleepless Duke, do you know what you are doing?" Lone Bamboo ground out. "Of course I know what I am doing. The night ghosts have been imprisoned by the sky for many years. We will no longer obey you." Sleepless Duke screamed. Many shadows were gathering in the sky. They were like black clouds, and they were all night ghosts. The night ghosts that appeared in the sky were different from the usual ones, however. They looked murderous, and the scariest thing about them was the fact that they were mostly marquises. And many of them were dukes too. Lone Bamboo frowned. The night ghosts were only supposed to have one duke, and that was Sleepless Duke. If they now had so many, it meant that they must have all been eating living creatures to level up quickly. Chapter 2095 Night Ghost Betrayal. The whole base was infested with night ghosts. Han Sun and Lone Bamboo were trapped. If they wanted to escape, they would have to fight and kill their way through the host of night ghosts. But there were thousands of them, and there were more than 1,000 dukes. Han Sun and Lone Bamboo had only just become marquises, and they were carrying an injured man between them. It would not be easy for the three of them to escape. Han Sun looked up at the night ghosts that were looking down at them like hungry tigers. Then he turned to her emotionlessly. "Sleepless Duke, do you know what will happen if the night ghosts betray Sky Palace?" "Huh. We will go and join the demon anyway. Sky Palace will not be able to do anything," Sleepless Duke snarled. "It makes sense that Marquis Khan is here then. It has always been your plot to betray Sky Palace." Han Sun looked at Khan next, and he asked, "But I don't understand. If you were planning to join Demon, why bother getting us involved?" Sleepless Duke grunted and said, "That it was merely an accident. We planned to use these living creatures to turn all our warriors into dukes. Then we'd have the strength to smash through Sky Palace's defenses. We did not expect one to run out and rouse the attention of the observation department. With the power you wield, you could have easily killed a wounded man." Han Sun looked at the man who was badly wounded. Khan and Sleepless Duke should have been able to defeat him. With the injuries he had sustained, there was no way he could have fought off so many night ghosts. Sleepless Duke did not answer, but the man laughed and said, "I controlled the lives of those creatures. She wants me dead, but she doesn't want those other creatures to die. That is why I am still alive. I told you to give those creatures up, kill him and go to the demon. If you had listened to me, none of this would have happened," Khan told Sleepless Duke. "Without these creatures, my people would not be able to become dukes. God knows how many of our people would have been killed breaking through those defenses. I had no choice in this matter," Sleepless Duke said. "So, you planned all this? All for us to be the ones that killed him?" Now Han Sun knew the truth of the matter. "Something like that. But I did not expect the two of you to come here together." Sleepless Duke coldly went on to say, "But it does not matter now. Since it has come to this, we cannot fall back. You can all go to hell." After that, Sleepless Duke screamed. The horde of night ghosts flapped their wings like demons and came racing down to Han. Senator Lone Bamboo let the man go, thrusting the three of them into a horrendous battle. The power and speed of the night ghosts were terrifying in the dark. It was no wonder why they were good at fighting. They were high level, and they had strong wills. The Duke night ghosts were a serious threat. Bao was sitting on Han Sen's shoulder, observing Han Sen's fighting with curiosity. Instead of participating in the battle, Khan merely watched Han Sun from afar. "Han Sun, you are a powerful being to defeat Sharon. I would have liked the opportunity to kill you myself. I did not expect you would come here. That is disappointing. Disappointing? What? Han Sun flapped his dragon wings and teleported in front of Khan. Then he slashed towards him. Dong! Khan's demon knife came up to block. The impact sent them both wobbling back. Neither attack did anything, but Han Sun was immediately surrounded by night ghosts. It was a very dangerous position to be in. It is disappointing that you'll die here today, and I will be robbed of the chance of killing you myself in a one-on-one. It is a shame whenever people like you and Lone Bamboo have to die this way. Khan sighed. In that case, you won't be disappointed. We will fight, Han Sun said. It is a shame, but I do not see how you plan on surviving. The night ghosts are good in the dark. It wouldn't matter if you and Lone Bamboo had a clone army of yourselves. On planet Night Ghost, you would still be destroyed, Khan said. Maybe not. Han Sun teleported away from the attacks of the night ghosts. And then he spoke to Sleepless Duke. Sleepless Duke, there is still time for you to reverse this mistake. The night ghosts can still be allowed to live. If you continue down this path, all of the night ghosts in this universe will be wiped out. Do you want your daughterly duo and the rest of your people to die with you? I would rather die than remain a prisoner. Whoever gets in the way of us becoming free will die, Sleepless Duke shrieked. She flapped her wings and came at Han. Senator Han Sun petrified his body and stomped the ground, unleashing a shockwave of petrification. But the night ghosts around him did not petrify. This shocked Han Sr. Do not waste your energy. The only thing that can defeat the night ghosts is light. Petrify won't work on them. Their bodies aren't made of flesh, so they won't be petrified. Khan smiled. If the night ghosts weren't so excellent, the demons wouldn't have spent so much time trying to recruit them. Han Sun frowned. The night ghosts were harder to handle than he thought. Things were going badly for Lone Bamboo and the injured man. They were holding on, but they couldn't escape in their current condition. They would die the moment they became exhausted. Come to me, Han Sun shouted at Lone Bamboo and the man. Lone Bamboo heard that, and his jade sword began to shine. The night ghosts near Han Sun backed away. The man exploded with blue light. As he came running towards Han. Senator Han Sun waved his ghost teeth knife. The night ghosts that he had cut suddenly found their wounds cracking and widening. Sleepless Duke screamed and leaped at Han. Senator Han Sun teleported away to evade her. The three of them stood together back to back, as the night ghosts came at them from all sides. Ghost airs were everywhere. It looked as if they had gone on a trip to hell itself. Lone Bamboo and the man wanted to start killing their attackers in earnest, but Han Sun stopped them. A blue light came out of his body, covering the three of them. The blue light became a giant, translucent eggshell. It encased them. Powerful ghost airs were everywhere as countless ghost claws came against the translucent eggshell. The impacts made squeaky noises, and Han Sun could feel each blow as a sort of pressure. But when those ghost airs broke, the translucent shield was unmoved. It did not even vibrate. Let's see how many attacks you can block, Sleepless Duke shouted. The other night ghosts began to cackle, gathering up a force of ghost air. Han Sun had raised a single shield against an entire army. Sleepless Duke thought he must have a death wish. When the three defenders had been actively fighting, the dukes and marquises were unable to gather up power. There was too much danger that their attacks would hit other night ghosts, so they intentionally weakened their attacks. But now, the three of them had made themselves into an incredibly tempting target. The night ghosts gathered up all the power they had, then focused on a single part of the shield. Not even strong creatures could withstand the strength of what was coming. Sleepless Duke had a plan. She needed to take Han Sun and Lone Bamboo as hostages. If she did that, she'd have an even easier time getting through Sky Palace's defenses. Han Sun and Lone Bamboo were important to Sky Palace. They wouldn't be sacrificed easily. The roiling mass of ghost air covered the sky now, and it was trying to consume the blue light. It was like the world was about to be consumed. Boom! When the ghost air landed, the entire base was annihilated. The construct was practically vaporized. 1,000 dukes and 10,000 marquises were attacking simultaneously. The area was brought to ruin, and the power continued down into the ground, creating a substantial crater. Under a scary power such as that, Even a duke would have been blown to bits. When the dust settled, Sleepless Duke and the night ghosts could only stare. Khan's eyes were full of surprise. A blue translucent shield sat on the ground, appearing unblemished. Han's son and the other two stood inside, uninjured by the attack. It was hard to believe that such a frightening amount of power could descend upon that simple shield and leave it undamaged. Is that all the power the night ghosts have? Hansen asked casually. Let's see how well you can block this, Sleepless Duke screamed. The night ghosts gathered up another enormous mass of ghost air. They became angry ghosts that descended on the blue shield. Countless ghost airs slammed repeatedly into the blue shield. Even the nearby mountains were shattered by these attacks. But the blue shield did not even shudder or shake. Even the ghost airs that could destroy mountains were reduced to a firework sparkle against it. Sleepless Duke kept on screaming. Thousands of night ghosts kept attacking from all angles. But still, they could not undo the blue shield. Han's son floated in the shield, while Lone Bamboo had sat down for a bit of rest. The man was in the middle of healing himself. Sleepless Duke's face was white with fury, and she was unable to fathom what sort of treasure Han's son had brought with him. It could block each and every attack that was thrown at it. Hansen's treasure wouldn't actually cost him his power, either. If it did, he would have reacted in some way when the night ghosts attacked him. You guys can continue. Han's son looked entirely unconcerned. It was as if nothing was going on. Han's son stood up and stretched, and then he began walking up into the air. It looked as if he was going to walk off the planet, right into space. The blue shield around Han's son was like a godlight. It continued to encase Han's son, unwavering in the slightest. Kill him! Sleepless Duke's scream became a roar. Countless night ghosts tried to attack Han's son, and ghost airs hit the blue shield continuously. Some night ghosts used knives, and some used claws or even hammers to attack. But even so, the attacks were still useless. They couldn't prevent Han's son from walking off into space. The attacks against the blue shield were like nothing at all. They couldn't even make the shielding orb shake. Sleepless Duke had bared her teeth in a grimace as she tried her hardest to attack the blue shield. Her fingers started to bleed, but even so, she was still unable to bring it down. She felt scared, powerless, and most of all she felt hopeless. She knew what would happen if Han's son and Lone Bamboo were able to escape. It would be a disaster for the night ghosts. But they couldn't do anything against the blue shield. They were hopeless. Sleepless Duke, there is one more thing we can do. Khan's voice rang through Sleepless Duke's ears. Tell me, how can I kill them? Sleepless Duke turned to him frantically, looking like she was clutching a lifeline. Khan waved his hand, and a spear with a red pattern appeared in his palm. Khan threw it to Sleepless Duke and said, "This is a treasure of a king-class demon. It is called a blood demon spear. With its power, it should be able to break Hansen's shield." Sleepless Duke frowned. "We don't have a king-class elite to wield it. If I use it, I cannot make use of all of its power." Khan smiled. "That is what is so amazing about this spear. It does not require its wielder to be king-class. It can use its max power regardless. If this wasn't the case, I wouldn't have told you it could break that shield." "Really?" Sleepless Duke lifted the blood demon spear and felt a savage grin pull at her mouth. But when Sleepless Duke put her power into the spear, the throw wasn't that strong. It was far from the effectiveness of a king, and from what she could tell, it was only a little better than Duke level. "Khan, are you lying to me?" Sleepless Duke looked at Khan angrily. Khan shook his head. "Sleepless Duke, you are the leader of the night ghosts. How can you be so naive? There is no power without effort. The blood demon spear might not require you to be a king to use it, but it has its own terms to adhere to." "What are these conditions?" Sleepless Duke asked quickly. "Sacrifice blood to the spear. The higher quality the blood and the more you offer, the stronger it becomes. If the happy face enough blood, it is not too difficult to muster a king-class attack," Khan said. "Blood? From where?" Sleepless Duke suddenly froze. She knew exactly what he meant. The only blood she could sacrifice was from the night ghosts. No way. Sleepless Duke gnashed her teeth. "Do you have a choice right now? And besides, you only have to sacrifice a few of your people to kill them. Do that, and you can save the majority of your people from Sky Palace's wrath." Otherwise, if Han's son escapes this planet, death is all that awaits the night ghosts. You know how Sky Palace treats traitors, Khan said grimly. Sleepless Duke clutched the blood demon spear. Looking at the blue shield moving further and further away, her face kept cycling through emotions. Sleepless Duke bellowed to the sky in rage. Many other night ghosts screamed too. They gave up attacking the blue shield, and instead, they used their claws to cut their own bodies. Blood flowed down like rain. Sleepless Duke swung her blood demon spear in slow arcs. The red pattern on it started to glow, and the rain of blood was drawn towards the spear. When droplets of blood began to land on the spear, they soaked into it, dyeing the weapon a deeper red. It looked like the blood was pooling on the spear's metal surface, but no matter how much blood dripped onto it, not a single smidgen was lost. The red light of the spear became brighter, and the spear's tip shone crimson. That bloody light looked as if it could destroy space. It left shadows in the air. Sleepless Duke roared. She flapped her wings, lifted the blood demon spear, and flew toward the sphere like a waterfall. From the ground, she looked like a red comet flying across the sky. The atmosphere was tinged with the scent of blood, and then she struck the blue shield. The red light exploded against it, but the blue shield did not break. There is not enough power in the spear yet. If you attack too soon, you'll waste the power of the blood you have already amassed. Do you see the blood demon orb on its end? Only when it begins to shine will the max amount of power have been stored inside the spear. Strike when it is bright. Han's son and the others will all be destroyed in one fell strike, Khan said, blinking. There was nothing else Sleepless Duke could do. Looking murderous, she called to the night ghosts again. The night ghosts heard her scream, and they began tearing into their own bodies again, trying to draw enough blood to power up the blood demon spear. The blood demon spear was getting brighter. Blood rained down on the weapon like a storm, and the spear grew stronger and stronger. But the night ghosts were running out of strength. Many had lost so much blood that they fell limply to the ground. Why hasn't the orb lit up yet? Sleepless Duke shouted at Khan. This is a king-class weapon. It isn't that easy to activate. At least half of these night ghosts need to die to trigger its power, Khan said. I cannot let them die. Sleepless Duke roared. There is no way back. We have to kill Han's son now. If they escape this planet, they will contact Sky Palace. And then we will all be killed. None of the night ghosts will be spared, Khan said calmly. Sleepless Duke gripped the blood demon spear tightly. She looked as if she was in pain. She looked around at the falling blood, at the night ghosts who had already collapsed. Those night ghosts had eaten many living creatures, and as a result, their will was messed up. But they still followed Sleepless Duke's orders. They were all willing to bleed and bleed. None of them chickened out or took the time to heal themselves. I am going to kill you all. It is because of you that the night ghosts have become like this. Sleepless Duke held the spear as it glowed brighter and brighter. She ran in front of the blue shield, snarling through her bared teeth, and roared at Han's senator. Her pretty face was twisted. Sleepless Duke, you had it coming. Han's son smiled. Han Sen's words filled her with white-hot fury. She looked murderous and her eyes gleamed red. She began hurrying the night ghosts to sacrifice even more blood. Quick! Hurry! Sleepless Duke watched the blood demon orb, hoping it would light up soon. Otherwise, all the night ghosts would be dead. Han's son, can your shield block that? That spear's power looks like it is king class. The man said to Han's senator. He was still in the process of wrapping up his wounds. The blue shield was obviously very tough, but it looked like thin glass. The man found himself doubting its ability to withstand a king-class attack. It should be fine, Han's son said. In truth, he wasn't sure. The demon bug king's by Sema was a mutant king beast soul. That meant it was half deified. It was a higher level than a king-class strike, so it should have been able to take whatever strike was being prepped for him. But that was all just theory. Han's son had never tested how much power the demon bug kings by Sema could take. He didn't know. What does should mean? The man's eyes opened wide as he looked at Han Sr. That means probably. Han's son laughed. Oh my God. The man held his forehead. He looked depressed as he said, I always have the worst luck. Never bet on luck. Our only option here is to throw the dice though. Do you have a better idea? Han Sun laughed. Oh no. It looks like old she is going to die here. The man started to cry. What's your name? Han Sun asked, looking at the man. My name is Shi Mingxiang. You're asking me this now? At a time like this? Think about how we might dodge that scary power and avoid death. Shi Mingxiang said. The blood was a downpour, and the spear was like a dragon. It seemed like the whole of planet Night Ghost was flooded with a layer of blood. Its smell was everywhere, and even the sky was choked with red clouds. Half of the night ghosts were dead. It was too high of a price to pay for king-class power. Sleepless Duke was full of hatred as she stared at Han Senator. If that horrible stare had been solid, it would have peeled Han Sen's flesh from his bones. The place was in ruin, and many of the night ghosts were dying of blood loss. The ones in the sky were all trembling. It looked as if they could all keel over and perish. Sleepless Duke's eyes were filled with blood tears, but she had no choice but to continue. The sky turned red like hell itself. Boom! The blood demon orb was shining now. The red light lit up the entire blood demon spear. Sleepless Duke looked as if she was holding a red laser. Go to hell! Sleepless Duke spun the spear toward the blue sphere. The shocking red light was coming at Han Senator. It looked as if it could obliterate a galaxy. Han Sun tried to dodge, but the red light was too scary. It looked as if it had locked on too. The red light was like a volcano that had just erupted. There was nowhere that Han Sun and the others could go to get away from that red light. And even the air was torn apart by its passage. The red light tore through the clouds in the sky. It was like a volcano, erupting without any restraint or signs of ceasing. Sky Palace's future deified elites are now gone. What a shame. Khan looked at the red light in the sky, and then he sighed like it was something genuinely pitiable. But that is how the world should be. Many geniuses die and become nothing more than dust. The ones that can become deified aren't always the strongest. They are the best at surviving. It is a shame your lives are so short. Khan blinked. He looked at the red light that was about to fade. The rest of the night ghosts fell then. They had lost too much blood. They looked shaky, and their strength had left them. 10,000 night ghosts had heeded Sleepless Duke's call, but only 4,000 or 5,000 were left alive. They were all low on blood, though, and so they were all much weaker. Sleepless Duke stared at the blood demon spear in her hands, noting how ordinary the weapon looked after being discharged. She looked over the remaining night ghosts. It would be very difficult to break through Sky Palace's defenses and join the demons now. What follows, at least this nightmare is over. Sleepless Duke sighed. But just as she was going to return the spear to Khan, she froze. Her eyes opened wide, and her body stiffened. She stared up into the sky. When the red afterglow of the attack disappeared completely, Sleepless Duke saw a blue light in the air. It was the same translucent blue shield. Despite being struck with the blood demon spear, the blue shield hadn't broken. Its surface was still clean, and it didn't look like it had been dealt a single speck of damage. Han Sun, Lone Bamboo, and the man were still inside the shield too, looking totally uninjured. They sat comfortably, with clothes and hair still tidy. Impossible. Khan's eyes opened wide in shock as he stared at the blue shield. He could not believe what his eyes were telling him. The blood demon spear was a king-class weapon, yet it had failed to break through a marquise's shield. It did not make sense to him. Even if the shield was a king-class or deified weapon, Han Sen's limited power should have kept him from using all of its strength. It was the same as Sleepless Duke using the blood demon spear. She had paid an enormous price for her weaker body to cast a king-class power. But Han Sen's shield had held that power the entire time, without any sign of strain or sacrifice. It blocked the blood demon spear without any cost of energy. This was against how xenogenic weaponry worked. Even deified treasures shouldn't possess power like that. Khan had no way of knowing that Han Sun wasn't using a xenogenic treasure, of course. Han Sun was using a beast soul. They were items that no other being in the Geno universe could use. They were different things entirely. It looks like we don't have to leave now. Han Sun released the demon bugs by Sima. He pulled out Ghost Teeth Knife and flew back down to Planet Night Ghost on his wings. Lone Bamboo put his jade sword away. His fingers were like swords now, and they created sword airs. He followed Han Sun back down. The blood demon spear's strike had exhausted all the power the night ghosts had possessed. There was no need for them to run away now. When they saw Han Sun and Lone Bamboo coming for Sleepless Duke, the night ghosts wished to stop them, but they had all bled too much, and their powers had decreased. Han Sun and Lone Bamboo were like a pair of tigers leaping into a flock of sheep. The dark purple knife air tore the weakened night ghost bodies apart with teeth powers. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Night ghost, xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Night ghost, xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic Marquise hunted. Night ghost, xenogenic gene found. Obtain night ghost beast soul. The bodies of the night ghosts were sliced to pieces by the ghost teeth knife. The killing announcements played over and over in Han Sen's head as he killed scores of night ghosts. Lone Bamboo's 10 fingers were like swords of their own. The sword lights swept down like a net, slaying every night ghost in front of him. Oh no! Sleepless Duke felt dizzy, and she almost fainted. She had sacrificed so much for naught, having failed to hurt Han Sun and Lone Bamboo in the slightest. The night ghosts were done for. She screamed, and with a mind that had no fear of death, she ran for Han. Senator, you can handle this. Han Sun flapped his wings and teleported past Sleepless Duke. He was going for Khan, who was in the midst of making his escape. Sleepless Duke wanted to kill them all, but it was still the demon that were behind all this. Han Sun wouldn't let him get off scot-free. Khan saw Han Sun pursuing him, and while he was fast, he wasn't as fast as Han Senator. There was no Marquise alive that was faster than Han Senior. Han Sun, you still have a long way to go. You may have won this time, but you won't be so lucky when next we meet, Khan promised, then pulled out a metal box. He threw it ahead of himself. The metal box was some sort of machine. There were cogwheels spinning inside it. It became a metal peacock near Khan's feet. Go! Khan commanded the metal peacock. It spread its wings, and its tail gleamed with green light. It flew away with the speed of a rocket, and the distance between Khan and Han Sun quickly widened. Running away won't be that easy. Han Sun patted Bauer, and Bauer knew exactly what to do. She picked up her gourd and summoned the Red Cloud. Red Cloud, if you wish to live well, then chase this man. If you don't, I'll lock you up for 500 years, Han Sun said, stepping onto the Red Cloud with Bauer. The Red Cloud shuddered, but then the back of the Red Cloud released a mist of sorts. It flew off into the sky after Khan and the metal bird. Khan rode the metal peacock through space, feeling absolutely terrible. He hadn't been injured, but the plan with the night ghosts had utterly failed. He would be crushed by his rivals inside Demon. He thought about Han Sen's strange shield that could block the blood demon spear. It surprised even Khan. Fortunately, I brought the Duke's xenogenic Mount Metal Peacock with me. That was too close, Khan thought gladly. Khan looked back at Planet Night Ghost, but then his jaw went slack. Something colorful was coming. When he saw how quickly the Red Cloud was approaching him, it seemed like the Duke-class Metal Peacock had stopped moving entirely. How is he moving so fast? Khan exclaimed, but it was too late. Han Sun had already caught up to him via the Red Cloud. Khan put away the blood demon spear, and his eyes started to turn purple. The purple horn on his head burned like red steel, releasing a purple light. Catcha! Catcha! Khan's muscles began to swell, growing rapidly until they burst through his armor. In an instant, the ordinary humanoid body had grown into a terrifying giant. Khan's sinews writhed under his skin like snakes, and his skin turned a weird purple. His hair flowed crazily down his back, almost reaching his feet. Finally, a disturbing demonic presence began to radiate from Khan, like some brutish god hailing from ancient times. Boom! Khan punched Han. Senator Sky Demon powers started to rain down, each possessing the might of a mountain. The demonized giant Khan was so powerful. He was far greater than a Marquise now. In this form, he could probably kill most dukes. With the accuracy of Sky Demon powers, he would be invincible against other Marquises. In this giant demon form, his strikes couldn't be blocked or evaded. He really did seem like an indestructible foe. In terms of might, Khan's giant devil powers were on par with the Red Cloud's speed. But power like that was nothing against Han Senator, he used his Dongxian aura. And in his mind, sequence structures appeared. One sequence structure looked ready to bind Han. Senator Han Sun pulled at that threat, though, and broke it. The speed of the red cloud let him dodge Khan's incoming attack as he did. And then, Khan's pupils grew smaller. He hadn't thought that anything could evade the accurate attack of sky demon powers. And furthermore, he didn't have time to reel his giant fist back to go defensive. The red cloud was like lightning, and it raced towards Khan's neck. Han Sun swung ghost teeth knife across it. Catcha! The muscles were cut through by the purple and black knife air, and blood began to fountain from the giant's neck. But the giant was too big, and doing more damage would be difficult. Han Sen's attack had only left a comparatively small wound, given the sheer size of the giant. It was far from a fatal strike. Khan roared. He kept swinging his fists in the vain hope of landing a hit on Han Senator. He was as strong as a marquise could be. But even the precise attacks of sky demon powers couldn't land a hit on Han Senator. The red cloud flew around Khan like lightning. Knife airs also started to shine, and every time the purple and black knife air flashed, it left a wound on Khan's body that drained him of even more blood. The demonized giant continued to roar, but his powers could not land on Han Senator. He was like a big dumb baby as he flailed at the flying red cloud. Why? Why does my sky demon power not work? How is this possible? Unwilling to give up, Khan kept attacking like mad. His giant body kept on releasing scary power, breaking the fabric of space. Everything he tried seemed useless, though. Han Sun continued to release knife airs from his seat atop the red cloud. After a few more hits, the red cloud flew away from Khan and hovered directly before him. Khan, when you learned that Lone Bamboo and I had arrived on planet Night Ghost, you had already planned on getting the Night Ghosts to dispose of us. Isn't that correct? Han Sun looked right at Khan as he spoke lightly to him. Khan turned around without saying a word, wishing to flee into the reaches of space. Han Sun just grunted and swung his ghost teeth knife once again. Purple and black knife airs that were thinner than a strand of hair began to appear around Khan's body. In no time at all, they encircled Khan and tightened, binding him. Khan was infuriated and roared in anger. He released his demonic air in a bid to cut the knife silks. However, he had underestimated the effectiveness of the knife silks Han Sun had cast, and even his tremendous power wasn't enough to break them all. His squirming only made the silk dig into his flesh even more. Han Sun kept waving his ghost teeth knife, tightening the knife silks even further. They cut into Khan's demonized giant body and dismembered him in less than a second's time. The chunks of gore and demonic blood swirled in a disgusting cloud. The blood demon spear and metal peacock were released amidst the carnage. Suddenly making up his mind, Han Sun grabbed the blood demon spear and metal peacock. There was also a purple light next to the giant's corpse, which swiftly disappeared into space. What was that? Han Sun frowned. That purple light had been too fast, and Han Sun hadn't been able to see what it was. But he knew that Khan had not truly been killed. It was obvious that Khan was a xenogeniac, and Han Sun hadn't received the announcement for taking him down. Han Sun rummaged through the remains of the giant demon body, and he couldn't find a xenogeniac gene either. That purple thing that escaped just now must have been Khan's xenogeniac gene. He did not know how Khan escaped into space, but regardless, he was gone now. Han Sun wouldn't be able to find the demon. He took the blood demon spear and metal peacock, and then returned to planet Night Ghost. Lone Bamboo had locked Sleepless Duke up. The rebellion of the Night Ghosts was over, and it seemed as if things were calming down. When the teams from Sky Palace arrived, they took Sleepless Duke and the Night Ghosts back with them to Sky Palace. Han Sun and Lone Bamboo had halted their betrayal, earning themselves another reward from the Elder. Aside from genofluids and treasures, though, they received another opportunity to go to the Holy House to select a new geno art. However, Han Sun did not have time to practice other genetic techniques. He actually only had a small amount of time left to learn Suppress Evil, so there was no reason for him to go to the Holy House yet. Han Sun still wanted to ask Shi Mengxiang a few questions, but when he returned to planet Night Ghost, Shi Mengxiang was nowhere to be found. However, the man left a communication number on the big stone he had been sitting on. Back in Sky Palace, The leader of Sky Palace wanted to see Han Senator. He stared at Han's son for a while, and eventually said, "You are not a real student of Sky Palace, and yet, you have done so much for us. If you need anything, I will grant any reasonable request." "Leader, what do you mean by a reasonable request?" Han's son did not think the leader was being sincere. The leader could turn down any request he wanted to, simply by claiming it was unreasonable. It sounded nice on paper, but it was actually quite stingy. "It means I will try to satisfy what I feel is reasonable," said the Sky Palace leader, squinting his eyes. Han's son shrugged, thinking that the man was rather manipulative. He wasn't mad, but he wasn't sure how much this offer was really worth. "He won't give out too much, but I don't want too little either. What should I ask for then?" Han's son wondered. Suddenly, Han Sen's eyes brightened. It looked as if he knew what he wanted. Sky Palace's leader smiled at Han Sr. "Tell me, whatever you need. I see your master Isha as a genuine student, and you are my student by extension. So shirk any guilt and ask of me whatever you desire." "Leader, I will not ask for much. I recently learned Suppress Evil. The technique is quite amazing, and I would appreciate it if you would help me progress further with it. I would like to learn it faster." Han's son bowed. Sky Palace leader stared at him in silence. He would never have guessed that Han's son would request this. This could either be very easy or very hard. The Sky Palace leader had been asked to teach Suppress Evil to Han's son, but how much would Han's son be able to learn? There were 11 tiers to Suppress Evil, and many Sky Palace kings had not learned them. The Sky Palace leader couldn't even guess how long it might take to teach Han's son this. But he was the leader, and Han's son had just asked to be taught a skill. It would be bad form if he was unable to teach one Geno art to just one student. Sky Palace leader went silent for a bit, and then said, "Suppress Evil is a secret skill belonging to Sky Palace. It is complicated. It is not something you can learn over the course of a couple days. That being said, there is a riskier method that would enable you to learn it far faster. Would you like to give it a try?" Han's son frowned. The Sky Palace leader had put the ball back in his court. The man said it was risky, but he did not mention how risky. If Han's son didn't agree to the offer, then the blame for not accepting the teaching would be at his feet. Of course, if Han's son agreed, he did not know the dangers he might be walking into. He didn't know if he could handle the risks. Han's son went silent a little bit, and then he gritted his teeth. "I would like to give it a try." "Good. You are definitely Isha's student. I have faith in you. Go prepare and look for me on Hidden Path Island." The Sky Palace leader then waved his hand to dismiss Han's senator. Han's son bowed and departed Sky Palace. On his way, he mulled over why the leader might be sending him to Hidden Path Island. Han's son knew Hidden Path Island was a restricted section of Sky Palace. Without the leader's permission, no one could go there. As for what the place contained, he did not know. He'd have to find out the next day. But Han's son did not think the leader would put him through too much harm. At the most, he thought the leader might only make him endure a little bit of suffering. If accepting a little risk could truly allow him to skip through 5 or 6 tiers of Suppress Evil, it'd be well worth it. That Geno art was too complicated. If he learned it like normal, it'd take him a few years to master it. Before going to Hidden Path Island, Han's son invited Lone Bamboo, Thousand Feather Crane, and the Yin sisters for a meet-up. He also tried to find out more about where he was going. Yin Hang, hearing the leader would take Han's son there, was given a shock. Yin Suyi immediately said, "Hidden Path Island is not a place ordinary people can go to. King-class elites are only permitted there when they are on the cusp of leveling up. That place is extremely dangerous. Many kings have failed to level up there and suffered grievous injuries in consequence. I can't fathom why the leader might want to take you there." The few of them told Han's son what they knew about Hidden Path Island. They did not know much, and more than anything, it sounded as if it was just a place for kings to level up. The kings that entered would either come out half deified or half dead. It was very dangerous, and none had ever been known to go there without first being king class. Thousand Feather Crane thought and said, "We don't have to worry too much though. Our leader won't want to hurt Han's senator. He obviously has his reasons for bringing Han Sun to such a place. Han Sun thought this too. If the Sky Palace leader wanted to bring him harm, he wouldn't have to go to this much trouble. The next morning, Han Sun took Bauer with him to Hidden Path Island. Outside the island, he found the Sky Palace leader standing atop a mountain peak. He smiled and waved, as if he was some sort of angel. Greetings. Han Sun set the legless crane down on the mountain. Then he bowed to the leader. The Sky Palace leader waved his hand. These are the stairs that lead to Hidden Path Cave. Walk these stairs and see how much you can learn from them. Han Sun was shocked. He hesitated, blinking down at the stairs. Leader, are you not going to teach me? Suppress evil is an unusual art. Even if you were to listen to me lecture you, you wouldn't learn very much. This place is different, however, and you will understand that when you walk these stairs, if you are talented enough, you can level up suppress evil quickly. It won't be too difficult to knock down a few tiers this way. The Sky Palace leader smiled at Han Sr. I've heard that this is a place where kings come to level up. I am merely an earl, so I don't think I have what it takes. Han Sun didn't really want to go into that cave. You can back out now if you wish. Sky Palace leader bared his teeth in a grin. Han Sun clenched his jaw and started to descend the steps. The steps were circular, and when he looked down, he could not see the bottom. It was like a spiral that continued down forever into some abyss. The endless spiral staircase was dizzying. Han Sun looked back up and saw the Sky Palace leader smiling at the exit. Han Sun couldn't go back now though. He lowered his head and kept going. Bauer sat on his shoulders, curiously looking around. There was nothing except for stairs. Han Sun followed the steps that led down into a bottomless pit. He did not know how many stairs he had descended when he came to a stone door. On its frame were a bunch of numbers. 00001. What does that mean? Are there 10,000 doors up ahead? What might be beyond those doors? Han Sun frowned. As Han Sun wondered this to himself, the stone door opened by itself. At the entrance of Hidden Path Cave, there was a woman wearing a black mask. She appeared next to the leader. The leader looked inside the cave and spoke to the black-masked woman. This is your territory. Watch him, and do not allow him to die. You brought him here. This is your responsibility. I do not care about what happens. The black-masked woman said, then entered Hidden Path Cave. The Sky Palace leader smiled when she turned. He stepped onto a cloud and left the island to return to the Sky Palace garden. Han Sun opened the stone door and looked around its frame, already on full alert. On the other side he found a black vortex. And before he had even the slightest chance to react, a powerful suction tried to yank him inside. With a spike of adrenaline, Han Sun mustered as much power as he could to push himself back away from the door. But ultimately, he could not stave it off. He was pulled into the stone room. Han Sun found himself in a dark, wet cave. La! La! The cave echoed with the sound of a chain whipping rock. Then, a large shape began to emerge from the darkness. A monster was approaching, with a Kirin body and green bird wings. It was 10 meters tall, and had the head of a tiger. Its glowing green eyes gave Han Sun the chills. The monster was way too scary. Its mere presence was enough to rob Han Sun of breath. Many long black chains perforated its body, and were anchored to the stone of the cave. When it was only 10 meters away from Han Sun, those black chains were yanked tight. It couldn't reach Han. Senator Han Sun did not dare be reckless, and so he summoned his Baisima. The fiend was locked up, but it was powerful. Even its breath would be destructive, and Han Sun knew full well his own inability to defeat it in combat. Is Sky Palace failing? Did it send you both here to die? The monster coldly looked at Han Sr. What is this? Sky Palace leader can't mean for me to go up against this thing surely. Even though it is locked up, there is no way I can slay it, Han Sun thought. He used his Dongxian aura to observe the king-class creature. But he noted that an accurate reading was rendered impossible by the chains. That being said, some of its power was spilling through the suppressing chains. It wasn't completely locked down. Han Sun stopped looking. The king-class creature's green eyes shone like green lanterns. Han Sun hid within his demon bug Baisima, as the monster's eyes became brighter. The increasing glow was difficult to look away from though. Boom! Han's son felt as if his brain had exploded in his head. Within those lantern-like eyes, Hansen thought he saw a strange symbol. It didn't look real. That symbol was seared into his brain, as if it had been branded by a hot iron. And when the symbol was fully imprinted, it kick-started a storm inside of his mind. It was a real storm too, as Han's son felt a wind blowing across his body. In his mind, he saw a soft wind stirring leaves, a sandstorm raging in a desert, and then a sea kicking up a violent tsunami. All these different sorts of wind powers were surging into his brain. Hansen knew that all of this was taking place inside his imagination, but it still affected him like it was real. The black-masked woman stood outside the stone door, leaning against a wall as she waited. Her eyes were closed, and it almost looked as if she was waiting for something specific to happen. The 72 genes of original killing have been suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Many kings have wanted to learn the original gene spells, but they have always failed. Han's son has been sent here to endure that original gene spell power. Is that old man insane? Even if Han Sen's will is as strong as a king's, he won't be able to take the mental duress. Then I'll have to deal with it. The woman spoke to herself, eyes closed as if she was dreaming. After a while, the woman opened her eyes and looked surprised. How can he endure the original gene spell power? The woman frowned. In a dark world, only one place had light. Under that dim light, a broken palace was visible. In its plaza, a 6-year-old boy was engaged in combat with a strange bird. The little boy kept moving, his shadow flickering over the ground like a real bird's. His shadow occasionally aided him as he fought the bird in the air. Suddenly, the bird and the boy split up. The strange bird laughed and said, "Little Flower is talented. If his holy body can become deified, he can make sacred great again. It will still take many years for him to become deified. It isn't easy to raise a holy body to that level," Auntie May said with a roll of her eyes. "But it is almost time for the Geno being scroll, so Little Flower can participate. He can earn sacred some reputation, and let the old elites know that sacred is still around. Yes, he must join it." Old Eagle nodded. He looked at the 9-life cat and went on to say, "Old cat, what do you think?" "I think it is time for people to know sacred has some new blood," Old Cat said coldly. "Good. This is it then." Old Eagle and the other monsters all looked excited. They all screamed, "Little Flower, you have to earn the #1 spot for us." Over the next year, Han's son made sure to enter the Hidden Path Cave each and every day. Every time he was there, he would have to endure the powers of the original gene kill spells. The creature in the cave was chained and suppressed, but looking into its eyes could activate the original gene spell power. When Hansen fought against that power, he learned something. Perhaps it was because he had been blessed by the 10,000 gourds, but he understood all the elements. When he looked at the original gene kill spell, it was easy for him to understand. But those spells did not ever seem to work on Bauer. She was with him every time he went to the cave, but she appeared to be completely unaffected by the kill spell and its effects. While Han's son wrestled with the spell in his head, Bauer would just look around curiously. So, over the course of that year, Han's son split his time between Hidden Path Cave and the White Jade Building, where he continued to absorb Jade Fairy spirits whenever the Jade Air was released. The Jade spirits were an opportunity he couldn't afford to miss. Going to the 7th floor to absorb the Jade Fairy spirits became routine, but after a while, the growth of his Jade Skin's power suddenly accelerated. The godlight gathered on him, and before long, he looked pretty much like a Jade Fairy spirit himself. The fairy-like visage that covered him came out of his own shadow. Jade Skin has finally leveled up to Marquise. Han's son was pretty happy about this development, but it was a shame he was still inside the White Jade Tower when it popped. He was extremely eager to try out his new Jade Skin powers as soon as he possibly could. Han's son learned a lot from the 72 original gene kill spells. Suppress Evil was based on the 72 original gene kill spells. Han's son used his Dongxian aura to study the original gene kill spells, and through this, his proficiency with Suppress Evil improved rapidly. He reached the 8th tier after just 1 year. His progress was interrupted, however, when the elders gave him another mission. He was tasked with taking on a Marquise xenogeniac that was wreaking havoc on a business planet belonging to Sky Palace. The job was simple, and Han Sun killed the creature easily. When he returned to Sky Palace, however, his phone rang. It was a call from the number that Shi Mingxiang had given him. Han Sun had called the number before, but no one answered. It looked like Shi Mingxiang had given him the number, so he could call Han Sun, and not for Han Sun to call him. Han Sun answered. There was no video, only voice. Han Sun remained quiet as the person on the other end began to speak. Han Sun, it is me. The voice was familiar, but it didn't belong to Shi Mingxiang. It was God's retribution. God's retribution? Han Sun frowned. Now he was certain that Blood Legion had a method of leaving the sanctuaries. Yes. Listen, I do not have much time. I'm being watched, God's retribution said. How did you leave the sanctuaries? Han Sun asked. Just hearing the voice wasn't enough for him to be sure that it was God's retribution. Blood Legion has always had a way to leave. We just can't return. God's retribution went on to say. But now is not the time for that. Listen, do not let anyone know you have practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra. If you do, you may find yourself in trouble. Why? Han Sun asked. It's complicated. Some guy in the Geno universe is coming after Blood Legion members. Fortunately, you have not practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra enough to have blue blood. Just don't tell anyone. If you don't, you won't be found out, God's retribution said. Who has a feud with Blood Legion in the Geno universe? Which higher race is it? Han Sun asked. It is not a higher race. It is something far worse. God's retribution hesitated for a moment, but he still went on to say, you know the creature that called itself a god? The one the 7th team encountered? Han Sun's heart jumped and he said, that guy is in the Geno universe. Yes, but he didn't come here from the sanctuaries like we did. This universe is his home. Remember, don't let anyone know that you've practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra. If you do, you'll find yourself a target. And keep up the ruse that you're a crystallizer. Don't mention to anyone that you're actually a human. That will expose the fact that you're from the sanctuaries. You did well to do that from the start, God's retribution said. What is he? Han Sun asked. I don't know how to explain. All I can say is that he is scarier than a deified elite, and we cannot hope to fight him. He's killed many Blood Legion members. Until recently, we've had no hope of fighting back, God's retribution said. What's different now? Han Sun asked. Super genes, God's retribution said. What does that mean? Those two words caught Han Sun's interest. Only people who have maxed out their super genes in the sanctuaries can compete with a creature like him. That is our only hope. Until you've grown stronger, do not expose the fact that you possess the Blood Pulse Sutra. God's retribution was speaking quickly. If you knew about all this, why didn't you tell me back in the sanctuaries? Han Sun asked. God's retribution said. I told you, we can only leave the sanctuaries. We are unable to return. I only learned about this from the other members upon arrival. Okay, there's no time. I'll contact you again. The conversation was disconnected abruptly. Han Sun put the phone away and thought to himself, if all of this is real, then who is this so-called god? Is he like King Jun? Can he not murder anyone here? Han Sun thought about this for quite a while, but he didn't come to any more conclusions. He hadn't planned on exposing his Blood Pulse Sutra anyway, but after that reminder, he would make doubly sure not to. Whether or not God's retribution was telling the truth, no harm would come from maintaining a low profile. After thinking things over, Han Sun tried to call him back. Just like before, it did not work. Blood Legion members have been able to enter the Geno universe for a very long time. Maybe human emperor is around here somewhere, but even so, humans have no fame. They must be hiding themselves away, under great pressure. Han Sun looked grim as he continued talking to himself. Is that God really that powerful, I wonder? After Han Sun reported the results of his quest to Sky Palace, he was granted some vacation days. His Dongxian Sutra and the story of genes still hadn't reached Marquise yet. The Dongxian Sutra was slowly growing stronger, but the story of genes had come to a standstill. He wouldn't level that up unless he got some help. Han Sun tried to use the jade spirits to boost the story of genes, but it wasn't very effective. Progress was insufferably slow. At that rate, it would take several decades to become a marquise with the story of genes. As Han Sun ransacked his mind for a solution to the problem, Thousand Feather Crane arrived with an order from Sky Palace. The leader has told me to go to the Feather? Han Sun looked at Thousand Feather Crane in disbelief. The Sky Palace leader knew of the grudge that the Feathers had against Han Sun, given his connection with Kong Fei. There was also the blood feather knife incident, which only fanned the flames of their hatred. Yes, the leader wants you to be Sky Palace's envoy to the Feathers. This is good. Have you heard of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth? If you go there as an envoy, you can use it, Thousand Feather Crane said. You mean the pool Angia used to erase everything he had learned? I don't want to be reborn. What's the point in that? Han Sun frowned. The Pool of Rebirth doesn't just reset your body. The powers of rebirth have a unique way of speeding up your leveling. The leader must think your Geno art is ascending too slowly, since you are still only a marquise. Hence, he has presented you with this opportunity to make use of Holy Heaven's Pool of Rebirth. Our contract with the Feathers allows us to send 3 people of our choosing to use the Pool of Rebirth every 10 years. You are one of those selected. The leader takes you as someone quite important, Thousand Feather Crane said, his voice filled with admiration. In that case, I will go to Holy Heaven. Upon hearing that the trip would benefit him, Han Sun did not hesitate. He agreed to become an envoy and travel to Holy Heaven. Given the precarious situation that the Feathers had found themselves in, they could not risk offending Sky Palace and bringing harm to Han Sun either. The worst they could do was mocking him. Since he was gaining access to a valuable resource, though, Han Sun was willing to turn a blind eye to their bad behavior. When you return from the Feather, it will be time for the Geno being scroll to appear. Will you be entering that competition? You could be the first Earl easy. After the question, Thousand Feather Crane smiled. Han Sun had 2 Geno arts that were marquise already, and winning the competition would put him atop the list of all marquises in the universe. It would also highlight the fact he had more than 1 Geno art. I am not interested in boosting my reputation. Han Sun shook his head. Han Sun wasn't the only person going to Holy Heaven as an envoy. A few others, including an elder, were going with him. The others would hold meetings with the Feathers to discuss prolonged cooperation between the 2 races. Han Sun had no objective beyond making use of the pool. Han Sun followed the group to Holy Heaven. The leader was the 10th elder, Yun Chongkong. Han Sun felt safe in his company. He had a good relationship with the man's daughters and students. If something was to happen, he was certain Yun Chongkong would protect him. The people of Sky Palace treated Han Sun nicely, in part due to his great reputation there. He had done many great deeds in service of Sky Palace, so they all liked him. Many gushed compliments. They arrived in Feather territory safely. Before they went to Holy Heaven, though, a king of the Feathers welcomed them. At this point, the Feathers depended on their relationship with Sky Palace for survival. Sky Palace's protection was the only thing keeping the other high races from attacking them, so they took their commitment to Sky Palace seriously. When the Feather King looked at Han Sun, however, his expression was filled with distaste. Han Sun couldn't tell if it was due to the events with Kong Fei or the blood feather knife. When Han Sun entered Holy Heaven, all the Feathers treated him strangely as well. They were friendly with the other envoys, but they looked at Han Sun with distaste. Han Sun pretended it was nothing. When the Feathers learned Han Sun was going to make use of the Pool of Rebirth, though, they went from being annoyed to being terribly upset. After Ring Feather King showed them the pool, he said, "The Pool of Rebirth is shut down for maintenance, so you'll have to wait a few days to use it. It will be available to you as soon as it opens again." Han Sun resigned himself to staying in Holy Heaven for a while. Luckily, he was an envoy, so nothing awry transpired. In a meeting room in Holy Heaven, many Feather Alphas and high-level Feathers were talking. The Pool of Rebirth is the holiest relic of the Feathers. How can we allow it to be defiled by Han Sun? A Feather Elder growled. Yeah, that animal is connected to Kong Fei. He cannot be allowed to use it. Another Feather Elder agreed angrily. None of the Feather leadership were happy about the prospect of Han's son making use of their pool of rebirth. It's not like we have a choice though. This is the deal we made with Sky Palace. Using the pool is perfectly within Hansen's rights. And there is nothing we can do to stop that, Holy Feather King said. Everyone was silent. When the feather lantern darkened, all the feathers dropped a level. Holy Feather King had made use of resources to re-secure his rank as a king. It had cost everything Holy Heaven had in its reserves. But they only recovered 30 to 40% of their original power. Without the protection of Sky Palace, Holy Heaven would have ceased to be. If we cannot stop Han's son from going in, we might as well just totally open it for him, an elder said. Fairy Feather Elder, what do you mean? Everyone looked at the elder in confusion. 3 people are allowed access to the rebirth pool at one time. We have given Sky Palace 3 slots every 10 years. They are only making use of 1 slot. And that slot is given to Han's senator. That means we can send 2 feathers alongside him, Fairy Feather Elder said. Everyone looked at him with confusion, but he went on to say, the pool of rebirth's power is limited. That is why only 3 can go at a time. And those 3 have to be marquis or lower. If a king entered, the power of the pool would only be enough for that one king. And he wouldn't be able to be reborn. If dukes wanted to enter, only 2 dukes could be reborn at a time. You mean we should send 2 dukes into the pool with Hansen? So that they could steal whatever power he'd otherwise gain? Holy Feather King asked, while looking straight at Fairy Feather Elder. Fairy Feather Elder said, we have all used the pool of rebirth, so we can cope with its powers more than outsiders can. With 2 dukes that are stronger than Han's son, they can surely absorb most of its power. Han's son will earn a little, but Sky Palace won't notice the trick. This might work, but who is going to take this power? The elders began to discuss. If a duke-class person absorbed too much power, they would end up like Angia and become primal. They wouldn't even be a baron, and they'd have to start from scratch again. Not many people wish to end up like Angia, so very few dukes would want to take part in that. Fairy Feather Elder smiled. Why don't we let the 2 brothers Angela and Enola use it? Aren't they locked up in prison? Will they agree? An elder asked in shock. I can persuade them, Fairy Feather said with a look of confidence. If they can go, that really would be best. Not even 10 Hansens could fight the 2 of them, the elder stated, almost as if he admired them. On Hansen's 4th day there, they received news from the feathers proclaiming that the pool of rebirth was open again. It was being prepared for use. Holy Heaven's pool of rebirth was one of the most famous pools in the Geno universe. Very few items existed that could help kings level up, but Pool of Rebirth was one of them. The Pool of Rebirth had its flaws though. The chance of making a king half-deified was low, and there was a great deal of risk in even making an attempt. Even so, many other races coveted the treasure. A king-class feather found Han's son, and led him to the legendary Pool of Rebirth. Despite being called a pool, the item had no water. It was a giant crystal altar, and in the center, there was an angel's statue. That statue was white, and its angelic wings were folded forward. It looked like a gentle goddess reaching out to the masses. Merely looking at the statue summoned a flood of emotion, and it felt like a single glance would be enough to absolve a person of all their deathly sorrows and sins. Up to 3 people can use the Pool of Rebirth at the same time. If fewer people enter, much of the power might be wasted. I am positive you know all about this. You do, don't you? Fairy Feather said to Han's son, who was directly in front of the altar. Yes. Han's son nodded. Before Han's son came to Holy Heaven as an envoy, the Sky Palace leader had explained what he ought to expect. Han's son understood what was going to happen. Good. Sky Palace has only sent you here to use it. To keep from wasting power, we will send an additional 2 marquises to be reborn with you. Is that okay? Fairy Feather Elder asked with a smile. It's fine. Han's son nodded. Angela and Enola, you 2 may enter and be reborn with Han's senator, but of course, make sure to be careful. It would be most uncouth if you were to disrupt our guests' use of the pool. Fairy Feather Elder admonished them loudly. Han's son had expected this. The Sky Palace leader had sent Han Sun alone, so he could absorb all of the pool's power himself. But the Sky Palace leader suspected that the feathers would send in 2 dukes to fight Han Sun for the majority of the power. Their assumption was mostly correct, except that the feathers were sending in marquises instead of dukes. This surprised Han's senator, but when the brothers Angela and Enola stepped toward him, he understood why they had been selected. They both looked like feathers, with faces reminiscent of marble statues, and their life forces were Marquise level. But just feeling their presence, Han Sun knew immediately that something was amiss. He did not believe for 1 second that they were truly marquises, plain and simple. They were more impressive than any duke that Han Sun had yet met, and they looked as if they had a great disdain for any being other than themselves. Not even most nobles carried themselves with such haughty confidence. Were they the top dukes here? Were they just reduced to marquises when the lantern went out? Han Sun guessed to himself. Han Sun was half correct. Angela and Enola had been kings. They broke the law and were sent to jail, where they had been for the last few centuries. They were tortured so much that their level dropped down from king to duke. And then, the feather lantern went out, and all the feathers across the universe lost an entire level. Those 2 had to suffer a drop from duke to marquise. Because they had been in jail, no resources were made available to help them recover. So, they had to remain marquises. Fairy Feather had somehow convinced the 2 brothers to fight for the power against Han's senator. Their power might have been marquise, but their inner core was king. Their talents far exceeded those of an ordinary marquise. In the past few days, they were healed enough to become dukes again. If they successfully absorbed the rebirthing power, there was every chance they could become kings again. Using those 2 to fight against Han Sun was better than employing an average duke to do the same. Against the cruel power of the brothers, Fairy Feather thought Han Sun would gain nothing. But he told them they had to allow Han Sun to gain some smidgen of power, so Sky Palace wouldn't be able to claim foul play. The pool of rebirth is going to open. Please proceed to the altar, a feather butler proclaimed. The altar was surprisingly large. Han Sun went to stand near the angel statue, where he would wait for the pool of rebirth to open. Angela and Enola stood on either side of the angel statue, with Han Sun in the middle. They didn't look at Han Sun once. They just coldly stood where they were. Angela and Enola did not take Han Sun for a threat. They used to be kings, so no matter how popular Han Sun might have been, there was no reason for them to pay him any attention. They believed. Fairy Feather and the others were now all anticipating a good show. Only the envoys from Sky Palace watched the pool of rebirth curiously. They were keen to see how much Han Sun could gain from it. When Yin Chongkong saw Angela and Enola, his eyes squinted. Those 2 brothers were in holy heaven, and very few knew about them. They had been locked up for centuries, so all memory of them should have faded. Yin Chongkong still knew a thing or 2 though. Yin Chongkong did not know the 2 brothers, but he was in charge of the Cloud Smoke building. It was a department that collected intelligence on races throughout the Geno universe. So he was familiar with famous feathers across the ages. The feathers had called 2 strange marquises to fight with Han Sun. So Yin Chongkong knew there was something abnormal going on. There's more to these guys than it seems, Yin Chongkong thought. He was trying to guess who those 2 brothers were. Yin Chongkong found it very hard to believe that the feathers would pick 2 marquises to fight Han Sun fairly. The feathers despised Kong Fei, and Han Sun had received Kong Fei's deified feather. There was also the blood feather knife incident. There was no way the feathers were willing to let Han Sun take their rebirthing powers. Yin Chongkong could not recall having heard of the 2 brothers, but before long, the pool of rebirth opened. The angel statue started to spew water, and the angelic wings began to unfurl. Light glowed from the altar, and when it did, water fountained up from the statue. It turned into a crystal pillar that shot right up into the sky. Han Sun reached out his hand to touch the energy that looked like water. It now made sense that this place was called the Pool of Rebirth, as the energy it possessed was very thick and very much like liquid. When he touched that energy, he felt as if his body was being overwhelmed by a sudden surge of hormones. All of his cells throbbed, as if they were on the precipice of exploding. As quickly as he could, Han Sun used the story of genes to absorb the liquid energy. Angela and Enola began absorbing that liquid energy too. This, however, wasn't the energy of rebirth. It was just a substance from the pool of rebirth that would ready them for the main course. Earlier, the angel statue's wings were folded forward in a way that cloaked its body from view. Even the statue's arms had been hidden. Now that the wings were open, though, the angel statue was revealed to be holding a stone vase. The energy held within that stone vase was the reason they had come. After a few seconds, the liquid energy flowed out of the vase, spreading as it came. Pop. Han Sun refined the liquid energy, and as he did, he heard a bubble pop from inside the vase. Shortly after, something white came out of the vase. Before Han Sun could see what it was exactly, Angela and Enola began glowing with white light. They turned into big angel-like figures themselves, and they shrouded their own bodies in the plush comfort of their wings. Han Sun watched for a little while before he got a clear view of the white thing that had come out of the vase. Okay, he thought. That's just weird. The object was around the size of a hand, and when he looked closer, he saw that it was an egg with angel wings. It looked rather cute, actually. At first, it flew in circles around the angel statue. Before long, it seemed to notice the power of Angela and Enola, and as a result, it flew towards Angela. Han Sun knew that thing was the rebirthing power he had come for. Luckily, the Sky Palace leader had told him how to take the power for himself. The rebirthing power was strange, and it was not something Han Sun could take through force. He needed to attract it towards him with his own life force. Normally, feathers were the best at attracting and absorbing the rebirthing power. But the Sky Palace leader taught Han Sun a method of doing this himself. Following the instructions he'd been given, he started off by casting the story of genes. I wonder if this will actually work? Han Sun thought to himself. The method the Sky Palace leader had given him was simple. It was so simple that Han Sun doubted it. It seemed too good to be true. Han Sun started off by casting the story of genes. Then, a godlight appeared and took the shape of a ring. It was like a nice little halo, sculpted to the size of Han Sun's head. In some ways, it looked like a mirror was perched directly above him. When Han Sun created that ring, the rebirthing power swerved away from Angela and turned around. It flapped its wings and went towards Han Sun's ring instead. Seeing the rebirthing power heading for Han Sun, Fairy Feather and the others remained calm. They knew Han Sun would be tricky to deal with. It was because they knew this that they specifically sought out Angela and Enola to deal with him. Seeing the rebirthing power flying to Han Sun, Angela and Enola looked at each other. Enola nodded, and then his angel shadow turned gold. Boom! Enola took one step forward, with his giant angel shadow appearing gold. He opened his arms and wings. In a gesture that looked like he was welcoming the morning glory of the sky, he radiated thousands of beams of golden light like a holy angel. Everyone could see that Enola had leveled up to become a duke. His life force was strong, and he could attract the rebirthing power more strongly. Yin Chongkong, seeing Endola's gold angel, thought, Judgment Angel Light. That is a forbidden technique of the feather. Not many can learn it. I remember there were two brothers that learned this technique a few centuries ago. Are they? Yin Chongkong looked at Enola and Angela, and his expression turned gloomy. He thought to himself, if they really are the brothers, then Han Sun is in danger. Even the ring skill the leader has taught him won't be enough to overcome these two brothers. Yin Chongkong was now able to effectively guess what scheme had been concocted, and why things were going the way they were. Endola's gold angel appeared, and the rebirthing power going into Han Sun stopped. The egg's wings flapped in confusion as it bobbed back and forth, unsure where it should go. As this occurred, there was a popping sound. Another winged egg emerged from the vase, and it behaved just like the other one as well. It was also wondering where it should go. Han Sun frowned. He was using the ring skill that the Sky Palace leader had taught him, but it didn't seem to be enough to attract the rebirthing power. Enola kept strengthening his gold angel light, but he was still engaged in overcoming the allure of Han Sun's ring. Neither of them could attract the rebirthing power exclusively to themselves. Fairy Feather, and the others were glad that they had called on the brothers Angela and Enola. Ordinary dukes would have definitely lost to Han Senator when they saw Enola struggling to win. They realized how powerful the attraction of the ring was to the rebirthing power. But as dire as things might have seemed for the pair, they weren't worried, for Angela hadn't fully entered the contest yet. If the brothers cast their powers at the same time, the power unleashed would surely result in Han Sun losing. Yin Chongkong frowned. The Sky Palace leader's ring was very strong. Han Sun was only an earl with the story of genes, and yet he could fight against Enola, who was a duke. That meant the ring was very attractive to the rebirthing power. But there was still Angela left to deal with, and that meant the chances of Han Sun actually winning were slim to none. While Han Sun and Enola fought, many more winged eggs appeared out of the vase and became stuck between the two. In no time, a bunch of rebirthing powers were flying around in indecision. Angela stepped up beside Enola and touched his head. His own angel shadow turned gold. Angela had absorbed enough liquid energy to become a duke. Angela then began to channel his power into Enola. His gold angel light was getting weaker, while Endola's gold angel light was getting brighter and brighter. The balance between the gold angel and the ring was broken. The rebirthing power started to flap their little wings and head for the gold angels. Chapter 2106. 2106 Chapter 2106 Taking It by Force Sponsored Content Fuck. That's a powerful technique. Han Sun frowned. He thought with Sky Palace leaders' help and teachings, he'd be able to get the rebirthing powers with ease. But of course, as usual, things weren't working out as he might have expected them to. If Han Sun was only dealing with one of the brothers, the ring skill the leader had taught him might have actually stood a chance. But now that the two of them had combined their strength to combat Han Sun, he had no hope of competing. Seeing the rebirthing powers head for Enola, Han Sun racked his mind for a way in which he could turn the tables. The ring skill had been created by the Sky Palace leader, specifically to attract the rebirthing power. Han Sun had been counting on it to work, and now that it was proving ineffective, he had no clue what he might do. Attempting to attract the rebirthing power with his own life force was useless. His life force was weaker than Endola's, not to mention that the contest was 2-on-1. I can't worry too much about it. Han Sun gritted his teeth, and then charged up a jade skin light. With it, he flew towards the rebirthing power. Han Sun wanted to see if the Marquis's freezing godlight power could freeze the rebirthing power and stall it. When Enola and Angela saw Han Sun trying to grab the winged eggs, they did not even move. They just laughed with disdain. The rebirthing power could not be taken by force. Even a king-class person could not use force to grab them. Fairy Feather Elder smiled and spoke to Yin Chongkong. Elder Yin, young people have no patience. Did you not tell him that he cannot take the rebirthing powers by force? Sponsored content, huh? It's a good thing that young people are reckless. That fire and passion should be maintained. They should strive for everything they can while they have the time to try, Yin Chongkong said coldly. Yin Chongkong thought Han Sun was doing the right thing, even if he wasn't successful. People who sat down like cabbages and didn't even try were the absolute worst. Fighting until the end, no matter how low the probability of success, that was what everyone should do. So while all the feathers looked at Han Sun as if he was some sort of clown, Yin Chongkong was of the firm belief that Han Sun was doing what was right. He admired his behavior. And it was true that Han Sun would never slow down and stop doing his best. No matter how trying the task was, he just never gave in. It might seem easy to never stop fighting, but very few could actually go on as he did. The Jade Skin Godlight hit a rebirthing power, but the Freezing Godlight had no effect. It was like hitting a shadow, as the power shot right through its body. It really doesn't work. Han Sun pretty much expected this result, so it wasn't as if he was disappointed. Enola and Angela, the two brothers, looked even more disdainful. Enola smirked. Rebirthing powers cannot be taken by force. You have to wait for them to come and enter your body. Didn't you know that? The Feather Elders and elites were laughing their socks off. Their eyes were full of condescension as Han Sun's hands grabbed nothing. They looked at him like he was an absolute buffoon. Sponsored content. Kong Fei had put out the lantern of the feathers, so there was no one that the feathers hated more. In addition, Kong Fei had given deified feathers to Han Sun and Stay Up Late. To the feathers, that meant Han Sun and Stay Up Late were Kong Fei's dogs. If Han Sun had not belonged to Sky Palace, he would have never been given access to this pool. They would have hunted him down and killed him. You cannot force this. What an ignorant youth. Fairy Feather Elder stroked his beard as he spoke. The pool of rebirth is a sacred item belonging to the feather, so of course it would help us, another elder said. We should remind them not to take too much. They need to let Han Sun have some, as he is a guest, an elder sneered. They were all so merry, and they practically radiated arrogance. The Sky Palace envoys frowned, but this was part of the deal between the feathers and Sky Palace. It was not like the feathers were slaves. The feathers had more options than just Sky Palace, but Sky Palace had made them the best offer. That was why the feather allied with Sky Palace. The feathers were controlled by Sky Palace, but they still governed their own affairs. If Sky Palace completely controlled the feathers, there would have been no reason to send envoys to the feathers to discuss the future. The envoys of Sky Palace were not fond of the feathers' behavior, but they couldn't make too much of an issue over it. It wouldn't reflect well on Sky Palace. Yin Changkong did not move. He just looked at Han Sun. He was on his own now, and there was no one there that could help him. Teaching Han Sun the ring technique had been a good idea. Even against two ordinary dukes, Han Sun could have taken most of the rebirthing power. No one could have known that the feathers would field such powerful competitors. Enola and Angela were twins, and they had Judgment Angel Light. They could transfer power to one another. That was something ordinary dukes could not accomplish. When their life forces joined as one, not even a genuine king could beat them. That was because they were kings at one point too. Han Sun hadn't expected his jade skin light to work, so he used it mostly as a distraction. As the observers were focused on his futile attempts to capture the winged eggs, Han Sun got close enough to the statue to open the Demon Bug King by Sima. Han Sun could no longer afford to hold back. They had to see which side was stronger. It'd be okay if he failed, but if he succeeded, Han Sun was not going to leave them a single ounce of rebirthing power. He was taking everything for himself. BZD. A blue glass light appeared around Han Sun, encasing all the rebirthing powers, and the angel statue within. Sponsored content. Stupid. Rebirthing power cannot be blocked by force either. You cannot use strength to trap it. Enola laughed darkly. Fairy Feather smiled and said, It is good that young people work hard, but doing this is both reckless and foolish. Chapter 2107. 2107. Chapter 2107. You can be strong, but the benefits are all mine. Sponsored content. Pang. 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 Fairy Feather Elder, and the other feathers looked on in disbelief. The rebirthing powers that were flying toward Angela and Enola smacked into the blue shield. They could not penetrate the wall of light, and they ricocheted off one after another like meatballs bouncing off a plate. Impossible. How can the rebirthing power be stopped like that? Enola shouted at the top of his lungs. Angela was simply stunned into silence. Fairy Feather Elder and the kings stared with gaping jaws. They had no reaction to give, for what they saw was absolutely insane. It was well and truly baffling. The rebirthing powers had been blocked. Never in their wildest nightmares had they thought something like this could happen. Not even king-class elites could do such a thing. But the fact of the matter was plain to see. This was happening. The rebirthing powers were being blocked by the blue light wielded by Han Sun. And because of the blue shield's ability to contain the rebirthing powers, the winged eggs could no longer detect the life force of the brothers. With no alternatives available to them, they all chose to drift towards Han Sun. Seeing that, Yin Changkong smiled. He was genuinely surprised by what he was witnessing, but pleasantly so. He knew about Han Sun possessing some sort of a shield treasure, due to the reports stating he had used it against the Night Ghosts during the wild chain of events that transpired on planet Night Ghost. Yin Changkong hadn't seen it in person before though. He only had second-hand accounts to go on. He did not know the powers were this effective, but above all, He did not know it could be used to block the passage of the rebirthing powers. The envoys in Sky Palace were in sheer delight, as one might expect. Han Sun was representing Sky Palace, too, so it had made them incredibly frustrated to see Han Sun being relentlessly mocked. Han Sun's not bad. But then again, that's why he hails from Sky Palace. I thought rebirthing powers were powerful. But now they're being shielded so easily. Sponsored content. It looks like the tales about them were incorrect, and they were just fanciful exaggerations. Fairy Feather Elder's face had turned an abhorrent shade of green. He couldn't speak under the crush of the painful shock he was experiencing. He had no clue what powers might have fueled Han Sen's shield to do what it was doing. It boggled his mind that it was able to block the rebirthing powers. Before they could even hope to form an understanding, though, the rebirthing powers were directly in front of Han Sun. A rebirthing power hit Han Sen's Geno armor and melted into it. It shone like a holy light in his armor, making him glow with a holy aura. Pat! 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 Many rebirthing powers hit the spell armor like snow, making the armor glow. When every rebirthing power entered his system, Han Sun felt as if he was given a shot of adrenaline. His body was so alive, and power surged into each and every cell. It really did feel as if he was going to be reborn. Han Sun cast the story of genes to absorb those powers and evolve his spell armor. The spell armor was by far the hardest to level up. He gathered as much power as he could right now, because he wouldn't be afforded a second opportunity. Outside the shield, Angela and Enola flared their power as strongly as they could. But try as they might, everything they did was useless. The demon bug by Seema blocked everything. The rebirthing powers could not detect them outside the shield, so they had no interest in going anywhere other than to Han Sun. Han Sun, you are cheating. Put away your shield. Fairy Feather Elder shouted. Sponsored content Yun Chongkong laughed and said, Fairy Feather, the rebirthing powers go for the one whose abilities they prefer. Random chance at a factor too, of course. But this is not cheating. If Han Sun is cheating in your books, then why did you get those two to lower their level from king to enter this competition? Fairy Feather Elder's face turned red. He realized with frustration that Yin Chongkong knew the true identity of the brothers. The rebirthing powers are distributed by the pool of rebirth. What do you think? Yin Chongkong looked at Fairy Feather Elder and smiled. Well, I can only suppose that you are right. These matters should not be trifled with by us, and they should be exclusively sorted out by the individuals currently occupying the pool of rebirth. This will all depend on their abilities and their abilities alone. We are only here as spectators and nothing more. Fairy Feather coughed and spoke at high volume. Angela and Enola heard him though, and they understood what he really meant. Enola punched the blue shield. When Enola punched, the giant gold angel shadow moved with him to punch the shield too. The gold fist struck the blue shield like a giant smacking a crystal bowl. The shield looked like weak glass, but when the gold angel fist came into contact with it, it was the gold light that shattered. Endola's fist bounced off, and the blue light was wholly intact. Endola's face warped into something horrid. He gathered up more power, and kept punching alongside his gold angel. The gold light shattered, but the shield remained untouched. Han Sun was inside it, calmly absorbing the rebirthing powers. His spell armor was becoming brighter and brighter. The Duke powers were unable to break the blue shield, and this shocked the Feather Nobles. Enola clenched his jaw. Then his body started to vibrate with power. His angel wings spread open wide, while an orb of light began to mass between his hands. That gold light was like a vortex swirling in his hands. The gold light became brighter and brighter, until it looked like lightning in his hands. Judgment Angel Light was a forbidden skill, because practicing the art was very dangerous. It was so strong that there was a fair chance of it damaging the caster. It was the strongest attack Geno art, but not even the feathers dared use it. Enola and Angela were talented enough to bring their proficiency with it up to king class. They could be the strongest kings out of all the feathers. Although they were only dukes now, the Judgment Angel Light they were summoning would still be incredibly powerful. Boom! When that gold light reached its max size, Enola and his gold angel shoved it forward. The light looked as if it could destroy a galaxy as it streaked toward the shield. Pang! The gold light shattered like glass. The blue shield, on the other hand, was totally fine. Against its blue surface, the terrifying Judgment Angel light was no more than a delicate glass arrow. Many feather elders and dukes were shocked. Angela roared and gave his big Judgment Angel light to Enola. Enola looked scary as he cast the second Judgment Angel light. He gathered up the strength of two people. Boom! Sponsored content. A thick gold light came against the blue shield like a light of judgment that could destroy Earth. But when the light came against the blue shield, it was the gold that broke again. Nothing happened to the shield. It was quite spooky. Everyone stared at the shield in awe. The strongest secret skill of the feathers had been used by the brothers Angela and Enola, and it had proven useless. I refuse to believe that this shield of his cannot be broken. Enola fumed. He continued using his Judgment Angel light to attack the blue shield. Han's son stood where he was, allowing the rebirthing powers to cleanse him. He looked as blissful, as if a pretty woman was giving him an excellent massage. He was very relaxed. Fairy Feather Elder and the others wanted to rip Han Sen's ugly face off. But the brothers' Judgment Angel light could not even make the blue shield tremble, let alone make a dent. Han Sen's shield had encased the entire angel statue. The rebirthing powers that came flowing out of the vase all headed towards Han's Senator. There was nothing the brothers Angela and Enola could do. Rebirthing powers flowed into the spell armor continuously. The symbols across the spell armor brightened, shrouding Han's son in a holy light. He was like a sun within the demon bug by Sema. Angela and Enola continued to attack the demon bug by Sema, but nothing they tried worked. The shield did not even shake. When Fairy Feather Elder and the others saw the rebirthing powers go into Han's son, their hearts bled. No matter how much they hated Han's son, there was little they could do. They could only watch the heartrending show. When Han's son refused to remove the shield, it became apparent that he wanted all the power for himself. Fairy Feather shouted furiously, "Take it! Take it! Yes, so much rebirthing power will push you into going primal. You won't be able to cope, and you'll have to restart from the beginning." There really was so much rebirthing power. There was enough there to satisfy the rebirthing needs of two dukes. What he was thinking was correct. Fairy Feather wasn't the only one thinking this either. Most feathers were of the same mind. Han's son had absorbed so much rebirthing powers, it had likely reset his Geno armaments and turned the dial back to zero. But as more and more power came gushing into the spell armor, what they expected didn't seem to occur. The spell armor just continued to glow and nothing more. Half of the rebirthing powers had emerged now, and all of them had been taken by Han's Senator. Not even a duke should have been able to withstand that amount of energy. He should have gone primal by now. But Han's son still stood calmly in the light, with nothing distressing occurring. Angela and Enola ceased attacking. They just stood there, watching Han's son absorb every rebirthing power. They looked extremely awkward. The pool of rebirth had already started, so they would have to wait for all of this to be over before they could leave the altar. The whole race of the feathers were embarrassed. They did not speak, and some of them had to slink away. The Sky Palace envoys, on the other hand, spoke merrily amongst themselves. They spoke about how much rebirthing power Han's son might need to level up. As time went by, fewer and fewer winged eggs were being released from the vase. Han Sen's spell armor was getting even brighter, but it did not look like it was going to become a marquise. Han Sen thought that much power would level up his spell armor, but as the rebirthing power trickled off, the armor didn't seem ready to reach a higher tier. Oh no! So much energy, and yet spell still isn't going to become a marquise? Han Sen felt depressed. The feathers were in even more shock than Han Sen about this though. Han Sen was going to absorb all of that rebirthing power, and yet he wasn't going to level up. His Geno armament wasn't reborn either. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to absorb so much power without being overwhelmed. When the last rebirthing power exited the vase, the liquid energy ceased its discharge too. Then, the altar started to dim. Han Sen absorbed the last rebirthing power, and spell looked like an armor built from the sun. It was so bright you could hardly look at it. But despite that, it had not reached Marquis class. Hansen knew there was no hope of accomplishing that here. And now he realized just how difficult it was to level up the story of genes. That Geno art required a mountain of treasure. Poor people could never hope to learn it. Even rich people would go bankrupt trying to meet its demands. The pool of rebirth stopped running, and the crystal pillar became dim. Han's son had been the one to absorb every rebirthing power, and the brothers had been denied a single one. So what if he took all that power? After all that power absorption, he still cannot become a marquis. No matter how hard he tries, he'll never become deified. I doubt he'll even reach king class. He is just a waste of resources. Words like these were exactly how the feathers tried to comfort themselves. But even so, they could not deny how surprising the demon bug by Sema had been. Even with the brothers combining their judgment angel light, they could not make the shield rattle. They wondered if a king-class elite could hope to break it. What treasure was that shield? Why was it so strong? It looks like only kings can break that shield. I cannot believe this treasure fell into the hands of an earl. I bet Knife Queen or Sky Palace leader lent it to him. How could an earl like him obtain such a powerful treasure? With this treasure, he could do anything in this universe. It's a shame this treasure is in the hands of scum. No matter how much the feathers complained, they could not change the facts of the matter. They could not obtain a single ounce of power from that pool of rebirth session. Sky Palace had only occupied one slot of the three, and in doing so, claimed every single rebirthing power. Sky Palace had 2 more spots to use, and if they sent someone else like Han's son, that would mean they'd be getting the equivalent of 9 sessions instead of the 3 they were allocated. But despite their bitterness, there was nothing the feathers could do about it. They had to gnash their teeth and swallow their pride. The envoys continued their discussions with Holy Heaven, so Han's son did not see the point in hanging around now. He left Holy Heaven to return to Sky Palace where he could absorb the Jade Spirits. The story of genes was hopeless to level up, and not even Han's son was confident in whether it could one day become deified. It took an extreme amount of power just to become marquis, so God knew how much it would take to become deified. Han's son sat in an airship on his way back to Sky Palace. When the ship dropped out of hyperspeed, Han's son was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of extreme worry and nervousness. Without hesitation, Han's son summoned his demon bug by Sema to protect himself. Then there was a light. Everything was consumed by that sudden scary power that was faster than the speed of sound. The demon bug by Sema made a squeaky noise within the light. It sounded like glass that was about to crack, which told him his shield might have finally met its match. Gah! Who wants to kill me this time? Hansen thought as he sweated bullets. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and opened a space portal, which he could use to return to the sanctuaries. He'd be safe there. This power, whatever it was not something he could fight against. Even if the demon bug by Sema could withstand it, Hansen couldn't even discern where the attack was coming from. If a deified elite was coming for him, the demon bug by Sema wouldn't be able to help him. With the adrenaline pumping through him, the light seemed to last forever. In reality, though, the entire attack took less than a single second. News quickly circulated that a big, scary light had incinerated Hansen's airship within the space of a single second. There was not even dust left to hover around in the vacuum, and Hansen himself was gone. Needless to say, the entirety of Sky Palace was pretty angry about what had taken place. They eagerly wanted to find out where the attack had come from. The relationship between Sky Palace and the feathers became tense and sour, due to the feathers being the likeliest perpetrator. There was still the chance another faction had tried to frame the already suspicious feathers, of course, but that wasn't always everyone's first thought. And unfortunately, due to the entire ship being obliterated, along with the complete disappearance of Hansen, most people believed he had been killed. They did not think he could have survived such a strike. Sky Palace and Narrow Moon conducted a joint investigation to find who behind the attack, but there wasn't a single lead to follow up on. They couldn't even find out who cast those powers. They only knew that the power that had attacked the spaceship must have been unleashed by either a half-deified or a fully fledged deified elite. It couldn't have been done by a high-tech weapon, because weapons like that needed to be set up and prepared. Its presence would have left evidence too. Items like that would have been found as soon as the investigative teams entered the system. There were no clues or leads for the investigators to pick up, but at least that told them one thing. It told them that it was a person or a creature that was behind the attack. It would take a thinking mind to avoid leaving evidence. Han Sen had run back to the sanctuaries, of course. He did not know if there was an enemy guarding the point he jumped, so he wasn't in a rush to return. He stayed home for a while before going back to the Geno universe. When he teleported through, Han Sen wore the four-faced, eight-armed golden Buddha soul armor. He also hid his presence, so no one could discern that he was actually Senator Han Sen. After appearing in space, quickly scanned the area. There were no enemies in the nearby vicinity. It made him feel greatly relieved, and after identifying the nearest planets, he flew in the direction of one. The hyperspeed checkpoint in space had been destroyed with the ship, so there wouldn't be any more ships coming through for quite some time. Fortunately, there was a planet close by where he could book passage. Due to the small size of the planet, it wasn't very civilized. In the Geno universe, this planet was more like a station. There used to be a hyperspace checkpoint there, but it was hardly used anymore. There wasn't a ship that could take Han Sen to Sky Palace. Han Sen booked passage to the Fire Lotus system, hoping he could find a ship there that would take him to Sky Palace. Fire Lotus system was a territory that belonged to the Thousand Treasures, but unfortunately, it wasn't the same group that ran Stay Up Late's Wuxia treasury. Fire Lotus system was just a border system that the Thousand Treasures happened to own. When Han Sen arrived at the Fire Lotus system, he looked for another ship that might take him to Sky Palace. But then, something strange appeared in the midst of space. The emptiness of space opened like a pair of curtains, revealing a weird scroll that hung in the black. In a mind-boggling way that seemed to defy physics itself, the scroll was visible from every planet in the Geno universe as it unfurled. And as it opened, names appeared across its surface. Those names were shining. Even from a billion light-years away, they could be clearly seen. Elites from races all across the universe were represented. Some of these names had been on the scroll for centuries, but they were still known and feared throughout the universe. The scroll continued to unroll, with more and more names becoming visible. From kings to barons, there was at least 10,000 names written for each tier. Every name was the best of their class 100 years ago. It was the greatest moment in those elites' lives. First king, Zhang Xiandao Sky. Second king, Dragon 1 Dragon. Everyone could feel the glory exuded by those names. When the scroll was completely unfurled, all the names shone as if they'd do so forever. And they brightened up the stars. Boom! Space itself was shaking, and the light of the scroll shattered like dust. The scroll in the sky became empty, and then a few words appeared again. First king, Zhang Xiandao Sky. A shadow appeared on the surface of the bronze scroll. The shadow took the shape of an angelic-looking man. The image grew in size, becoming clearer and more detailed. This was the man who had defeated everyone to reach the top. Blurg! Han Sen almost choked in surprise. That first person on the Geno being scroll, Zhang Xiandao, was the Sky Palace leader. The shadows that appeared behind him displayed the history of his battles across the centuries. Everyone was now able to admire his heroic fights. But then it started showing the following names on the list, and when it reached the 10th king, it showed no more. And then it moved on to show the number 1 duke. The top 10 of every level appeared on the bronze scroll. The way they fought made people very excited, even those who weren't interested in combat. The shadowed images left the inhabitants of the Geno universe in a state of awe, as they cycled through elite after elite. Then they became dust across the scroll. And when all was said and done, nothing remained of them. The names disappeared from the lists, leaving only empty brackets. All the names from a century ago were gone, including the names of the number 1 king, number 1 duke, and number 1 marquis. All that remained were the empty ranks now. Boom! All the lists cracked. breaking apart to reveal an image that seemed to tear its way through space itself. A picture was forming, one that showcased a mountain, water, stars, suns, and moons. There were seas and clouds, deserts and green fields. This sweeping canvas had expanded across the whole sky. It cycled through the images, focusing on each one in turn. The images flashed by quickly enough to make an observer dizzy. Countless stars began to fall from the painting. To Han Sen's surprise, one of the stars fell directly before his feet. When the glow diminished, he saw that a plain white sheet of paper had landed by his feet. Han Sen glanced around at the others that were nearby. Every person around him had received a similar piece of paper, and many were already writing down their name and race. Some of the more primal creatures that lacked the ability to write would simply press their paws and claws down on the parchment to register. But whether you wrote down your name or pressed your hand against the papers soon regained their glow and flew back into the sky, returning to the bronze scroll. Across countless systems, many of those same star-like lights were racing off into space like an inverse meteor shower. They were all headed for the same bronze scroll. Han Sen glanced at the paper in front of him and started to turn away. But suddenly, he felt himself compelled to write down his name as Dollar and list his race as human. As soon as Han finished writing and lifted his fingers off the paper, the registration sheet flew up into the sky and into the scroll. Well, if that god wants to look for a human, I will let him look. If he makes a move, then we will all be able to see what he tries. Han Sen's mind drifted back to the conversation he had with God's retribution. While Han Sen was still mulling all of this over, his paper landed on the scroll with a strange light. Han Sen felt his body twist and distort in a familiar fashion. It reminded him of how it felt to use a teleporter. When the process was over, and his footing was stable again, he found himself standing in the middle of a grassy field. It looks like I'm inside the Geno being scroll. Han Sen looked around. He landed in the precise spot his sheet of paper did. Han Sen continued looking around until he saw a giant monster rushing towards him. It was a Marquise Xenogeneic. The dinosaur-like monster came rumbling forward, but Han Sen did not move. When the monster was in front of him, he just put his hand out and touched the horn protruding from the beast's nose. Boom! The monster stopped like it had hit a wall. Han Sen then punched the monster, sending it flying. The monster's body tore a trench into the ground as it skidded backwards, and it heaved up blood while it squirmed around. It quickly submitted to death. Xenogeneic Marquise hunted. Black steel beast, Xenogeneic gene found. It died that easily. Han Sen was shocked. When his jade skin leveled up to Marquise, Han Sen's body and power became far stronger. It helped a whole lot more than the elevation of his blood pulse sutra did. Many Marquises saw this take place, and when they did, their faces changed. They quickly summoned their white papers and tore them up. Their bodies all twisted and vanished as they departed the Geno being scroll. Han Sen summoned his own paper, looking down at his signature. Now he knew that if he destroyed the paper, he'd lose and be sent out of the scroll. Han Sen would never concede, of course. He commanded the paper to fly, and it hovered next to him like a fairy. People could see the name Dollar and the race human. And Han Sen could also see the other Marquises displaying their own papers in a similar fashion. No matter how hard or dirty a fight became, a paper couldn't be affected by anyone other than its owner. Only the owner could decide whether or not they wanted to abandon the scroll. Han Sen was walking on a grassy plain. He had heard that when contestants first entered the Geno being scroll, a bloodbath would ensue. The 10,000 left alive would appear on the list, and then a harder fight would follow to determine final ranking. In the first fight, staying alive and in the scroll were the only things that mattered. If he lasted until there were only 10,000 people left, he'd succeed. Because different races had different powers, some of them were choosing to hide themselves. Han Sen did not plan on hiding though. He wanted every creature and god to know there was a human named Dollar in the Geno universe. A dragon with wings and dragon horns walked toward Han Senator. He looked at Han Sen's paper and smiled. Human? Never heard of it. Dragon? Han Sen asked the dragon. Dragon 39. You are unlucky to encounter me, Dragon 39 said, raising his head. His masculine body was pumped full of hormones. Not everyone joined the Geno being scroll fight, of course. Not many dragons had decided to participate this time around. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were the only other dragons who had decided to join. Many dragon elders were watching this fight though. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 had come with Dragon 39. Because Dragon 39 was the weakest dragon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Although he was the weakest of the Marquis dragons, to an outsider, any pure dragon was obscenely strong. He was only weak compared to the other pure dragons. What is a human? I have never heard of it. Kill him quick, and do not waste time. Dragon 9 smiled. Dragon 39 seemed to hear what he said, and so he roared. Then, he threw a punch at Han's Senator. A presence surged before his fist like a raging dragon. Han's son did not dodge though. He just threw a punch to meet Dragon 39's. He only used pure plain strength though. He didn't even bother summoning a godlight. Huh? You're trying to fight a dragon with pure power? This human might be cute, but he is also naive. Before Dragon 9 finished speaking, his face went blank. Han Sen's fist punched the dragon that was made of a draconic presence, and it made him into something that was like paste. Han's son punched into the being, pulverizing all the fist came into contact with. Pang! When Han Sen's fist collided with Dragon 39's fist, Dragon 39's face turned crooked. His fist and arm was twisted too. Dragon 39's fist came against Han Sen's fist like a ball hitting a sheet of steel. The finger bones cracked, making his facial expressions distort. The whole arm was made to twist, shattering the armor as it all occurred. Han Sen's fist was still advancing as well. It was strong like a piston-driven pillar, driving itself straight into Dragon 39's chest. Dragon 39's muscles were no match, and they immediately buckled to the force and started to cave in. His body was quick to look like a cooked shrimp. Dragon blood gushed as Han Sen's foe went flying backwards. Pang! Dragon 39's body came back down, digging a long trench through the earth. He eventually hit rocks. The velocity of skid was so strong, he broke through the rocks. And it was only then that he came to a stop. Dragon 19 and Dragon 9 were both in shock. Their mouths were open wide in what best amounted to a fine helping of disbelief. All they could do was stare at the dragon dust. They could not believe their eyes. With dragons' bodies being what they were, it was hard to comprehend one could be defeated so easily by someone of the same tier. That punch almost killed Dragon 39 with ease. It wasn't just the dragon that were in shock either. All the other marquises that witnessed the fight were flabbergasted too. That was because it was a dragon. The world's bravest sorts were of the dragon. One of them had been punched, soaring through the air like a ragdoll. It was quite scary. Human. Dollar. What is that race? Have you heard of them before? No. Human. Sounds so strange. Scary. Even a dragon's body was punched that way. The bodies of humans are scary. Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken, and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar. Dragon 39 roared. His body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Han's son was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogeniac. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Han's Senator. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Han Sen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend. and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom, 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 boom. The strong xenogenic body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Han Sun grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body is totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. La! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper. But I don't blame him. A few more hits like that, and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees, and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before? Many creatures began to ravenously discuss the event. Dragon 39 was soaked in his own blood, hopelessly trying to scramble out from the rubble of the rocks. His chest was still sunken, and he could barely rise to his feet. Dragon blood kept pouring out of his facial orifices. Roar! Dragon 39 roared. His body expanded, and his dragon wings possessed a frightening draconic aura. His body was suddenly overtaken by what looked like real dragon scales. His dragon horns were shining more than ever. Overall, he was now looking like a bona fide dragon, albeit in a humanoid form. Furthermore, the arm that had been broken by Han Sun was healed. Dragon 39 had become a xenogenic. That was the form he had activated. And with him now firing on all cylinders, he approached his opponent. His body broke through space to teleport directly before Han Senator. His scaled fists came forward in a punch towards Han Sen's chest. The fist tore through the air and then exploded. To witness the pressure, force and power of that soaring punch, you'd be swift to think that it could obliterate any mountain. Another hand appeared then though. It was one that was clad in a golden armor. It appeared directly before that newly scaled fist. Those long, gold fingers grabbed Dragon 39's incoming fist. That scary punch was brought to a complete standstill. All of its power and desired impact vanished in less than a second. It felt as if his punch had all just been pretend, and it was all an illusion where no strength was actually used. In everyone's shocked eyes, the gold-armored hand moved. Dragon 39 was then picked up by it. Boom, 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 boom. The strong xenogenic body of Dragon 39 was reduced into a mere punching bag. Han Sun grabbed it and kept swinging it up and down to create two giant craters in the ground. Dragon 39's mutant dragon body is totally broken. After a few hits, the rigidity was lost and it became soft. La! The noise of a paper being ripped sounded. Dragon 39's almost obliterated body disappeared into thin air. Too crazy. He can even kill a dragon that brutally. How strong is that guy's body? He is not of the same level surely. Dragon 39 was quick to rip his paper. But I don't blame him. A few more hits like that, and he was bound to blow up. They were both marquees, and that guy beat the dragon. Why are the bodies of humans so scary? I wonder why I haven't heard of this race before? Chapter 2112. 2112 Chapter 2112 There are still creatures like that? Sponsored content. Crazy Cow Viscount kept attacking Little Flower. But despite all its efforts, it could not hit him. All its scary punches ended up flying harmless past or hitting the ground, kicking up a flurry of sand. Don't run. Fight Grandpa Cow. Crazy Cow Viscount shouted as he chased after Little Flower. He had thrown countless punches, but he couldn't even brush Little Flower's clothing. At the same time, Little Flower was completely confused. Crazy Cow was so ferocious and confident, but Little Flower could not wrap his head around why the creature's attacks were so flawed. This must be a trick. Little Flower usually practiced with the elites in Sacred, and even a simple attack from one of those monsters had subtlety and depth. Little Flower had learned that skills that appeared simple were often the most frightening. So Little Flower thought that Crazy Cow's confidence meant it was a strong enemy. He kept thinking that the cow's awful techniques and misses were some sort of trick. He never once contemplated there might be noobs in the world. But as time went by, Little Flower eventually realized the mistakes were indeed genuine. There was no ulterior motive, and he was not going to be tricked. Fight me! Fight me! Fight me! Crazy Cow was getting mad. He was looking murderous, and there was no fear in his rage-filled eyes. Sponsored content he had punched for so long, but he had yet to even damage Little Flower's clothes. He felt so powerless, and that overwhelming sense of failure drove him even crazier. He wanted to fight, not run around trying to catch a mouse. Suddenly, Crazy Cow Viscount saw Little Flower come to a stop. He was so happy. He gathered up all his power and turned it into speed. He raced forward faster than he ever had in his life, preparing to punch Little Flower. He shouted, "Kid, there is nowhere to run." Little Flower was not planning on running though. He too lifted a fist, aiming it at Crazy Cow. "Good. Come and feel Grandpa Cow's power." Excitement pulsed through Crazy Cow's veins. His big body twisted as he threw all his power into his punch. Pang! Crazy Cow Viscount's giant fist came against Little Flower's own little fist. But Crazy Cow's creepily ecstatic face went blank. He looked shocked at first, and then that shock became horror as his body reversed direction and began to soar backward. With the twinkle of a star, he disappeared somewhere in the distance. Could it really have been that weak? Little Flower froze. He stared up at the sky, not believing what had just happened. Sponsored content inside another section of the Geno Being Scroll. Many fights were raging. People were getting kicked out of the match every second, whittling down the roster to only the 10,000 that were allowed to remain. Han's son slowly walked across a field, but there were no creatures around. Even if he had been really eager to get into a fight, he wouldn't have been able to. He'd been walking for a while, and he still hadn't seen anyone. Time passed, and many more creatures were kicked out. After 10 days, the initial fights came to an end. Han's son spent most of that time waiting. After defeating Dragon 39, he hadn't encountered any other creatures. Han's son was resting on a field when he felt the dimension distort. He eventually found himself back in the Fire Lotus system. The other tier battles ended over the next few days, and when the roster for every tier had been whittled down to 10,000, the painting on the scroll became dust. It started to show the rankings again. Han's son looked over it, and he found himself in the 9,000 bracket of the Marquis tier. He was practically near the end, but there was the figure 2 listed by his name. Han's son started reading the other entries, and he saw that every other being had a number beside their name, as well. The higher their rank, the greater their number. Han's son quickly realized what he was looking at. That was the number of enemies they had defeated. After Han's son entered the Geno Being Scroll, he killed Black Steel Beast and Dragon 39. He didn't kill any more Marquises, and no one else sought to provoke him. So his score remained a measly 2. The names up high on the rankings had thousands of wins. But those rankings were just temporary. When the ranked fights began, that was when you fought for first place. Sponsored content. Han's son looked at the first few ranks, and he saw Dragon 8 of the Dragon occupying the number 1 slot. The one that was number 2 was just a paw print. What race that was, Han's son hadn't a clue. The next few were beings of races Han's son was unfamiliar with. There was a demon at number 5, however, and its name was Khan. That guy survived and joined the Geno Being Scroll, huh? Han's son moved on unconcerned. Han's son looked further down, and saw a few more creatures he did not know. There were too many different races in the Geno universe. Han's son hadn't expected to recognize many names, but he did see a few sky and lofty places on the leaderboards. When Han's son looked into the 8,000 ranks, he saw Lone Bamboo's name. It looks like the rankings don't mean much now. Many of the truly scary sorts are probably at the back, like Lone Bamboo, Han's son thought to himself. Han's son looked at the other ranks, but it was like looking at nothing. He didn't know any of them. Han's son turned to the King class tier rankings, and saw Knife Queen there. She was 6,000 places away from the top. Since the Sky Palace leader was deified, he couldn't participate in the Geno Being Scroll. But even if he had been able to, he wouldn't have joined. The first place in the King class rankings was held by Dragon 1. Han Sen did not know if it was the Dragon One he encountered in Return Ruin Sea, or the Dragon One from a century ago. They were two different people. The dragons were ranked like that every generation, so there was always more than one Dragon One. Han Sen was not interested in the low-level ranks. He only glanced at the first few lackadaisically. When he looked at the Viscount scoring though, he was given a shock. Little Flower. Han Sen saw the first rank on the Viscount leaderboard read Sacred Han Little Flower. That cannot be my little flower, can it? Excitement bubbled within Han Sen. If that was really his son, then Han Sen now knew that he was in a place called Sacred. It'd be much easier to find him with that name. For the longest time, he had been unable to find out where Little Flower was being held. It was all because he had no clue where to even begin looking. The universe was far too big. Han Sen wanted the rank fights to start soon, so he could confirm that the Viscount leaderboard was true. He wanted to find out if that Little Flower was indeed his son. Chapter 2113. 2113 Chapter 2113 Evil Eye sponsored content. Han Sen was not the only one taking notice of Little Flower though. Not by a long shot. The whole Geno universe had started to pay attention to the previously unknown Viscount named Little Flower. Most people didn't give Han Sen a second thought due to the score he had ended up on. And the title of Sacred was a far more enticing subject to talk about. Sacred was actually a faction, not a race. In fact, it had once conquered all the other races, and its roots reached far back into the history of the universe. Sacred was actually the very first race to light a lantern. Despite their former glory, something awful must have taken place that had sunk the faction into darkness and obscurity. It was commonly believed that all the old sacred elites had vanished from the universe. But now, someone had used the name Sacred to participate in the Geno Being Scrolls leaderboard. And in addition to that, that contestant had come out on top of the Viscounts. It was drawing quite a bit of attention. Truthfully, only the oldest people really knew about Sacred and the implications of Little Flower's rise. Most people only admired Little Flower's score because of his tender age. In the Geno universe, size did not represent your age. But to put it simply, Little Flower just looked like a kid. On a primal planet, an old man stood clutching a staff. His head was that of a dog. He looked at the Geno Being Scrolls scoreboard, the Viscount one, in particular. Seeing the name Sacred made his old eyes shine brightly. Sponsored content. Sacred has an heir? He asked. Those assholes of Sacred aren't dead yet? Deep in a sea, a dragon-like creature stared up through the water at the scoreboard. The word Sacred worried him. In many places across the Geno universe, mysterious people and creatures were observing the Geno Being scoreboard. They all examined the person occupying first place for Viscounts. Sacred and Little Flower's name was suddenly all across the Geno universe. Han Sen's rank, meanwhile, was way too low. No one paid attention to the bottom ranks of the marquises. Deciding to remain in the Fire Lotus system for the time being, Han Sen browsed the web. He soon came to learn that the most popular marquise wasn't Lone Bamboo or Dragon 8. It was a man known as Evil Eye. Many gamblers had put swathes of money on Evil Eye winning. Some websites had surveys on xenogenic rankings. On these, Evil Eye had much support. Dragon 8 was in second place in terms of popularity, but Evil Eye was favored multiple times over. Who is this Evil Eye? He has so much support. Is he stronger than Lone Bamboo? Han Sen couldn't believe this was correct, and so he tried to find more information on Evil Eye. Sponsored content. After checking him out, he realized Evil Eye was actually quite famous. The feathers had the pool of rebirth, and it could reset Geno armaments, but also level up a person's talents. The Buddha had a technique that could pass all knowledge and skills to a person of the next generation, but those powers weren't real physical rebirth. Evil Eye, however, was a person that could really be reborn. So far, no one knew what sort of creature Evil Eye was. No one knew his race, and they only knew his name was Evil Eye. He had become famous long ago, because he used to be indestructible in the Geno universe. Even deified elites died of old age, and the same was true for Evil Eye. But not long after Evil Eye died, another Evil Eye would be born. The new evil eye was not of the same race as the first one, and neither was he as strong. When he was found, he was just an earl. But as time passed, this evil eye became stronger. He even became stronger than the first evil eye. He was unstoppable. As millennia passed, this cycle continued. Every time evil eye died, a new evil eye would rise from a different race and become stronger than the last. Evil eye had appeared as a dragon, demon, feather, and even as one of the mecha. The only constant thread connecting the evil eyes was their possession of 4 evil eyes. Sponsored content, but Evil Eye himself had said that there had only been one evil eye. He said that there was only him and no others. So people started to believe that Evil Eye could really be reborn. Whenever he died, he was reincarnated in a new form. What method he used to accomplish this was unknown, as was the reason why he always appeared as a member of a different race. This time, when he was reborn, no one knew what race he belonged to. All that could be gleaned was the name he had on the scoreboard. In the initial battle, he hadn't killed a single opponent. He was at the bottom of the marquee's list. But the name Evil Eye instilled a confidence in the people of the Geno universe that he would be the one to become first rank. After so many cycles of rebirth, his mind had become deified. It was just that his body was still tethered to the level of marquees. No one would treat him as an ordinary marquise though. Even powerful marquises like Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8 would think Evil Eye was better than themselves. Evil Eye was above everyone. I can't believe there's a guy like this out here. It'll be hard to achieve first place if so. I hope I don't run into him too soon. If I do, all my efforts will go to waste if I end up fighting him here at the beginning. As Han's son read the legends about Evil Eye, his curiosity grew. There were 10,000 marquises who would be engaged in battle though. He didn't think he'd be unlucky enough to encounter Evil Eye. On the day that the ranked fights were ready to begin, all the people in the Geno universe watched the leaderboards intently. The strong ones did especially. They were hoping to fight weak enemies too. Quickly, though, the leaderboard on the Geno being scroll started to move. When it became legible again, it had split into a schedule of fights. Hansen glanced at his listed opponent and noticed it wasn't Evil Eye. This made him feel very relieved. He didn't think he was the best marquise anymore, and he thought it'd be best if he started with a less desperate fight. But when Hansen looked closer, he was given a shock. His first opponent was listed as Khan Demon. It looks like my fate is intertwined with Khan's. Hansen smiled. After looking at the opponents he would have to go up against, Hansen glanced over Little Flower's potential foes that were in the Viscount tier. He noticed that in the midst of them all, there was one particular race that he had never heard of before. It was represented by a simple paw print. Ugh, whatever. I don't care. I just need to finish this next fight as soon as I am able to, so I can find out if that Viscount is truly my Little Flower. Hansen thought to himself. The Geno being scroll was special. All the creatures in the galaxy could watch the fights unfold. Even creatures without eyes could feel what was happening in the fights. But no matter what tools or skills you used, nothing could record the fights for later viewing. If you used a machine to try to record any of the matches that were taking place, and you later went to play the files you had created, you would only see footage of a bronze scroll in the sky. The scroll itself would look completely empty. All the tiers started fighting at the same time, so Hansen would have to finish his fights before Little Flower did. That way he could race to see Little Flower. The teams were established, and again, the names upon the scroll became dust. A painting then appeared instead. Same as before, Hansen felt things around him become distorted. He soon entered the scroll again, and the paper with his name written on it appeared next to him. But the arena was different than it had been the last time. This time he was on the sea. His body hovered above the waves. He looked around and saw a demon man a few thousand meters away. He was looking at Hansen too. Khan saw Hansen and frowned. He couldn't tell what race his opponent was beneath the gold armor he was clad in, but he presumed him to be a demon. Dollar? Human? Khan looked at Hansen's paper and mulled the details over to himself. He was the strongest marquise demon to participate in the Geno being scroll. Even so, Khan was not a reckless man. and he had taken the time to research every marquise that he might be going against. In regards to the human dollar, Khan knew he had defeated Dragon 39. So Khan would not underestimate him. Catcha! Khan became a xenogeniac. He grew to 10 meters tall, and a demonic air gathered around his body. When Han Sun saw Khan become a giant, he was surprised. He didn't know how the demon did it. Previously, Han Sun had annihilated his giant body, but he was fine now. He had been fixed, and he was a giant just like before. He seemed to be even stronger than before. His transformation was a little different this time around though. He was wearing a pair of gloves, which did not break as his body grew larger. They expanded with him. The gloves looked to have been forged from black steel, but they were laden with spikes. One of them in particular was extremely long, and its tip was sharper than a needle. Khan had learned from his mistakes. He had repeatedly practiced with giant techniques, and in doing so, he obtained a treasure he'd be able to use in that form. It was for emergencies, in the event a killing blow missed. The glove was a king-class weapon called Lightning Spike. If Khan hadn't been so special to the demons, he wouldn't have been allowed to use a king-class weapon. Although Khan couldn't access all of its power, he could still use some of it. It was enough to maximize his punching speed for a marquise. With Lightning Spike, his punching speed was as great as the Red Cloud. No one could take advantage of him when it came to speed now. He had the power of a giant, and it was coupled with the speed of the Lightning Spike. Khan didn't know if he could defeat Evil Eye, but he was confident in his ability to compete WKH Lone Bamboo and Dragon 8. He was certain that he could reach the top 10. Khan was not naive enough to think his current position within the top 5 could be maintained. Many elites did not care about the top ranking as they stood though. Many of the top elites were happy enough to stay at the bottom of the list right now, but he would be satisfied if he could remain within the top 10 when all was said and done. Go to hell! Khan roared. His giant body came running towards Han Sun across the sea. The gloves he wore were like black bolts of lightning. They came before Han Sun in a stunning display of strength. Sky demon powers, when married with the speed of the lightning spikes, was something Khan hoped wouldn't miss. With the addition of his giant powers, few could withstand a devastating blow like that. He just had to ensure his hit landed on the target. It was a fight Han Sun wished to end quickly. Seeing Khan rushing towards him like this was perfect. He cast his Blood Pulse Sutra and Jade Skin, and threw a punch towards the giant Khan. The crystallized blood boiled inside Han Sun's body. His flesh became jade, as two separate powers fused inside him. But Han Sun did not release a Jadeskin godlight. He only used the actual strength of his body to combat Khan's incoming fist. Catcha! The lightning spike punched through Han Sun's gold-plated gauntlet. Khan looked murderous, wanting to ram the spike on through Han Sun's body. The next second, Khan looked on in disbelief. The mighty lightning spike had only managed to pierce Han Sun's armor. When it punched through the garb and came into contact with Han Sun's skin, it rang with the sound of rattled metal, and could not go any further. When Han Sun's jade skin became Marquise level, it was a much stronger change than what had occurred with the Blood Pulse Sutra. Now his body was as sturdy as a top-tier dragon's. Boom! The two Goliath powers collided. The ripples of the shockwave were so devastating that they created waves that were 100 meters high. Khan's body was sent stumbling backward a few hundred meters too. Han Sun, on the other hand, only fell back 10 meters. Khan and the other demons that were watching this were in shock. The vitality of Khan's giant body ought to have been unrivaled. Not many could beat him, especially of the Marquise rank. $4 to beat Khan's giant power was more than surprising. Wow, I wonder what humans are. How can they be that scary and strong? They are scarier than the dragon, someone exclaimed. Khan snarled. He was officially peeved now, because he could not believe that someone had just bested him with raw strength. He could only assume that it must have been a fluke, and so he gathered up more power to attack Han Sun again. I don't have time to fight you. I need to see Little Flower. Han Sun raised his hand, and then, a gold light appeared between his fingers. It became a coin. Ding! Han Sun moved his fingers, launching the coin out to strike Khan's incoming fist. The coin became stuck to the giant fist that was surging with power. And as soon as it was attached to the hand, Khan's fist was yanked down, as if a mountain had just fallen across it. It wasn't just the fist that fell either. Khan's entire body dropped with his fist, falling into the sea that resided below the two fighters. Pang! Khan couldn't stand atop the water either. The phantom weight he had been afflicted with had to be far too heavy to allow that. He fell straight into the water, and beneath its waves, he started to sink fast. Han Sun was rather surprised by this himself. This was the first time he had ever used his modified coin powers, and the results had exceeded his expectations. Han Sun had used Turtle, the Sky Palace Force, and Suppress Evil to modify his own skill coin. He couldn't use it in front of others in fear of revealing his identity, so these results were pretty decent for the skill's first use in real combat. After all, it was quite the feat for Coin to have the encumbering strength to make Khan's giant body plunge into the sea. Khan's attempts at resisting the force had been entirely futile. Pang! 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 That coin was like a mountain attached to the giant's right glove. Not even Khan's power could keep him from sinking. The water churned as the giant kept thrashing about in the sea. His power pushed the water away, but it was ultimately pointless. He couldn't swim, and slowly, his body began to sink. The deeper he got, the less his thrashing disturbed the surface of the water. It was difficult to tell how far Khan went down exactly. Now Han Sun almost regretted the decision to make use of the technique though. He wanted to get through this fight quickly, but Khan was now someplace under the sea. The power of coin would only suppress Khan, not kill him. To finish his foe off for good, Han Sun would have to do so in the water. Before Han Sun joined Khan in the sea, however, there was a flash of white light. A shattered paper appeared bearing Khan's name. Han Sun was shocked once more. He had only made Khan fall into the water. Why would Khan give up so swiftly by ripping up his paper? The demon and his frightful body could traverse and survive the expanse of space after all. The other demons that watched this fight were confused too. They did not know why Khan conceded the fight after falling into the sea. Han Sun hadn't realized what he had truly done to Khan. Khan was strong, but his giant body was heavy. With the coin he kept sinking and sinking into the deep sea. But that ocean was bottomless. He had gone down at least 30,000 meters, and there was no end to be found and no sign of a seabed showing up anytime soon either. What's more, the sheer pressure of the water was becoming unbearably strong. Khan wanted to swim up, out and away, but there was too much pressure on his fist now. Unless he let go of the lightning spike gloves, he'd sink with them to a dire end. Above all though, Khan acknowledged he wasn't going to win. And if he gave up his lightning spikes, he'd certainly have no chance of fighting his opponent. Losing that king-class item would be the worst result of all. So he settled for giving up the fight, and just forfeiting his participation in the Geno being scroll. He knew he wouldn't stand a chance, and that it was for the best, but still, it made him very depressed. He had no idea how he had lost the fight so easily. The dimension around Han Sun then became distorted. He came out of the Geno being scroll, appearing back on planet Fire Lotus. Han Sun quickly looked at the bronze scroll, but Han Littleflower's fight had already ended. I was too slow. Han Sun sighed. And then he browsed the web. Many creatures were discussing Littleflower's fight. And then, Han Sun realized it did not matter how fast he was, as he was going to be beaten no matter what. Littleflower's fights in the Viscount tier never seemed to last longer than a measly 3 seconds. According to the description of what happened, Han Sun was able to learn that Littleflower was a boy in white armor. His face couldn't be described due to the aforementioned armor. All in all, though, the descriptions matched Littleflower's age. Han Sun felt depressed. His phone rang then, and he heard Stay Up Late's voice on the other end. Stay Up Late sounded so excited, and he said, "Have you seen Han Littleflower in the Geno being scroll? He looks just like Littleflower." "I was busy. I couldn't watch it." Han Sun felt depressed. "That is a shame. The fight was so fast. I would have liked to see more. But it really did look like Littleflower. It'd be pretty amazing if it was him." Stay Up Late was now in an even greater rush to find him. Although Han Sun had performed well, his fight didn't attract much notice. Aside from some demons and dragons spectating, few others watched him perform. Han Littleflower was the one who became the center of attention. Everyone watched him fight because of his power. And in addition to that, many wished to confirm his identity from the fights, and try to determine if he really was from Sacred. There were many more fights to come, and Han Sen finished each one as fast as he could. But every time, Littleflower was faster than he was. And because of that, he never had the chance to see him. Littleflower was popular all around. He one-hit killed everything. No one had been able to come close to beating him thus far. Too scary. What race is Littleflower? Even demons and dragons are beaten by him. He is too scary. I don't know what kind of monster can be that scary. Sacred is not a race though. Sacred is a place. He looks like one of the sky. Only the sky can raise someone this sick. The sky are strong, but they're not that strong. Throughout the universe, people tried to guess Littleflower's true identity, but no one was able to deduce who he really was. While Han Sen sat in a restaurant, he heard such discussions. He felt depressed he couldn't see Littleflower's fights. Is that kid really my son? Han Sen wondered. Inside the realm of the dragon, Dragon 9, Dragon 19, and Dragon 39 were waiting for Dragon 8. When he arrived, they got up to welcome him. Brother 9, Sister 19, Brother 39, are you all here to celebrate me? Dragon 8 smiled. Dragon 19 spoke. Brother 8, we saw your schedule. In 2 more rounds, you will face off against some human named Dollar. Does it matter who I fight? Dragon 8 said carelessly. This guy is very strong. He is scary. Brother 39 was unable to withstand his punch. Khan became a giant, but even he was beaten. We watched his fights, and each one was a crushing victory. I don't know where that guy came from, but you can most certainly not underestimate him. He is like our best dragon. Don't be careless against him, Dragon 19 said. To me, every enemy is the same. Even with Evil Eye in front of me, I will win. Dragon 8 spoke calmly, but his eyes sparkled with confidence. I hope that Dollar is as strong as you say. The stronger the better, really. Chapter 21:16 Evil Eye sponsored content. Han Sen didn't get to see Littleflower fight, so he went to watch others fight instead. Of the Marquises, he managed to watch Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo fight. Han Sen wanted to see Evil Eye fight, but he soon learned that all of Evil Eye's opponents gave up whenever they were pitted against him. No one wished to battle someone that frightening. Han Sen thought he wouldn't get to see Evil Eye fighting that day, but much to his surprise he did. That day, a creature was brave or foolish enough to stay and fight. That creature had 3 heads and 6 arms. It looked like a demon wearing silver armor. Its 2 lower hands gripped rods, while its other 4 arms wielded a knife, a sword, an axe, and a stick individually. Each of the beast's heads was unique. The middle head was that of a bird, while the other 2 bore demonic faces. The left looked female, whereas the right 2 looked male. The 3 heads looked as if they could talk to each other as well. The weapons in the creature's 6 hands were shining brilliantly against Evil Eye. The lights were strange, and each sheen was of a different color. It looked like it wielded a variety of different powers. The rod was wood. The knife was gold. The sword was water. The axe was fire. The stick was earth. All 5 weapons were unleashing light together. It looked as if they worked together in a formation. And when the 5 powers gathered up, the attack power was given a boost. Han Sen thought that when the 5 powers combined, they'd be as strong as his body. There are many hidden elites scattered throughout this universe. One elite can combine all these powers? Judging from all of these skills and abilities, there is no doubt he is one of the greatest Marquises out there. That power he has combined is almost as great as my power, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen looked at the 3-headed, 6-armed creature's slip of paper. It said Destroyed Rage Man. Han Sen realized Destroyed was one of the top 5 races in the Geno Hall. That was why this being was so strong. Sponsored content. Han Sen looked at Rage Man's opponent. He was wearing a purple and white set of armor. The purple bone flowers on the armor were raised from its surface. Han Sen couldn't see his face, but his body was shaped like a human's. After being reborn this time, No one knew what race Evil Eye belonged to. When Rage Man attacked, Evil Eye didn't fight, but he traveled through the bushes around him like the wind. Rage Man made full use of his power, but he still could not touch Evil Eye. Evil Eye, are you merely going to keep dodging? Rage Man suddenly stopped. His 6 eyes stared at Evil Eye with a smile. Evil Eye stood where he was, and when he replied, his voice was toneless. You are the first creature that has dared to fight me. For that, I will spare your life. The others might be scared of you, but I am not. You can say something like this when I let you survive. Rage Man looked very angry, and his weapons rattled in his hands. Around Evil Eye, many lights formed. 5 different colors blended together to become one singular albeit giant light. The light trapped Evil Eye in its beam. Power burst out of Rage Man as he tried to squeeze and condense the light around his opponent. He was trying to kill Evil Eye. Han-san was surprised. Rage Man's light skill was similar to Han-sen's knife silks. Han-sen's knife silks could be cast whenever, but Rage Man needed 5 elements to create his prison. That meant his skill had a restriction, compared to Han-sen's knife silks that could be used whenever. Seeing Rage Man able to use power like that, Han-sen knew he was a special person. Sponsor content, where are you going to hide now? Rage Man shouted. The 5 lights tightened around his enemy, and it looked likely to mince Evil Eye's body into tiny bits. Evil Eye was still in the light. He lifted his right hand to press against the light. The people watching expected an amazing fight to unfold. But when Evil Eye's hand touched the light shattered. The formation of light became a mess of simple beams. It was like a vortex existed on Evil Eye's hand, pulling them in casually. Evil Eye collected all those lights in his hand, until a baseball-sized orb of light gathered on his palm. The light looked scarier than it had earlier, like some sort of bomb. This impossible, Rage Man stuttered. His hardest attack with 5 elemental powers had been unable to do a speck of damage to Evil Eye. Evil Eye broke it and confiscated the power for himself. Evil Eye threw the colorful orb of light at Rage Man. It looked like a basic, casual lob, but the light orb warped space as it stormed toward Rage Man. It didn't even leave Rage Man an opening to dodge. Rage Man roared. He used his 5 weapons to gather up another orb of light, and fired this newly created orb back at the light orb that was currently on its way to him. Boom! Rage Man had done his absolute best to gather up all his power and strike the other light orb with the new one. The 2 airborne orbs of light exploded as they collided. Arg! Sponsored content. The results weren't good for Rage Man, as each of his weapons was immediately destroyed in the chaotic power unleashed against him. Furthermore, his armor shattered, and every single item he was currently carrying was destroyed in the blink of an eye. However, the strangest thing about all of this was that Rage Man was not injured. Even after he screamed for what he thought would be the last time, he turned out to be fine. That scary power had only broken his armor and weapons. Every item he possessed was destroyed, but he himself was not injured. He didn't even have a single singed hair. Rage Man screamed because he thought he was going to die. He was not injured, and so he just stood where he was. With his mouth agape, his face turned green. He looked embarrassed. I told you I wasn't going to kill you, Evil Eye said. Rage Man's 3 faces turned green and red. He ripped apart his paper and left the Geno being scroll. Evil Eye really is Evil Eye. The elite from Destroyed was like a baby before him. They weren't on the same level. He used Rage Man's power to defeat him, and somehow managed to do it without hurting him. Evil Eye controls his power like a god. He is supposed to be deified. I don't know how many times he has been. It looks like there are no others likely to become number 1 in the Marquis rankings. Rage Man is just as good as Dragon 8 and Lone Bamboo, but if even he was that useless against Evil Eye, no other Marquis stands a chance of beating him. It looks like the occupant for number 1 is settled. Evil Eye, what a scary man. The people that watched the fight were in shock. They greatly admired Evil Eye. He was too good for the others to even be jealous of his talents. Chapter 21 17 Fighting Dragon A sponsored content. After having witnessed Evil Eye and Rage Man's battle, Han Sun was in shock. It was primarily due to the manner in which Evil Eye won the fight. Rage Man's bolt of power had been a combination of 5 different elemental energies, and Evil Eye broke it in a way that was hauntingly reminiscent of Super Spank. The strike had eliminated the sequence structure of the opponent's technique, and then gone even further to rebuild it. Evil Eye has a power that is extremely similar to the Dongxian Sutra. He will be a difficult foe to deal with. Han Sun frowned. He couldn't learn too much from the fight though. Someone like Rage Man couldn't push Evil Eye hard enough to show what his true capabilities were. We're going to need someone like Lone Bamboo to go up against Evil Eye. Han Sun perused the list to see if that could happen, but ended up finding an unfortunate factoid. If he and Evil Eye kept winning their fights, Han Sun would encounter Evil Eye before Lone Bamboo would. Han Sun wouldn't be able to watch Lone Bamboo go up against Evil Eye unless he himself lost to Lone Bamboo. And before he encountered Lone Bamboo, he'd have to deal with Dragon 8. He was one of Han Sun's next opponents. This schedule is very bad. Why are all these big baddies being pitted against me? Han Sun felt his depression rise. He was not afraid of his opponents, but he did not want to put too much effort into winning the competition. Han Sun looked at another tiers round of bouts. He saw Xiaqing King doing well with the Earls. But then his heart jumped as he read Xiaqing King's name. Xiaqing King had only put the name Xiaqing down. He hadn't written down his race. Han Sun kept scrolling through the Earl list in worry. But after seeing everyone's name, he was brought a modicum of relief. Gu Qingqing hadn't written down her name, so perhaps she had not participated. If she had joined, with her race being identified as a human, that would not bode well. There was every chance that the renegade god would want to hunt her down. Sponsored content. Han Sun quickly called Zero. He was afraid their communications might be monitored, and that was why he didn't contact Planet Eclipse directly. With so much going on right now, he'd forgotten all about this. Han Sun told Zero about his talk with God's Retribution. He then asked Zero to get in touch with Gu Qingqing and the others, to inform them not to mention anything about humans that hailed from the sanctuaries. Han Sun had said this before, but to be safe, he thought it was best to remind them again. Zero thought that Xiaqing King was their only companion who had joined the fights. Not many people liked to participate in bouts that didn't offer many benefits. Only Xiaqing King, who loved a good fight, had joined. After Han Sun finished a quick fight, he went to watch Xiaqing King's combat. Xiaqing King's Geno armament let him draw his opponent, so he could stand by and watch the enemy fight its own shadow clone. He did this often, and whenever the enemy was winded or tired, he would swoop in to finish them with a punch. It was quite a shocking performance he kept giving, especially for an Earl. Han Sun saw Isha fighting too. That woman was far too violent, he thought. Her teeth powers were enough to make the mightiest of kings run away. She hadn't yet encountered anyone half deified though. But at least ordinary kings wouldn't be able to defeat her. But Han Sun hadn't managed to see Little Flower. And this boy was the one person he wished to watch more than any other. Little Flower's legacy building was an ongoing thing. But perhaps it was because he had yet to fight a strong foe. Perhaps that was the whole reason he had proven unbeatable thus far. My next fight is versus Dragon 8. I hope it won't cause me too much trouble. Han Sun wasn't interested in prolonged fights. He just wanted to get through each engagement as easily as possible. Han Sun's fight with Dragon 8 had drawn quite the crowd though. Not many people had focused on his last few fights, but this time, he was going up against the infamous Dragon 8. Many races had been investigating Dragon 8 to gain an advantage in the rankings for themselves or their heirs. Their focus was always on Dragon 8, of course. Sponsored content. Han Sun drew attention when he entered the fight, and someone realized that he was the same man that had defeated Khan. Who is this human dollar? He sure doesn't look feeble. Anyone who could beat Khan must have some amount of strength. But while that may be true, he cannot be stronger than Dragon 8. Dragon 8 will win this fight. Let's see how much trouble Dollar can cause him first though. If he can at least injure Dragon 8, or reveal much of his true strength, then Dragon 8 will be in danger when fighting Lone Bamboo next. It does not matter. Regardless of who wins, Evil Eye will be first. Our Evil Eye is so strong. Evil Eye is invincible. Regardless of a conversation's subject matter, it eventually drifted to Evil Eye. In that Geno being scroll, Evil Eye received more attention than any king. When Han's Son re-entered the Geno being scroll, his opponent was Dragon 8. Sponsored content. Han's Son looked directly at Dragon 8. He was like all the other dragons Han's Son had witnessed before, in that he was extremely strong and exuded a frightening presence. His life force looked like a volcano that was in the midst of an eruption. The dragons were fearless and confident, and even through their plates of armor, Han's Son could recognize them in an instant. Han's Son had fought many dragons by this point, so he knew much about them. Dragon 8 sure seemed different from Dragon 9 though. He had gold armor that didn't look too different from the four-faced, eight-armed Buddha soul armor. He didn't hold a dragon spear though. Instead, he just stood before Han's Son with his fists. Both of them wore gold armor. Dragon 8 was 3 meters tall, whereas Han's Son was 2 meters tall. And Han's Son did not have muscle like Dragon 8. His figure was quite slim, by comparison. And Dragon 8 had those intimidating dragon wings. It all made Dragon 8 appear much stronger than Han's Son. They are both wearing gold armor, but why does Dragon 8 look so elegant, whereas Dollar looks practically disheveled? This is Dragon 8 of the dragon. They naturally possess that elegant presence. Elites from a smaller place cannot exude the presence of such nobility. Yeah, now it looks like only one of them is a noble, and the other is a cheap knockoff. But that Dollar doesn't look weak. Perhaps he will be able to make Dragon 8 sweat and get us more information. I hope he lasts long enough for us to learn something valuable. When our heirs fight Dragon 8, it will be far easier for them to win. The dragons and the demons that watched the fight weren't happy. They had been watching Dollar for some time, and they knew he was a tough foe, especially Dragon 9 and the others. They really worried about Dragon 8. They weren't worried about Dragon 8 not winning though. They were merely worried over the mysterious Dollar and his unknown capabilities. They did not want to see Dragon 8 get tricked. On a mountain that was composed of black stones, Dragon 8 calmly looked down upon his opponent Han Senator. He began slowly flapping his wings. Each flap was stronger than the last. He was different from Dragon 9 and the others. Dragon 8 was not fond of the traditional dragon spears that the others favored. He vastly preferred using his own body as a weapon. He was confident in his own abilities as his greatest asset. Dragon 8's body tore through the fabric of space and appeared directly in front of Han Senator. His fist was like a rocket of steel, primed to strike Han Sen's head. Before the fist landed, though, his gold draconic presence was ruptured with lightning. Han Sen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his fist up to meet his opponent's strike. Pang! The fists came at each other, and when they collided, both of their bodies rattled. But even so, neither of them fell back an inch. They only leaned backwards, with their arms still forward. It all transpired within a single second, and before the onlookers could blink, their bodies had straightened out again. They each bounced back with another punch. Their fists came at each other repeatedly then. Dragon 8 and Han's Son were frozen in the skies of battle, with fists hitting fists over and over. That Dollar's body is remarkably strong. He can actually fight Dragon 8, right off the bat. Many people and creatures were impressed by the spectacle. Dragons were the bravest across the whole universe. Everyone knew they were strong, and Dragon 8 was the strongest of the current generation. His dragon body was top class, and there was no doubt about that. A marquise of a race that had never been heard of before was now fighting against that dragon body. Dollar's gold figure now seemed a little spooky. Evil Eye had finished his fight around this time. He was spared what little trouble a fight would cost, too, for his opponent had conceded. After looking over the roster of current fights, Evil Eye's first thought was to look for Lone Bamboo. But surprisingly, Lone Bamboo had finished his own fight as well. So, Evil Eye looked at a few other places. Some others he was interested in were still fighting, but many had finished already. He decided to take a look at Dragon 8, and there, he found Han's Son fighting in a way that shocked him. Evil Eye had only wanted to see Dragon 8, but when he saw the fight, His focus immediately shifted to Han Sr. What are you looking at? A little girl stood next to him. She pulled his hand, raised her head and stared right at him. She looked so curious. I have seen a guy who quite interests me, Evil Eye said simply. When the little girl heard that, the curious look on her face vanished. She looked disappointed, and she said, he must be a dead man walking then. Interesting ones always die early. Yes, that is their destiny. The blame cannot be laid on me. Evil Eye smiled. The little girl smiled too. Why do interesting people always die early? Does God not like them? Evil Eye shook his head. No. God loves them. That is why they get to experience so many interesting things. They are usually dangerous though. And that is why they die earlier than most. I guess that makes sense. The little girl felt as if something was amiss, but she couldn't quite tell what it was. The little girl then proceeded to ask, is this interesting man you're talking about going to die soon? He won't die all that easily, Evil Eye said, with a slump of his shoulders. What if he ends up meeting you? The little girl asked, blinking. I don't like people who are more interesting than me, Evil Eye said coldly. The two of them walked towards an old city hand in hand. The little girl repeatedly asked him questions. Pang! A scary power broke across the mountain, cutting a massive crater in its craggy surface. Han Sun and Dragon 8's bodies were sent flying by the impact. They both flew back exactly 50 meters. They looked at each other across the pit. This is a good fight. But I'm afraid we are only just getting started. I hope you can last longer, Dragon 8 said. Then, his body burst at the seams with a massive dragon light. He became taller, and his form rippled with muscles. Ghost dragon scales spread all over him, becoming an armor set. His body looked to have been made of gold. The xenogenic Dragon 8 was even stronger. The gold dragon air became an evil breaker dragon light. It was different from Dragon 9's evil breaker dragon light. Dragon 8's evil breaker dragon light wasn't as concentrated, but it had a massive power that Dragon 9 had lacked. Dragon 8's xenogenic dragon body was in the air now, and it didn't attack yet. Its gold eyes peered down at Han Sr. My gold dragon body is indestructible. I hope you are prepared. Han Sun looked at Dragon 8 and quietly reprimanded him. You shouldn't reveal your powers to the enemy. The dragon are fearless. Even if the whole world knows my powers, it is fine. I will still win, Dragon 8 said. He then flapped his wings and teleported directly in front of Han Senator, but this time, Dragon 8 didn't just use his fists. When he approached, his whole body became a lethal weapon. It was like a mercury spill that sought to ravage Han Sen's body, with a flurry of constant attacks. Finger, palm, fist, elbow, leg, knee, back, wing, horn, leg, shoulder. Even the gold dragon's hair became a lethal weapon. When his body moved, there was power. Dragon 8's entire body became a gold-killing machine. Dragon 8 had completely abandoned defense, as all his skills were based on attacking. After all those unleashed attacks, Dragon 8 became stronger. Like waves stacking together, the dragon light grew larger. Han Sun was something of a grandmaster when it came to close-quarter combat. He wasn't outmatched by Dragon 8, and so he could counter every strike, using finger against finger and palm against palm. Han Sun was able to break every attack Dragon 8 attempted. Dragon 8's attacks were strong like a swelling tide, but he lacked defense. If his attacks were flawed, then he would be open to a strike. Han Sun found his opportunity, and his hand became a knife as it swiped across Dragon 8's chest. A firework of sparks erupted as he sliced through the gold dragon scales to expose his flesh and gold blood. Dragon 8 showed no concern for the wound he had just incurred though. He continued to attack Han Sun, as if the injured body was not even his. And what's more, the wound healed in a second anyway. Not even a scar remained. Pang! Because Han Sun had just struck Dragon 8, it was too late for him to dodge the counterstrike. He used his arm to block Dragon 8's fist, but the armor shielding his arm was broken by Dragon 8's blow. Han Sen's body was sent back 50 meters, before he was able to come to a stop and stabilize himself. His feet had dug trenches in the ground all the way. Dragon 8 roared, and did not relent in his assault. He was too strong to be suppressed now. It is no wonder that the dragon are considered the bravest in the world. With an attack power like this, they do not have to fear anyone on the same level. Han Sun complimented his opponent. His power wasn't as great as Dragon 8's. Jade skin made his body sturdier, but when it leveled up to Marquis, it gave him some ice powers too. The evolution wasn't entirely focused on making his body sturdier. So when compared to the gold dragon body, he was in inferior shape. Han Sun could not use jade skin godlights in this fight. Or people might suspect he was Han's senator if he had been able to, though. He'd have fared a much better chance. Dragon 8 was continuously growing stronger. Han Sun was at a vast disadvantage right now. And even the spectators were surprised by how things were turning out. Dragon 8 is very powerful. With this much strength, felling dukes must be an easy feat. The race of the dragon is getting stronger. Dragon 8 is only the 8th of this generation as well. He is so strong. No one of the same level can ever hope to beat him. Dollar is not bad, I'll give him that. After all, he has pushed Dragon 8 to this point. This was the first time he has had to make use of his gold dragon body in a ranked fight. Dollar is actually quite strong. He must be one of the best marquises in the universe. If he didn't have the misfortune of being pitted against Dragon 8, he could definitely have gone much further. I bet reaching the top 10 would not be all that difficult for him. What a shame. Dragons are still the strongest. With the power that they wield, and with the addition of gold dragon bodies, Dragon 8 can most certainly challenge Evil Eye. I think so. Gold dragon body makes Dragon 8 invincible, but adding to that, his attack power seems to know no bounds. It keeps increasing. If his gold dragon body is strong enough, he could very well engage a king. Fighting a king is a bit of an exaggeration, I think. No matter how strong his gold dragon body is, he cannot withstand the power that a king wields. But if this continues, he could definitely rival a duke without much trouble. Inside Sky Palace, Yun Sui, Yun Su's Hang, Thousand Feather Crane, and First Day were watching the fights together. Yun Sui was shocked. The dragon is so powerful. I think the bodies of the sky might be weaker than theirs. Thousand Feather Crane nodded and said, as one of the 10 higher races, the dragon are indeed stronger than we are. But simple vitality isn't our area of expertise. Battles always boil down to one thing, and that is a fighter's skills in combat. But yes, this Dragon 8 is the most physically powerful. Out of those in Sky Palace, I believe only Lone Bamboo can challenge him. What about Han Sun? Yun Sui said. Han Sun is strong, but he is not of the sky. I am merely comparing the sky and the dragon. Thousand Feather Crane smiled at Yun Sui. Yun Sui blushed. I was just saying. We don't know where Han Sun even is right now anyway. First Day sighed. After First Day spoke, Yun Sui immediately looked depressed. Yun Su's Hang said, didn't Mr. Dream say that Han Sun is still alive though? Mr. Dream isn't one to tell lies. I am sure he will be back here soon enough. I know he will be. It's just a shame he could not participate in the Geno Being Scroll. Yun Sui said. Han Sun saw that Dragon 8 was growing stronger and stronger without any sign of stopping. Han Sun had managed to hurt him a few times, but after each wound, Dragon 8's recovery powers proved too much. He was like new moments after every injury. Han Sun couldn't use his teeth powers, and even if he could, it might not have proven able to tear the gold dragon body to shreds. Dragon 8 was correct in what he had spoken. There was no need for him to be afraid of anyone on the same level as him. Even if the opponent knew about his powers beforehand, it was likely that there was nothing they could do to beat him. Han Sun could fight Dragon 8, but he could not use many of his powers now that he was in his dollar persona. So he gave up fighting with Dragon 8. Giving up did not mean Han Sun was willing to lose though. He just wanted this to be over. Dragon 8 was like a killing machine. As he pursued Senator Han Sun couldn't shake him. So he resolved to do something. Dragon 8's fist appeared in front of him again, and he gathered up something gold to challenge it. It was a coin, and it was aimed at Dragon 8's forehead. It went for him like a bolt of lightning. At such a close distance, Dragon 8 was unable to dodge. He wouldn't have thought of doing that anyway, even if he had enough time. He ignored the coin and continued coming for Senator Han Sun, threw a punch at Dragon 8. His fist slipped silently through the air and was immediately repulsed. Han Sen's body floated up like a cloud as he was punched away. Han Sun hung weightlessly in the sky, but he looked down upon Dragon 8 calmly. The coin was fixed to Dragon 8's forehead now. Dragon 8 crouched and then flapped his wings, wanting to close the distance and return to battling Han Sun up in the sky. But when he flapped his dragon wings, he found himself unable to lift off. He was still on the ground. Everyone was shocked, not sure what was going on. It seemed that something was wrong with Dragon 8. It seemed like he was being held back by something. But the dragon's evil breaker powers should have been able to remove any ailment put upon them. Seal powers would not work on them. And that was half the reason why they were considered invincible. But right now Dragon 8 was being suppressed by some force. He was unable to fly, which put him in a dire position. You are too cocky. The dragon body is definitely strong, but it isn't impervious to everything, Han Sun said with certainty as he hung in the air. Dragon 8 roared, and his dragon light erupted like a volcano. He grabbed the coin on his forehead and tried to rip it off. But no matter how much dragon light he released, the coin was still stuck to his forehead. It wouldn't come off. Many people saw Dragon 8 trying to remove the coin from his forehead. Instead of attacking, Han Sun just drifted in the sky, watching Dragon 8 struggle with the coin. No matter how much he tried though, the coin remained fixed to his forehead. Dragon 8 was angry. He did not care about the coin. He wanted to get Han Sun, and so he threw a punch into the dragon light on his fist blasted out like a volcano. But when Dragon 8 stepped forward, his knees went soft and buckled. He fell to his knees on the ground. When he had tried to attack Han Sun, his body immediately buckled under the pressure. Everyone was shocked to see a coin suppress an elite like Dragon 8 in such a manner. It was a skill that no one had heard of before. Chapter 21:20 Fearless Dragon Sponsored Content Ding. The number displayed upon the coin was 1. When Dragon 8 stepped forward, that figure became 2. Already, the pressure upon him was twice as heavy. That was precisely why Dragon 8 had fallen to his knees, with such a force that the earth caved in. What kind of Geno art is this? It can suppress even the dragon. I've never heard of something like this before. He must have a body that is as mighty as the dragon. And with a creepy Geno art like that? Whoa, humans are scary things. I wonder where these humans come from. If we are able to claim this race and fold them into our own, they could prove very useful. The elites, seeing the name dollar and the race name of human, looked strange. Ideas began to hatch inside their heads. Dragon 8 stood up from the ground, swinging a wild punch aimed at Han Sun. His body was still suppressed by the coin though, so the punch moved slowly. It was also rather weak, for he needed most of his power to hold back the force of the coin upon him. Han Sun remained motionless in the air, not even bothering to dodge. He simply punched Dragon 8's gold dragon light and shattered it. Ding! The figure on the coin jumped from 2 to 3. The pressure increased even more. Dragon 8 suffered an enhanced amount of force. He had suspected an increase such as this could come about, so he had readied himself to withstand it without falling. Coin, which Han Sun had modified, still had that special connection with him. Just like Han Sen's saving money skill, the coin would increase pressure the more Han Sun imbued it with power. But the only downside to this was that Han Sun had to use his own power to increase the pressure. If he was interrupted during this process, the force of gravity would come to an end. Dragon 8 would not be able to interrupt Han Sun easily though. He had been too confident in his gold dragon body. If he had used his gold dragon body to try and break the coin before it landed, or perhaps even dodge it, he would not have found himself in such a situation. Sponsored Content Ding. The number on the coin changed once more. It had now gone from 3 to 4. Dragon 8's body began to tremble beneath the weight, and it was becoming incredibly difficult to move in the slightest. That Geno art is too scary. It's still increasing pressure? Thousand Feather Crane was shocked. It wasn't only Thousand Feather Crane feeling this way though. All who looked upon this fight were surprised, and chills ran down their spines. Seeing someone like Dragon 8 get suppressed like that made their heads itch. If Dollar attacked Dragon 8 now, it was unlikely that Dragon 8 could repel the attack or fight back. He was going to lose. Hansen wanted to see how strong Dragon 8 really was though. He did not attack. Instead, he just increased the amount of power in the coin. Hansen had a bit of a grudge against the dragon, and dealings with them were likely far from over. Knowing more about what they could withstand might prove beneficial. Killing Dragon 8 here would not affect the dragon, but getting information from him would be a boon. Hansen would not be silly not to gather. Ding! When the coin reached the number of 7, the rocks beneath Dragon 8's feet were crushed like tofu. His body began to sink lower into the stony ground. Pang! Dragon 8's head leaned forward as his whole body began to sink into the rocks. Pang! Sponsored content, no way. Is Dragon 8 really going to lose? How is Dragon 8 being manhandled like this? That dollar is quite good. We should think of a way to avoid suffering that particular skill. Everyone was so scared as they watched. They had been so sure Dragon 8 would win the battle. But there had been a grand twist. Dragon 8 was the one that was losing. Ha, 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 ha. Suddenly, Dragon 8 started to laugh from his place within the stone. What are you laughing at? Hansen looked at Dragon 8 with interest. As he cackled like a madman, Dragon 8 said, I am so happy. It has been so long since someone has been able to push me to do this. You and your Geno art are strong. And this, after Dragon 8 said that, he raised his hand and cut through his own head with a knife. Catcha! The gold dragon blood spilled. The scales and the bones broke. He had cut a part of his own head off. The clean cut revealed the brain inside, quivering within his skull. Then he lopped some of the brain matter off. The part that the coin had been attached to fell to the ground. Dragon 8 was free again, and he pulled himself out of the stone. After standing up, his head swiftly healed itself. It left no mark. Sponsored content, I told you. My gold dragon body makes me an immortal. You are strong, I'll give you that. And if you fought someone of another race, they'd definitely lose. But against someone like me? You can't win. I can cut off a part of my own head and be as right as rain. Dragon 8 was simmering with rage. After he spoke, that rage burst forth to consume the Brother 8 is so strong. Haha. It does not matter how strong your Geno art is. Brother 8 can cut his own head off without trouble. Why would he be afraid of your Geno art? Awesome, Brother 8. Dragons are awesome. Dragon 9 and the rest of the dragon audience were in sheer delight. Seeing Dragon 8 stand back up gave them a huge boost of morale. The other elites that had witnessed this scene were all frozen. The gold dragon body is so strong. If this was another person going up against him, he'd definitely lose. The gold dragon body can't be beaten. The dragon must have been blessed by God himself. Such a powerful body existing is a blessing for every race. But the dragon is only number 8. It is no wonder they are considered the bravest of all kinds. Dollar is in trouble now. This fight is certainly quite interesting. Dragon 8 looked at Hansen, who was up in the sky. He looked as if he wanted to fight so badly. And now, the gold dragon light looked like lava. It made his whole body look like it was burning. Dollar. Use your powers all you like, but the dragon are fearless. Dragon 8 raised his head and pointed at Hansen, who was aloft in the sky. That presence was everywhere. It felt like even God might have to obey the will of the dragon. It is a shame you have already lost, Hansen said sadly. What do you mean? Dragon 8 frowned. Hansen did not answer, and he merely pointed at Dragon 8's forehead. Everyone looked at where Hansen was pointing, and when they saw what he referenced, their eyes opened wide. The coin that had been cut from Dragon 8's head was now back on this forehead. Pang! That powerful gold dragon body fell back to the ground immediately. A deep dragon-shaped sinkhole formed. Chapter 21:21 The name of dollar-sponsored content Dragon 8 tried to force himself to get up, but the figure on the coin was displaying a mighty number 8. His hands trembled in exertion as he attempted to rise, but nothing came of it. He couldn't get up. Dragon 8's dragon fire was burning like a bonfire. But try as he might to rise, he just couldn't get back on his feet. Ding! The number on the coin was now an almighty 9. Dragon 8 couldn't hold the force back anymore. His hands were pressed into stones that buckled under the weight and crumbled, leaving him to slowly sink into the earth. Dragon 8 roared and cut off half of his own head again. His body was free for a sparse few moments, but the coin appeared back on his forehead in precisely the same spot in less than a second. Pang! There was a loud noise, and Dragon 8's body slammed back into the ground. All of the people and creatures watching this horrid spectacle were frozen. The elites of the dragon were dismayed at Dollar's chilling performance. When the coin's number ticked over to 10, Dragon 8 could no longer resist. He collapsed and let his body sink into the earth without restraint. Gritting his teeth, Dragon 8 tore up the sheet of paper. With a body contorted under the tremendous pressure, he left the Geno being scroll in defeat. Sponsored content. The fight came to an end, but when all was done, no one was sure how to describe what they had just witnessed. No one had ever heard of a human. And what was that Geno art? An unknown name had suddenly shot to stardom faster than the speed of light. Although Han Sun did not tell anyone the Geno art's name, it was commonly referred to as coin. Coin is awesome. It was even able to pin down Dragon 8. Dollar is incredible. His body is as strong as a dragon's. It's rare to see a performance like that even amongst the higher races. Human? What is this race? I've tried to do some research, but I haven't found anything about their origin. I couldn't find anything about them either. Did he make them up? He might have, but that does not discredit how strong Dollar himself really is. If he keeps winning like this, he is sure to go up against Lone Bamboo of the Sky. Now that will be a show to watch. Everyone in the universe was raving about the human Dollar and his coin, but two women in particular were gritting their teeth. Sponsored content. Dollar, you are finally here. Isha's face turned dark. She had sought Dollar for the longest time, but since their last encounter, she had found no trace of him. Dollar was now participating in the Geno being scroll, but where he was joining from, she hadn't a clue. In that universe, the Geno being scroll could be entered from anywhere. The other person who hated Dollar was called Higher. She wanted her revenge on him. She had used the resources of the pirates to learn of his whereabouts, but she had come up empty. These two women ground their teeth. It was torture to watch Dollar merrily waltz his way through every opponent he encountered in the Geno being scroll. And on top of that, there was nothing they could do about it. Isha's next opponent was sure to be in bad luck. She was on a king-class battlefield, whereas Dollar was on a marquise battlefield. They couldn't fight no matter how much she wanted to, but all that pent-up rage had to go somewhere. And that meant her next combatant would be the unfortunate recipient. The poor king that went up against Isha was swiftly wrecked. He couldn't fight back in the least. If he hadn't ripped up the paper quickly, it'd have been a fairly brutal murder. Fuck you. It's just a ranked match. You don't need to hit that hard. The king cradled his battered body and started to fancy some revenge himself. Dollar became incredibly famous. The title of Human Dollar was one of much renown now, and it wasn't just the marquises that were interested in him. Because of how mysterious Dollar was, people became all the more fascinated with his Geno art. The contestants who knew they would have to face Dollar researched his Geno art even more frantically than the rest. If they couldn't find a way to counter coin, they knew that they'd lose in a most spectacular fashion. Sponsored content. Every race sent a researcher to watch Dollar's fights. They desperately wanted to discover a way in which they might deal with a hostile Dollar. Every time a new Geno art was discovered, such things would take place. The pursuit of knowledge was always ongoing. But the Geno arts usually researched were king-class or deified Geno arts. Lower-tier Geno arts rarely drew much attention. Coin was cast by a marquise, so it was strange for so many people to invest time in researching it. The reason why every race focused on coin was because coin was able to suppress even the dragon's evil breaker powers. It also seemed as if it could keep growing in strength. Those 2 points were enough to draw the attention of every race. And this was only a marquise's use of it. They worried about what could be achieved if a king or deified person used it. Just thinking about that was enough to give such dreamers a chill. If they could not find a way to overcome coin, the kings would never feel safe. But after the fight with Dragon 8, no other opponent had been able to get Han Sun to cast coin. Han Sun beat them all with simple strength. It was something that came as a grand disappointment to those who wished to research coin in finer detail. Little Flower came against his next opponent, and it was a white tiger. Little Flower swung his fist, and when the little fist was going to come into contact with the white tiger's face, he disappeared and appeared behind the tiger. The fist was driven in the direction of the tiger's bum. Seeing the fist on its way to smack its butt, the tiger's body blurred. Little Flower punched through the tiger, revealing it to be little more than a shadow. Behind Little Flower, the tiger bared its teeth in a savage grin. Its claws were like lightning, soaring to strike Little Flower's skin. But in the next second, the white tiger's smile froze. When it touched Little Flower, the boy's body was revealed to be a shadow too. Another Little Flower appeared to the left of the tiger. He kicked the creature in the belly. The white tiger disappeared the moment Little Flower's foot came into contact with its belly. The two of them then flashed and flashed between each other around the mountain. They disappeared and reappeared continuously, making spectators dizzy. He really is from Sacred. He can fight the white tiger's teleportation. The dog-faced elder standing in the desert frowned. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.